Chapter 211. Come up and give everyone a hard time. There is no such thing as choosing sides between the red and blue teams in the group stage. Anyway, the group stage is a two-group round robin. If you are on the blue side in the first round, then you will automatically appear on the red side in the second round. And this one has C9 on the blue side and Top on the red side. C9 can actually be regarded as a team similar to Top. The three lanes have acceptable landing strength. In a multi-core lineup, anyone can stand up and carry the team. In the LPL commentary box for domestic audiences, the Haya brothers naturally provided commentary on the first match day. Miller has done his homework. But don't worry. I just said that it can be regarded as the same style of play as Top. Their overall strength is definitely not as good as Top, especially on the top lane. I always firmly believe that Noob is the strongest top laner in this year's World Championship. Can you stop poisoning milk? When Brother Han Sheng was debugging peripherals, he would probably say, "Why is the hacking labor management keyboard leaking milk like crazy?" Really? Riot Games is just a stinky game player who knows nothing about Kunba. What kind of stinky person is Smeb who deserves to put pressure on my brother Han Sheng? Not necessarily. Impact is the world champion top laner. World champion top laner? Brother Han Sheng plays the world champion top laner. If you don't believe me, ask Ma Datu and Lupo. How many world champion top laners does Brother Han Sheng want to defeat? Will Hanzo not be so stubborn? If Impact was so powerful, would SKT have been able to kick this for Ma Datu? After torturing a group of top laners in North America, are you really showing off? C9, who is on the blue side, has obviously done enough homework before the game. They chose to ban Jace as soon as they came up as Li Hanqing's signature hero. It was suddenly strengthened before the World Championship. The mana consumption of the E skill is second, and the main reason is the change of the ultimate damage bonus algorithm, which directly makes Jace's instant burst higher, and the kill line also changed. Much higher. Top side sent Syndra to the ban position. The data collected from training matches, and the most intuitive feelings about daily ranking games. Syndradu is undoubtedly very powerful in this version. He is a line tyrant in the middle, coupled with the changes in the ecological environment of the professional arena. The gang-type rhythm junglers such as barrels, excavators, and centaurs have been weakened one by one. The re-emergence of the male gunner and the leopard girl has greatly improved Syndra's living environment during the landing period. After all, Syndra needs to press people in the middle, and pressing people will push the lane and position herself forward. But facing junglers such as male spear and leopard girl, Syndra is not very afraid. Moreover, due to the ecological environment of the upper and lower lanes, the entire lineup has become brittle. In the midterm, the instant burst of a normally developed Syndra is enough to cripple an opponent in an instant or even an instant, thus leaving the opponent with less people on the field. Syndra can be regarded as the top 3 heroes in Jensen's career, and deserves the respect of a banned position. The opponents who can come to the World Championship are all elites in their respective leagues, and they are also geniuses and leaders in their respective positions. Underestimating your opponents will only make you pay a heavy price. C9's second-hand banner is still on the top lane, banning Sword Princess. C9 knows it very well. Watanabe joked. Top side ban Rise, and it seems that they attach great importance to Jensen on the opposite side. Third hand, C9 chose to ban Rambo, while Top chose to ban Leopard Girl. Without the Leopard Girl, would C9 be able to grab the men's guns? The Blind Monk can do it, but the Spider of Mateos is his unique skill. Miller made various speculations. Who would have thought that C9's first choice would be Jhin? Ice was weakened successively in version 6.17 and 6.18. Jhin has naturally become the most popular choice in the bottom lane. There's nothing wrong with robbing people this way. Let's see how Top chooses. After repeated weighing, Top's response was easy plus Kalma. There really was no choice over Ice. Ezreal is a hero that every Korean ADC must be proficient in, and Gu Xingbin's proficiency is naturally no problem. When paired with Kalma, you can grab the line rights. EZ, which is line rights, can suppress and consume as much power as the policewoman under the tower. C9's response was also very quick. They did pick a male gun, and another of Jensen's signature heroes in the mid lane, Clockwork Demon. As a true mid laner, you can always believe in Clockwork. The positioning of Tiger Bomb is extremely suitable for any lineup, and in the late stage, Clockwork only needs to pull off a big move to determine the trend of the game. It belongs to the carry role in the late stage. It is also in line with Jensen's team positioning, the supporter in team fights. Clockwork is not impossible, but in this case, C9's lineup has no rhythm point in the early stage, which is very slow. It needs characters to support the midterm, even though Jhin has appeared in the bottom lane. The middle and jungle are all brush heroes. The overall framework of the C9 lineup has been determined. You can't change anything. Let's take a look at Top's choices. Excavator? Is this Viktor? The baby was stunned. Don't say it's him. Audiences who were familiar with the style of the Top team were also confused. So conservative? I can understand choosing the Excavator. After all, this is Candy's hero with the highest selection rate. And it also fits his position in the Top team. But this Viktor? Miller frowned. Even if it's just for landing and team battles. Regarding Clockwork, I think Snake Girl is better. At home I strike hard. But abroad I am a beacon. Right? Co-authoring Top is AC****. Are you still thinking about winning the championship? Laughing to death. It turns out that the domestic teams all have the same character as EDG. They only know how to kill professionally. But they are so cowardly when playing C9. Fans of Shang Divided by come out and speak. Is this the strength of your GG in foreign wars? It's really funny. In the Civil War, I will be Sword Girl and Raven. In the External War, I will be Dashu and Poppy. The main reason is that the top 4 players in Top are too conventional and too conservative. Excavator and Viktor are both heroes that have been weakened. Can they still be chosen? Even people in C9 find it outrageous. This selection style has nothing to do with the data they collected when Top was in the LPL. It's understandable. It's the first time this team has come to the World Championship. So it's normal to be conservative. Jensen joked. This is what they know about Top. A new recruit in the World Championship. And Gao Dui who was nailed to the pillar of shame. Even if there is an imp. Feel sorry. Does this version of ADC have any say? Toolman still wants to carry the game. C9 followed their normal approach to selecting players. And they directly took out Nami plus Crocodile. Nami's E can increase the damage caused by the deceleration during the fight. And can also greatly improve the hit rate of Jhin W. Moreover, Nami's E can also restore blood and increase lane dependency. The most important thing is that she has a big move that can be used to force open, making up for the current lineup of C9. The disadvantage of insufficient ability. This is something Zyra cannot make up for. After all, Zyra is better at backhand than taking the initiative. As for the Crocodiles, it's the same as the Clockwork in the middle. A snake oil character that hits the road. C9's lineup as a whole does not lack damage. But they lack a role in the front row to bear injuries. And they also lack a hero with combat effectiveness in the early and midterm. When the Crocodile is on the road, he is actually positioned as a tool man most of the time. The most typical one is the way the Dark Force OMG plays this season. OMG relies heavily on SMLZ's carry ability, especially his big mouth. But if you choose big mouth, you need a hero who can help the team withstand pressure in the early stage. The hero who fits this characteristic is the Crocodile. The super carry ability of Big Mouth can make up for the Crocodile's shortcomings in team battles, simplifying the Crocodile's positioning in team battles. You only need to be at ease as a front rower who takes damage and uses skills. Therefore, it will become clear if you watch OMG's games carefully. Their Big Mouth and Crocodile are like a system, and they are basically matched together. C9 has the same idea. The other 4 people have built a complete system. All you need to hit the road is a tool like this. Poppy and Echo are not bad. But if they choose these 2 heroes, they are afraid that Li Hansheng will choose heroes that can counterattack, such as Kennen and Gnar. Only Crocodiles. Crocodile's hero mechanism determines that it can suppress Kennen and Gnar in the early stage. Even if Li Han is promoted from Raven, the Crocodile is not afraid of Raven at all in the lane, and can even press lightly in the early stage. Actually, C9 has another layer to consider. They saw Top's top 4 picks, and guessed that Top might choose a single ban top laner. There is only one weapon left. But I understand everything. In the S3 finals, the reason why Impact was able to hit the road with 3 consecutive weapons was to use the ban position to hold down Xinchao's Crocodile. The Crocodile's skill mechanism is to defeat weapons. And their Crocodile also prevents weapons from being used. After all, among the current heroes, the heroes who can perform well alone on the top lane are either Sword Queen or Weapon. What will Noob choose? Miller said with a hint of nervousness. No way. With the first 4 picks being mediocre, counter Li Hansheng must show value. Otherwise, judging from the lineup alone, it is obvious that C9 is more 3-dimensional. Under the close-up shot of the top player's bench, you can see Li Hansheng having a heated discussion with his teammates. Hansheng, are you serious? Bai Yueao still couldn't believe it. mainly because it was too outrageous. Pulley, I don't want to lose, so don't have a nest mentality. Gu Shengbin was also rarely frightened by Li Hansheng. Lao Li, after we confirm that we are going to appear, you can play how you like. We will not care if you play V in top lane. But in the first game, why don't we be more stable? Candy also advised. And what about Li Hansheng? He rolled his eyes and said angrily, when did I ever make a joke to you? When Lucian was in lane and Snake was in lane. They all doubted me. But didn't we win in the end? You don't believe me? But the hero mechanism is here. Bai Yueya retorted. The hero mechanics of Lucian and Snake Girl are here, with Li Hansheng's terrifying operations as the foundation. As long as these two heroes can develop perfectly, it can cause enough damage in team battles. Moreover, these two are also regulars in the professional arena, which proves that as long as the values are within a reasonable range, the mechanics of these two heroes are absolutely fine. But here comes the problem. The hero Li Hansheng just mentioned has never even been on the professional stage. Oh! The only time he made an appearance was in the World Championship. But that was because he was already determined to be eliminated and was deliberately trying to survive. Are you going to put this whole job on hold? With the lessons learned from LGD, do you dare to survive in the World Championship? Even Li Hansheng will be trolled when he returns to China. And the kind where his own mother died suddenly. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure I can win if I get this hero. Anyway, I have to hit 4 and 1 point push. And my hero can also be used in late-stage team battles. Okay. Bai Yueya saw that Li Hansheng was so sure and stopped trying to persuade him. There is nothing wrong with what Li Hansheng said. That is, he has won many strange heroes before. But at least they were all for the sake of winning. And they all produced good results. Maybe? Is it the same this time? And the top lineup is indeed 4 and 1 point push. Because the first 4 players have already set up a framework. Easy plus Victor's double C. Excavator front row. Kalma can Ari accelerate to pursue. But also Ari accelerate to pull away. Although C9 has Nami's ultimate move. Facing Karma's Ari. Nami's ultimate move can only have the effect of blocking the move. Thus, C9 can't advance from the front. So top has a great chance on the side. A 4-point push is the best tactical choice to defeat the opponent. As the third player in the official ranking of this World Championship. And his antics at the opening ceremony. Many viewers noticed Li Hansheng. What will he choose? Not a moment. Top will give you the answer. The hero who appears on the 5th floor of top is. The moment this hero appeared, the originally bustling San Francisco Municipal Auditorium suddenly became extremely quiet. All the audience's eyes widened with incredible expressions on their faces. The commentators couldn't help but gasp. Once again contributing to global warming. The next second, locked this hero with top. The North American audience at the scene could no longer remain calm and screamed with excitement. Jot in the North American commentary box held his head in his hands and shouted in disbelief. Oh my god! So crazy! Amazing! The talented top laner Noob from LPL once again showed his unique scene. His good partner Deficio also shouted in disbelief. Is he serious? This scene reminded me of the S3 World Championship, which was also in North America. The Oraeten captain at that time took out this hero. Unexpectedly, 3 years have passed. We can actually see this hero appear again. That's right. A hero who appeared on the 5th floor of top and caused everyone to marvel. Beyond everyone's expectations. It's a cute avatar. Captain Teemo. On standby. In the live broadcast rooms of various competition areas. The barrage is also scrolling crazily. In the official live broadcast room of Mouse Channel. Various emoticons appeared in an endless stream. And European and American audiences were amazed. Wow! Isn't this such a surprise? Thank you Noob for sending me the first surprise of this year's World Championship. Hey, buddy. How dare you choose? I have to say, I have to commend you for your courage. You have left a deep impression on me, and I will remember you as a noob. Don't they all say that the LPL's top laner will only distort trance? Big Trees and Mackay? Who spread this rumor? I almost missed a wonderful matchup. Although this choice is very innovative and bold. I have to remind you that his opponent is the world champion top laner Impact. You know, Impact is the devil in the top lane of LCS.NA. In the LCK live broadcast room, the barrages are much more sour. Does the LPL region know that there is no hope of winning the championship? So it chooses a sensational way to gain attention? My assessment of this behavior is that of a clown. Noob must be very good at confronting Batman in the simple Gotham City. Right? How did the official rank such a team in first place? Can this kind of team really pose a threat to the LCK? I want to know now, what is the mentality of the audience in the LPL division? What an idea. It must be wonderful. They really guessed it. In the official live broadcast room of the LPL division, the barrage was already going crazy. The barrage scrolls so fast that you can't even see it with the naked eye. Inflation. Bloating again. Li Hansheng, AB, is well known in China. But he can't help but suffer from it when he goes to the World Championships. Right? I've said it before. Sheng Divided By has that kind of performance personality. Whatever he says. And some weird heroes he chooses. He essentially doesn't care about the life or death of the team. He only cares about whether he can get traffic. Isn't he just relying on bullies? Puppy hot clown? He. There is no one who doesn't know how the live broadcast of Sheng Divided By became popular back then. Right? Do you want my buddy to give you some knowledge? Brother Han Sheng once again chose the style of play with the most barrages. This choice is very like my brother Han Sheng. I just don't understand. After getting the right to appear stably, wouldn't it be good to work as a flower shop? Woohoo! The first meme of this year's LPL World Championship is here. Top laner Teemo. Did Li Hansheng go to the entertainment industry to study? When selecting people, you have to highlight one person to maintain their personality. Right? Can't you show off your personality if you don't choose a weird top laner? Do you have to do this? Who is disgusting? I can only say that the traffic aspect is really played by Li Hansheng. He should stop playing esports and go into the entertainment industry. Don't his fans all brag that his appearance is better than that of a little fresh meat? Honestly, the LPL audience is really frightened by the naughty stuff. Lessons learned from LGD last year. What kind of fireman makes steel? And what kind of golden Jace plays ADC? The so-called black technology hero brings no surprises to the LPL audience. Only shocks. But they can't change anything on the live stage. Well, although I am also very confused. The on-site referee did not give any feedback, which means that Top's choice was not wrong. They did choose Teemo on the 5th floor. No matter how big your doubts are. Let's take a look first. Miller remained calm. The main reason is that Li Hansheng deserves his trust. Don't worry. Viewers, we have to trust the players at this time. Whatena also helped to speak. So what if you don't believe it? Even if everyone in the audience doesn't believe it, they still have to help speak up. No matter how noisy the outside world is. The lineup on the field has been determined. C9 is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Crocodile versus Teemo. Jungler, Male Gun versus Excavator. Mid lane, Clockwork versus Victor. Bottom lane, Jin plus Nami versus Karma plus Easy. Chapter 212, Showy Routine? Black Technology. That's right. Audiences and commentators around the world thought Li Hansheng was crazy. If the 4 choices in front of Top just make people wonder whether they played too conservatively in the World Championship. At least, they did not break away from the category of top professional competition standards. So, Li Hansheng's selection really made this not look like a League of Legends game that represents the highest level in the world. Instead, it was more like a qualifying match in the passerby game. On the other hand, a strange thing was added to a top world event. In the professional arena, winning is the ultimate goal. Professional teams will do everything possible to win. And League of Legends is a numerical game. And the heroes that can be selected in the professional arena are basically considered. First, look at the numerical value. And secondly, look at the skill mechanism. Both are excellent. That is, they must be selected if they are not banned. If any one of them is excellent, it will become a hero that can be selected in the professional team. And a perfect lineup will be built through the combination of each. Teemo? Whether it is numerical values or mechanics. This hero is incompatible with the professional arena that pursues rigor and high error tolerance. Crispy skin. Short legs. No burst. Not even the ability to clear the line. The appearance of such a hero in the professional arena simply exceeded everyone's expectations. But is Li Hansheng really crazy? No. How could he be crazy enough to joke about a game like this? The choice of Teemo was the result of his careful consideration. It can not only meet the needs of landing and winning the game, but also facilitate the whole life. What he wants is not just to win a game, but to restore the confidence of the entire competition. Being able to win with Teemo doesn't just mean that they are strong. And the LPL they represent behind them is also very strong. Original. After seeing the opponent's lineup, Top decided to avoid its advantage. If you want to fight in a team fight with me, I won't agree to it. I will push and play with you. Li Hansheng wanted to take Quinn at the beginning. When Quinn brought up purification, he basically knocked the crocodile from the sky to the tail. And because Quinn could activate his ultimate move at any time after the redesign of his ultimate move in the early stage of S6. No matter whether it was divided in the later stage. Pushing or supporting the front is very fast. But take a closer look later. C9's lineup poses no real threat to him. The male gun does not have the ability to control. And it must be controlled by an online hero before it can gank. Crocodile's Red Fury W's control time of up to 1.75 seconds is indeed very long. But Teemo's Q, Blinding Dart, is a perfect counter. The skill mechanism of Crocodile W is essentially to strengthen the basic attack. Teemo's Q can blind him. Once Crocodile is blinded, W will not be able to control the effect. Not only the control effect, but also the damage will be lost. Thus, Teemo's short legs are easily caught, which makes up for it perfectly. Moreover, many people do not play Teemo themselves. And because Teemo's skin is very cute, and he is deeply loved by female players, they regard him as a sister hero and are deceived by his cute appearance. Just like a panda. It looks cute, but its actual combat power is more terrifying than that of a brown bear. Teemo can be said to be the melee hero who defeats all physics-based heroes. The kind who beats him from the beginning to the end. Therefore, this portable mobile phone is not simply for the so-called choice with the most barges. But it is theoretically feasible. Certainly, Teemo also has shortcomings. That is, he has short legs, short hands, and a brittle body. Which means he has no room to play in team battles. Then here comes the problem. Look at the top lineup. Victor plus Easy are there for front clearing. And Kalma and Excavator can help with backhands. The four of them already form a very complete team framework. There is no need for Li Hansheng to go to the frontal battlefield. His task is to lead the line without thinking. Your single lead point for a team does not require you to think too much about lead issues. It is said that the Shy likes to do scientific research on the road. Everyone was skeptical at first. He has played skateboards, VN, Icebird and other weird top laners. He dared to do this basically based on one thing. His landing will be very comfortable with these heroes. And after S9 added the Tapi mechanism, all lineup choices basically revolve around line rights and landing. Playing well and landing is better than anything else. Don't talk about being invincible in the late stage. If you can't resist in the landing stage, how can you come to the late stage? As long as the advantage I accumulated in the early landing is large enough. No matter how good your hero's mechanics are, no matter how awesome your personal operation is, can you still be able to withstand my 3-shot critical hit to kill you? Break through 10 chapters with 1 force. What a coincidence. S6 is an extremely fragmented version due to various version reasons. It also pays great attention to the victory or defeat of the landing. Except that there is no Tapi mechanism. Other aspects are quite similar. So, in this version, your considerations when choosing a character are very simple. First, determine the responsibilities you need to bear in the team. And then consider it from the perspective of landing. Sometimes BP is complicated, but sometimes it is also very simple. A BP that can win the game is a good BP. Everyone, please listen to Han Sheng's command. Bayaya only left 2 words before leaving the stage. The outcome of this round depends entirely on you. What are you afraid of when you have already chosen? Candy was still trying to persuade him before. But when the incident happened, he didn't take it seriously. Although Lao Li, the GDX, likes to play coquettishly, he hasn't turned over the car yet. Even Big Head and Looper can't deal with him. How can an imp who has been degenerate in North America for 3 years still want to overthrow him? The bird eats the bird's food. Imp nodded. I still believe in selling pairs. Li Hansheng has conquered his teammates with his carry performance for a year. They do not doubt Li Hansheng's strength. And their initial persuasion was just a hope for a smoother win. However, since Li Hansheng persists, they will not continue to persuade, but choose to believe. The coaches from both sides left the table, and the audience became restless and excited because of Teemo's appearance. Everyone likes to see new elements. Don't say anything else. The number of people in the official live broadcast rooms of each major competition area is increasing rapidly. Many people originally felt that this was not a strong dialogue in the strict sense, and were too lazy to watch. But as soon as they heard that Teemo was on the stage, people flooded into the live broadcast room with interest. Since Noob has made this choice, we must now unconditionally believe in him. Just because he has never let us down this whole year, it is enough for us to believe in all the decisions he makes. Even if this decision seems a bit bizarre. Soon, the entire Summoner's Rift appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by a ding-ding-ding signal. The first game of the World Championship. Both sides played very conservatively, and did not deliberately invade. But Li Hanqing's choice at the beginning attracted everyone's attention. I saw. Teemo did not go to the jungle to defend, but went all the way to the top lane, and then stood still on the side of the middle line of the top lane. A few seconds later, passive, invisible wings, triggers to enter the invisible state in place. But at the beginning, everyone's focus was still on the junglers and bottom duo of both sides. In the summer finals, the regular start of professional teams is for the duo to eat a group of wild monsters and then go online to grab two. But now, at just over a minute, the bottom lanes of both sides started to come online early, trying to compete for the grass in the middle of the bottom lane. This is an improvement in professional teams' understanding of the game as the version changes. First of all, in terms of assist selection, hard assists have completely disappeared, while soft assists are generally squishy. Even taking turns with the ADC requires a lot of energy, which is not conducive to subsequent landing. The second is that the shooter is the one who benefits from eating wild monsters online. However, reaching level 2 of the bottom lane shooter will not have much effect on improving the lane. On the contrary, the level of the soft assistant is very important. If you can take the lead in grabbing level 2, you will be able to completely gain the initiative in the lane. If one side goes online to eat wild monsters, the other side goes online directly to grab the line. The result is, although the shooter on the side that eats wild monsters has reached level 2, his condition will be bad, and he has no line rights. Even if he is level, he cannot suppress it. Instead, the opponent will push the line first, and the opponent's support will precede that of the side that eats wild monsters. Assist to 2, and take control of the lane. What? Your shooter doesn't eat wild monsters, so let the support go to 2. Isn't it the same? You don't have line rights. Even if you assist to 2, it's useless. How can you still carry the line of troops and force them up to consume? No matter what. It's a loss. So now no one will eat wild monsters and go online. The only thing that is the same is that no one will help their own junglers. If you grab the grass on the line, top will have an advantage. The level 1 Easy plus Karma duel is much stronger than Jhin plus Nami. As long as Easy does not have a fatal air Q in the duel, it relies on the extra attack speed provided by the passive. I can kill the opponent to A. Therefore, the top-bottom lane duo had an advantage right from the start. And Lu Mao was also a thief. He used the basic attack Q to coordinate with the imp consumption, and did not hand over the RQ rashly, but reserved it for subsequent push lanes. Although Nami is also a soft support, W is a blood-consuming skill, and he can also greatly increase the damage of C-position heroes. The shortcomings are also very obvious. The control of Q and R are very unstable, and they have no ability to help push the lane. Level 1 Nami can only learn W. W is a pure blood exchange skill, not a lane pushing skill. This resulted in the C9 bottom lane duo neither able to grab the key grass nor the line rights. And on the road side, Impact's operational and reaction abilities may have declined compared to his peak, but the increase in games will make him more experienced. Also normal. Which man doesn't start out as an ignorant boy who only knows how to rush and hack hard without thinking, and gradually grows into an experienced driver who knows everything about foreplay, caressing, and all kinds of shallow and deep sex positions? Although Impact has never played against Teemo, at least one thing is certain. When Teemo fights crocodiles, he uses long range and melee combat, and has the advantage of range. This means that a level 1 crocodile does not have the ability to fight with the opponent. A crocodile without anger at level 1 is really rubbish. Not to mention Teemo. Basically any hero in the top lane can suppress the crocodile at level 1. What's more, he also noticed that Li Hansheng was the leader, not the TP. However, Li Hansheng deduced from this detail that Impact had absolutely no experience in facing off against Teemo, because all normal starts for Teemo on the road are to run to the line at level 1 and stand next to the line of soldiers. However, the Impact is still cautious. When he saw that Li Hansheng hadn't appeared for a long time, he was not in a hurry to step forward to replenish his troops. He waited until the 3 melee soldiers were all reduced to residual health, then slowly walked forward, planning to use Q's AoE damage to hit him at the extreme distance. The soldiers left. Even if you are tricked, you can distance yourself immediately. Result: as soon as he moved forward, before he could get close to the army line, Teemo suddenly appeared next to the army line. Passive, invisible wings. In addition to allowing Teemo to enter the invisible state after standing still for 1.5 seconds, has another effect. That is, Teemo will gain an extra attack speed when he releases the invisible state. Addition: 1 time, twice, with a super high attack speed bonus and the attack speed carried by his own runes. Teemo fired 2 basic attacks before the crocodile got close to the army line. Moreover, Li Hansheng brings War Zeal, and each basic attack can add additional layers, further increasing the damage of his subsequent basic attacks. Shiba! Impact was startled, but he still took an extra step forward and chose to hand and Q to kill 3 soldiers. When it comes to melee combat and long-range combat, he expected that level 1 reinforcements would be consumed. He brought the Dolan shield with him just to stay in line, but he seems to have underestimated Teemo's damage. As soon as Li Hansheng saw him handing Q, he immediately learned E, Poison Shot, with the remaining skill points, which allowed Teemo to add a fixed amount of additional magic damage to each attack and also cause a magic damage that lasted for 4 seconds. And as the layers of War Zeal got higher and higher, Impact found that before he even got out of Teemo's attack range, his own health had been reduced to about half health. Wang Defa. He has been living in North America for many years, and the Shiba he was used to has become Wang Defa. What kind of harm is this? He had never met Teemo in his daily training and had no experience in landing with Teemo, which led to a serious misjudgment of level 1 Teemo's damage. What is the greatest significance of daily rank training for professional players? Practice heroes and accumulate landing experience. Professional players are also human beings. Even the best players and geniuses still need long-term practice to accumulate experience. But I have never encountered it. How to accumulate experience? Even in rank, Teemo can be regarded as an absolutely unpopular hero. The kind of hero who can't be encountered even once in 100 games. And because of Teemo's skill mechanism, he is destined to be a hero who is not favored by the professional arena. Impact doesn't go out of its way to understand it on a daily basis. Wouldn't it be nice to go to one more party if you have the time? One of the biggest misunderstandings that ordinary people have about professional players is that professional players know everything. In fact, professional players may not understand it as much as their online friends do. Just like juice men may not have the strong physique and orgasm skills of the male protagonists. But the male protagonists also do not have the skills of juice men who can quickly launch a 37.2 degree protein mix solution. Ashui also wanted to ask Ningguang about the auxiliary system of the excavator. Could it be that in the professional arena, he encountered fewer excavators in rank? Seeing that his blood volume dropped rapidly, and Teemo's A level was strengthened by War Zeal and E skills, the damage was terrible. Impact is also even more wary of Li Hansheng, who has not yet handed over Li Li. With the kindling in hand, he really couldn't predict Teemo's specific killing line. For the sake of conservatism, he decisively showed up. Buzz, turn into a golden light and completely distance yourself. If Teemo kills him twice with A and ignites him, he may really end up being killed by Teemo at level 1. That would be too embarrassing. See the scene. There was an uproar at the scene. The doll immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god! In front of Noob, Impact is like a little Kunzi who has been kneaded at will. Is Teemo so powerful? If the crocodile here flashes a little later, how can I feel that I will be killed? No wonder Noob dared to choose this hero. At least looking at it now, it is indeed very powerful. Isn't it?" Miller also praised with a smile. The barrage is even more crazy. Ghost. Impact can't be that weak. Right? I really can't imagine how Shung Divided By would behave after the game if he was really tortured by Teemo. Hey, friends who know the barrage have never played Teemo. Right? I, an old Teemo, can tell you that when Teemo fights in physical melee combat, he is like a father fighting his son. Han Zha speaks. Is this the world champion top laner who is so popular? The crocodile was beaten by Teemo. Right? Yeah. That's all. Brother Han Sheng. Come on. Just want to slap the opponent's face like crazy. Backstage here, the other teams basically did not leave, but chose to stay on site to observe the status of other teams and learn how to play. Mouse looked at the scene of Impact being beaten and couldn't help laughing like a pig. Hey, it's time for top laners around the world to feel the fear of being dominated by Li Hansheng. Damn it! The factory director looked unhappy. I was tricked by this GDX again. Is Lao Li's GDX so powerful? MLXG also stared wide-eyed. They knew that Teemo could slightly suppress the crocodile, but they didn't expect Li Hansheng to be so vicious. But his situation will be very hot next. Xiu Hu's Drake voice sounded. What Teemo is most afraid of is getting caught. The crocodile plus male gun is enough for him to drink a pot. No. 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 MLXG shook his head. Look at Candy's jungle clearing route. In an unnoticed corner, Candy's excavator chose to open red solo. and even directly handed over punishment to speed up the efficiency of his jungle clearing. No one paid attention to him at first because the red jungler opened red. This has become a basic consensus. But Candy's route is different. Since he is punished at the beginning, he can quickly drop the red buff wild monster and reach level 2. At level 2, he immediately learned W to drill into the ground. But instead of going to his stone man or the F4 camp, he went all the way to the river and then crossed the river into the upper half of the wild area of C9. After a while, he had arrived in the triangular grass behind the tower on the blue square road. What kind of treatment is this? Xiaohu's eyes widened. Come to arrest me at level 2? You have to say that it is a 2-level prince who comes to the U tower to arrest people. But a 2-level excavator without E. If you want to arrest people. Really? The next second confirmed Xiaohu's inner thoughts. After Li Hansheng forced the crocodile back at level 1. He did not force the push line, but chose A's last cut to form a slow push line on the top lane. This means that if the crocodile wants to gain experience, it must move forward away from the defense tower. Otherwise it will not gain experience. Exactly this behavior. Sentenced to death for impact. Up. 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 I'm not sure whether to brush the entire lower half of the male gun, or just 2 groups, to avoid a long night of nightmares. Candy calculated the time it would take for Mateos to reach the top half and hurriedly urged. He does not have a god's perspective, and does not know the specific location of Mateos. But the audience and commentators knew it all too well. Mateos chose to drive with the stone man. He chose the route of quickly brushing 6 groups of wild monsters to 4 at the beginning. At this time, he had just reached the camp of the sharp-beaked bird and was still far away from the road. Then come and kill him as you like. He didn't dodge. Li Hansheng pronounced Impact's death with a simple word. A half-blooded crocodile is no different from a dead person. Buzz. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the excavator stuck in the grass flashed across the wall and moved directly in front of the tower on the top road of C9. For this reason, the excavator also resisted the damage of the defense tower. But that doesn't matter. Question mark. He looked at the level 2 excavator suddenly appearing behind him like a ghost. Everyone in Impact was stunned. Shiba? The forgotten mother tongue blurted out subconsciously. Is this person crazy? Where are your teammates? Can you save him? Save? Save your head? A crocodile that has not flashed level 1 still learns Q and does not have any displacement escape ability. The excavator, which also has no displacement ability, walked up to the crocodile's face, hit it into the air with W, escape, and activated the Q skill A 3 times. Teemo followed, and after AQ came the brainless flat A. Teemo's hero's output method is essentially no different from that of a shooter. It's even simpler and more mindless than most shooters. Because when fighting against each other, he can just put Q to blind him and stand still without thinking. A slightly more complicated operation is nothing more than throwing mushrooms to slow down the kite. Of course, Li Hansheng chose Zeal for Ward this time, and he must go for Teemo, who is the Ice Hammer armor with special effects. The Teemo in this outfit really doesn't even need to put mushrooms. He can just chase after the brainless and draw A. By the time the crocodile landed, its health had bottomed out, and it didn't even have a symbolic Q. The effect of AQ without anger on restoring blood was minimal. The excavator is on top! As for why Impact's feedback is so timely, in this case, what do you want him to do? There is no room for maneuver at all. If you really want to give a reasonable explanation, maybe you should adapt to the role of the Spring Water Commander in advance? First blood. A blood. It was easily pocketed by Li Hansheng without paying any price. Ignite and Flash are still at your fingertips. Woohoo! Nice! Xiang Rengjie! Li Hansheng smiled and whistled. Not bad. Not bad. It's not in vain that Dad did all the foreplay before. You can just join in the fun. Are you talking human language? Candy rolled his eyes angrily. Li Hansheng didn't pay much, so he actually handed over the Flash. Okay. MD! Don't think I didn't see it. You kid took the opportunity to dirty my 2 bins experience. And you collected the toll. Li Hansheng's eyes were sinister, and Candy's every move was under his control. Can jungle things be called dirty? I'm just helping you push Bin Xian into the tower quickly. Although he complained, his actions did not fail. Don't be B. Hurry up and push the lane to cooperate with my counter jungle. This was a tactic that Top had planned from the very beginning. When Li Hansheng came online early and saw that the Impact was unprepared, he notified his teammates of such a wave. What? Either Impact and be more cautious. What should I do if my blood volume is not lowered? Then it's okay to kill him. Anyway, with the ignition in hand, as long as the crocodile is not allowed to reach level 2, it can be killed no matter what. After killing the opponent's top laner, he immediately cooperated with the excavator to forcefully counter the jungle, forcing the opponent's Mateos and Candy to swap jungle areas. See it from God's perspective. The male gunner who had just finished swiping the sharp-beaked bird hesitated for a moment near the camp, and then immediately chose to cross the river and enter the counterfield in the lower half of top. This is conspiracy. Does Mateos dare to go on the road when they know that the excavator is in the upper half of the area? He doesn't dare, because there is a disadvantage in numbers. Right. The resurrection time of level 1 crocodiles is very short, and they can TP immediately. But the problem is, Teemo has reached level 3. Crocodile is still level 1, and a large wave of troops on the top road is about to enter the tower. How can you, Crocodile, give up such a large wave of troops without taking advantage of it, even if Impact is willing to make such a big sacrifice? What role can a Crocodile, who learns Q at level 1, play in a head-on confrontation? Not to mention, this side of the middle road. Originally, in order to prevent the excavator from coming to gank in the middle, Jinsen chose to release the lane at the beginning. As a result, there is now a wave of troops in the middle that are about to enter the tower. The crocodile does not eat ice, nor does it eat soldiers. It is unrealistic in itself to forcefully defend the jungle area. This is the importance of line rights in the jungle, because as long as there is line rights, it is almost impossible for the opponent to give up the line of troops that are about to enter the tower. Because if you do this, the attacker will most likely give up the attack, and the two sides will not be able to fight. Your line hero will lose a group of troops in vain. The initiative is in the hands of the other party. It is precisely based on this consideration that even if they know that top is forcing themselves to change jungle with the opponent, Mateos must follow the script designed by top. And once the game reaches this point, this means that top's opening tactics were a great success. Foreign audiences may not understand the concept of letting noob get first blood. Wada laughed proudly. You can basically declare the winner of this game. Brother. No. No poisonous milk first. Miller quickly stopped him. This is the World Championships. It turns out that Brother Han Shum can defeat these people even if he plays Teemo. I wonder if this is due to the jungler. Can fans please stop taking credit? Isn't it possible that the Han Za segment doesn't even have bronze? In this wave, didn't Brother Han Shum suppress the opponent's HP and flash the enemy to kill him? Do you understand what it means to be embarrassed and whitewashed? Han Za is like this. A group of champion fans who can't even understand games. How can they understand games? I even think Han Za doesn't know what Teemo's skills are. The direction of the barrage changed quickly. Many of the IDs that posted the barrage were obviously the same ones who were trolling Li Hansheng a few minutes ago. But after taking advantage, he immediately praised Li Hansheng in turn. The cast and viewers only see superficial advantages, but the professional players watching the game backstage saw something deeper. Yin Yong's situation is not going to last forever. Thaker frowned. He will be in an isolated and helpless situation. Top series of tactics has put C9 into a huge disadvantage. It's true. Bang quickly reacted. Weren't Teemo's shortcomings and weak points perfectly avoided? Top is indeed very strong. Even choosing Teemo can make a difference. Chapter 213. I'm waiting for the CD and Flash. What are you waiting for? Teemo is a hero with many shortcomings. But what is the biggest shortcoming of being a lane hero? Because if you want to suppress, you will inevitably push the line. And pushing the line will cause you to stand in the front. He is also a hero with short legs, squishy skin and almost no ability to protect himself, which makes him very scared. And what did Top do? At level 2, the excavator was forcibly captured to help Teemo get first blood. Then he was forced to change jungle areas with the male gunner. And the male gunner was forced to go to the lower half of the top jungle area to continue his development. What is the result of this? In other words, the active areas of both junglers are in the lower half and the other in the upper half. The male gun can't just put on a pair of wings and fly to the top lane to forcefully gank Teemo. Right? Top used a wave of early attacks to directly help Teemo gain nearly 4 to 5 minutes of brainless development time. If the male gunner wants to hit the road, at least it must be after the second wave of wild monsters are refreshed. By that time, Teemo's level had been improved. His attributes had been improved, and he was not afraid of having Flash in his hand. As long as you support it to level 6, Teemo can set up a mushroom array on the top lane to protect himself. At that time, if the male spear and the crocodile want to link up to catch Teemo, he must first weigh it. If there are too many mushrooms, Teemo will kill him. Although the hero they chose is outrageous, their tactics are still very reasonable. Bang smiled and shook his head. But if they dare to choose such a hero when fighting us, we will make them regret it. Do you think they might choose such a hero when they meet us? Wolf beside him rolled his eyes. That's true. Bang smiled. It's about watching people order dishes. The C9 players on the field actually noticed Top's true intention. But at this time, there is no way to change it. How to change it? The male gun doesn't go to the jungle to force a gank? Let's not talk about whether the crocodile without flashing can get to Teemo first. But Teemo still flashes. And with Top's consistent peeing, when Li Hansheng chose a hero who is afraid of being caught, there must be a man behind him who is watching the rape with high intensity. Is it really certain to win in a 2v2 fight? Say it again. The Excavator is a rhythmic jungler who doesn't eat resources anyway. How can a carry-type wild core hero like you, a male gun, who needs equipment for output, not eat resources? The Excavator can accompany you on the road and hang up all the time. How dare you? A male gunner? Certainly. Top will also pay a price for this. And the imp and green hair in the bottom lane will face greater pressure. But it's just a pressure. If you want to jump over the tower, C9 has to force its troops into the tower in the bottom lane, so that it has the capital to jump over the tower. But Nami is a soft assistant who cannot help ADC push the line. The ability of Easy plus Karma to push the line is far from being matched by Jhin alone. Top's bottom lane only needs to block the line of troops outside the defense tower. And C9 will not pose any substantial threat to them. Not to mention that both Easy and Karma are heroes with strong self-protection capabilities. With the successful deployment of Top's opening tactics, the situation on the court instantly tilted towards Top. Return home. Li Hansheng, who got the first blood, decisively made up the extraction plus straw sandals. I learned W, Little Emo Run. This skill is considered Teemo's only self-protection skill. There are two effects. First, the passive effect increases Teemo's movement speed by an additional percentage based on skill level. But the damage caused by the enemy hero and the damage from the defense tower will disappear. One is that the active effect is to directly double the movement speed increase. And the effect will not be interrupted when receiving damage. But it can only last for 3 seconds. W combined with straw sandals allows Li Hansheng's movement speed to surge. Although Teemo's range is only 500 yards, it is enough to evade crocodiles. The control of distance he showed also made impact to spare. Teemo has been drawing up for a long time. In fact, A's few hits won't have much impact on the crocodile's health. But you can't stand being beaten all the time. Especially as the level of Teemo's E, poison shot, gradually increases. And the accompanying magic damage value becomes higher and higher. The pressure faced by the crocodile becomes greater and greater. This pressure not only comes from the line, but also from the fear of the jungle. The Excavator clearly wants to operate in the upper half. As long as the crocodile is not healthy, it will face the risk of being jumped over the tower. This makes impact many times. In order to protect its own health, many soldiers do not dare to eat, and can only stand behind and gain experience. The gap between the two sides' top lane levels and last hitting power is constantly widening. Hey, this version is all about playing in the bottom lane. But I, the top, have the capital to play in the top lane. Seeing Top's advantage on the court, the baby also put on a posture of the advantage is mine and started to brag. The ability of Imp and Green Hair to withstand pressure in the bottom lane is truly unrivaled. Look. Miller also laughed. Impact can't handle the pressure? If the Lang team is being beaten on one side, they must also beware of threats from the wild area to avoid being jumped over the tower. Only Impact knows how much pressure he is feeling at this time. Although he is experienced, everyone's ability to withstand pressure has a threshold. Once this threshold is exceeded, excessive pressure will cause substantial interference to you, thus affecting your judgment on the court. C9's field of view saw the Excavator excavating on the grassy side of the river in the upper half of the area. Impact was alert immediately. But when he saw that the male gun was far away in the lower half, there was no one supporting him at all. This means that he will face the risk of being jumped over the tower again. We cannot sit still and wait for death. We must take the initiative to resolve this wave of risks. With his brain running rapidly, Impact decided to take the initiative. While clearing the line, he wanted to lower Teemo's health in a wave, so that the opponent would not dare to forcefully cross the tower. Catch the moment when Timothy paused. Crocodile took a step forward decisively, and then rushed into Teemo's face. He raised his hand to draw A. But the next second, he took the initiative to use S to cancel this basic attack. The impact was clear. Teemo the Q will defeat the crocodile's W. He wants to use the hand-raising action of drawing the A to trick Li Han into advancing to the Q. But here's the problem. Li Hansheng cannot be fooled. Now all of his attributes have been raised to 95 points. And his reflexes and dynamic vision have reached their limit. When the crocodile activates W, there will be an animation effect of the eyes glowing red. Li Hansheng did not see this action. So he knew that the crocodile was lying to him. He didn't even bother to Q. He just stood there and played with the crocodile. Joke. I have the dual advantages of blood volume and troop line. And I also have ignition in my hand. Why should I be afraid of fighting with you as a crocodile? Shiba, Impact suddenly frowned. He didn't expect that Li Hansheng wouldn't be fooled at all. Now he was in an awkward situation. It was impossible to chase him. It seemed a little difficult to escape now. As the number of layers of Teimo's War Zeal increases, the blood volume decreases faster and faster. The impact makes his eyelids jump. He wanted to use Red Fury Q to get some blood back. However, Li Hansheng took the lead and hung Ignite on him. Ignite's serious injury buff gave him very little status recovery effect, and the effect of restoring blood was not ideal. On the contrary, it was Teimo's constant level A that made his blood volume so tight that he couldn't understand the impact. Obviously Teimo doesn't have any equipment. Why can the damage be so high? This is not a lesson. He still suffered the loss of not crossing the line with Teimo. He didn't know anything about Teimo's damage. At this time, Impact could only turn around and hand W to stun Teimo, and then use the second E to pull away. But Li Hansheng's reaction once again refreshed his understanding. Almost the moment, the crocodile eyes redden animation effect appears. Teimo immediately turned in Q, blinding dart, and blinded the crocodile first. The action of the crocodile's red wrath W slashing 3 times was still there. But the damage and stun effects were lost due to the fact that he fell into a blinded state, not coming out. Seeing this, the crocodile immediately turned around and pulled the second E. Are you pretending to be cool and still want to run away? Li Hansheng immediately turned on W, Xiaoimo run, and immediately gained twice the acceleration effect, allowing him to maintain a while not being distanced by the crocodile. The crocodile was already in a disabled state. Part of its health bar was eroded by the real damage caused by the ignition. It was chased by Li Hansheng for a long time. After the last shot to draw the A, Li Hansheng turned around in a cool way. The subsequent magic damage from the Ignite plus E skill will completely clear the crocodile's health bar. The crocodile becomes a corpse on the ground. Single kill. Seeing this scene, the North American audience at the scene couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Teimo kills the crocodile alone? Before today, they never dreamed that they would see such a scene in the professional arena. Oh my god! Bro! Did you see that? Jot also exclaimed. This is Noob's strength. I said Noob's ranking is definitely low. He deserves to be number 1. Okay. Brother, I know you are very excited, but please calm down first. The game is not over yet, and the winner has not been announced. Deficio pressed down with both hands to signal his partner to calm down. But Noob is really awesome. Operate? In the eyes of others, this wave is really useless. I saw that Teimo had been leveling A. The crocodile's health bar dropped little by little, and then cleared to 0. It even gives people the illusion that I can have sex with me. When Teimo fights Crocodile, in a 1v1 situation, he may not be able to achieve the complete crushing effect of Pantheon fighting Sword Queen. But it's not too different. Impact loses blood. When this kind of line of troops is pushed over by the opponent, you will suffer the most loss if you are single killed. It is no exaggeration to say that this wave of single kills is equivalent to 2 deaths under normal circumstances. Lose at least 2 waves of experience and economy. Back home, Li Hansheng bought cloth shoes and an iron sword. C9's upper and jungle side all deal physical damage. As soon as the cloth shoes come out, the opponent is completely GG. Li Hansheng can now truly play stand-up with the crocodile. On the other hand, Impact? He was still a little embarrassed while soaking in the spring water. Armor or magic resistance? Teimo is a mixed damage hero. If he uses armor, the magic damage provided by Li Hansheng's skill alone is enough for him to drink a pot. Magic resistance? Li Hansheng brings War Zeal, and his equipment is also AD equipment, and his own panel attack power is quite high. Finally, Impact chose to buy another Doran sword plus cloth armor. There is only one purpose: to mix the lane. If a crocodile like him cannot stand in the lane so early, it will be absolutely unacceptable to C9. He no longer cares about the mid to late game. So let's get through the landing phase first. But when he went online and saw the cloth shoes in Teimo's backpack, Impact is completely desperate. Damn it. Are you talking about a carry-type top laner? Cloth armor shoes? A meat suit? No more shame. It was obvious that he was 2 kills behind and had a last hit. But Impact felt that he was ahead of Li Hansheng. Joke. The pain mask on your face for free? This is a big item worth more than 3,000 yuan. There's more bad news. Teemo has reached level 6. Once Teemo reaches level 6, it means that Teemo can learn the ultimate move, growing mushrooms, and start growing mushrooms everywhere on the top lane. Mushroom Array plus True and False Eyes can allow Teemo to completely block all intersections in the upper half of the area. And the male gunner will no longer have the opportunity to gank on the road. The top lane will be forced into a 1v1 state. And only the world of Impact injuries will appear. Can you come and catch a wave? Impact didn't want to continue to be tortured. So he immediately took the initiative to speak. I'm almost ready to flash. Come on and catch a wave. Okay. Mateo saw that his top laner seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and couldn't refuse. So he nodded, and walked up the road. In fact, even if Impact doesn't speak, Mateo's plans to take action. As he continues to update his basic equipment, the increase in damage allows him to clear the jungle more efficiently. This makes the jungle monsters in the jungle refresh faster than he can, giving him more time to go online. Gank will not affect his own development. Mateos is not the kind of person who laughs and kills his teammates when they are caught. Impact status in the C9 team is not that low. Not to mention that this C9 lineup only has Crocodile in the front row. If they want to have a good output environment in team battles, they have to rely on Crocodile to act as a troublemaker. Mateos headed straight for the upper road. According to the feedback, he knew that Teemo must have placed a large number of mushrooms in the direction of the river on the upper road. If he took the river, he would be discovered in advance. The best choice is to go directly on the line and cooperate with the Crocodile. Seeing the arrival of the male gun, Impact was actually making preparations secretly. He had already reached level 6. If he had a big move, his fault tolerance could be improved. Moreover, he deliberately resisted a few of Teemo's flat A shots to build up his anger. It's 40 o'clock. This is experience. A red angry crocodile will definitely arouse the opponent's vigilance. But a crocodile with only 40 anger will make the opponent relax their vigilance and give you an opportunity. Seeing the army line being pushed forward little by little, and Teemo also following the army line, Impact knew that the opportunity was coming. It's broken. The male gun is on the way. And Noob doesn't seem to know it, the doll exclaimed. And his whole body became extremely nervous. It's hard to catch him. Teemo still has flash. It's hard to say. Miller shook his head. After all, there is an extra male gun. The hearts of the domestic audience were in suspense, and they clenched their fists subconsciously, sweating for Li Hansheng, who was in danger without realizing it. Superior. Okay. The brief words allowed C9's Winnow and Jungler to reach a tacit understanding. Impact chose to start with E. Crocodile's E Rampage has an effect. Hitting a non-heroic unit can gain 2.5 rage, and hitting a heroic unit can gain 10 rage points. Although the Crocodile's E did not directly touch Teemo, it successfully reached the minion pile with E. The Crocodile, which originally only had 40 rage, immediately had red rage in this wave, and even let himself come to Teemo's face. At the same time, the male gunman also followed forward immediately. E then flashes forward, forcing the two displacements to close the distance between each other, and throws out W, Smoke Bomb. Teemo was immediately shrouded in a cloud of smoke, unable to see the outside world at all, and lost the target of his attack. Control him quickly! Mateo shouted quickly. The professional level cooperation is vividly reflected in the hands of the two. If Crocodile is allowed to use Red Fury W first, there is a high probability that Teemo will use Q to blind him. But the male gunman W attacks first. Since Teemo can't see the Crocodile, he can't use Q to avoid the Crocodile's Red Rage W. As long as they can control Teemo, the damage done by the two of them will definitely be enough to kill him. Buzz! The Crocodile decisively flashed to Teemo's face. A plus Red Fury W followed the ultimate move to achieve perfect control, which also offset the forward swing of the ultimate move. Then the second stage of E circled behind Teemo, blocking his position in advance and preventing him from letting go. Teemo runs away in a straight line. But before he flashed over, Teemo had already placed a mushroom under his feet. A second later, the male gunman just walked over. Boom! The minion detonated the mushroom, and the AoE damage immediately slowed down both of them. Fortunately, Li Han upgraded to AD equipment, and the damage of level 1 mushrooms was not high. But the slowdown effect is quite disgusting. The male gun AQ fired, holding the ultimate move in his hand, and not rushing to release it. After all, Teemo's flash was still there. If you want to kill Teemo, who has cloth armor shoes, the damage of the male gun's ultimate move is crucial. Teemo quickly took the initiative to fire W, accelerated away from the range of the smoke bomb, and moved to avoid the damage of the second stage Q of the male gun. Then he started to walk as skillfully. But this direction of A was not to escape, but to walk in the direction of C9's defense tower. Once, twice, Teemo used his backhand to blind the crocodile. And at the same time, he also gained 2 levels of War Zeal. Noob chose to fight back? Miller looked surprised and said in a very surprised tone. Huh? The damage of C9 in the jungle seems a bit insufficient? The cloth-armored Teemo is very fleshy, and the damage seems to be a bit high? Teemo is playing plane A, but the crocodile's health continues to decrease. The audience at the scene was also stunned. Obviously Teemo is the one being chased by the 2 people, but judging from the picture, it feels like Teemo is chasing the 2 people opposite him. However, although Teemo has cloth armor shoes, the hero's attributes are too strong, and his blood volume has dropped to less than half health. If he is lowered a little more, the male gun can definitely kill him with a big move. At this time, Buzz, Teemo directly cross-dodges, but instead of flashing back to escape, he flashed directly into the grass beside him, put down a mushroom, and then stood motionless. Impact had quick eyes and quick hands to ward in the online grass, and happened to see Teemo standing motionless in the grass. It seemed that he wanted to trigger his passive and become invisible in place. This scene made Impact laugh. Crying the truth? In the current version, after Teemo triggers his passive, he is still unable to walk freely in the grass, which means he can only stand in place stupidly. He's stalling for time? That's not right. Mateos also laughed. If Li Hansheng used Flash to avoid his ultimate move, he might be able to replace the crocodile. What else could Jiangzi do except wait for death? By the time the crocodile and the gunman approached, Teemo had already stood there for 1.5 seconds, entered the stealth state, and disappeared from their sight. But the crocodile didn't care so much. He fired a red angry Q on the spot, and Teemo's blood volume suddenly dropped in the stealth state. The male gunman even raised the barrel of his gun and fired out his ultimate move, further reducing Teemo's health. Noob! Is this an operational error? The doll couldn't understand either. Although there is no relay on the other side to poke him out. I know where you are standing. Just keep throwing AoE skills into the grass. You will still die. It's better to forcibly replace the crocodile. Miller said nothing, based on his understanding of Li Hansheng. Maybe things could be reversed? It really is. The next second, boom, the crocodile stepped on the mushroom. And the crocodile and the male gun suffered AoE damage again. At this time, Teemo, who was originally invisible, suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. He still placed a mushroom in advance, and then continued to level with the crocodile. I'm flashing and waiting for the CD. What are you waiting for? Impact and Mateos discovered that Teemo's attack speed was significantly faster than before. That's right. Teemo's passive, Invisible Wings, will not only allow Teemo to stand still for 1.5 seconds and then automatically enter the invisible state, but also actively leaving the invisibility effect will also allow Teemo to gain an additional attack speed bonus. Li Hansheng flashed into the grass. Firstly, to keep distance and wait for the CD. And secondly, to refresh his passive. For Teemo with War Zeal as the main E, the source of damage is level A. The faster the attack speed, the more level A he plays, and the higher the damage. The already full War Zeal can provide him with a huge damage bonus. The crocodile's health quickly bottomed out, and the male gun's pursuit detonated another mushroom. The slowed crocodile couldn't move away at all. He was still on CD, and he could only watch Teemo kill him. Kill! After getting the crocodile's head, Dangerous Game was triggered and the blood volume was forcibly raised. Kill him! This is simply the most humiliating moment of my career. Impact looked like an angry beast, with red eyes, and shouted in the team voice. Kill him! He, a man who had won the World Championship, was actually humiliated by someone using Teemo to perform a double flip in the World Championship. He didn't dare to think about how he would be bullied if he lost this game. Just like Ryu will always be the backdrop for Faker, there is a high probability that he will also be the backdrop for Li Hansheng's career. Mateos will naturally not let Li Hansheng go. He turned E, quickly draw gun, and moved it to Li Hansheng's face. The male gun's basic attack did the most damage when it was close to his face. 2 consecutive shots plus Q allowed him to successfully reduce Teemo's health to residual health. And he could be taken down with 2 more basic attacks. But here comes the awkward part. There are only 2 bullets in the men's gun, and they need to be reloaded after firing. Li Hansheng looked at the male gun walking back and forth on his face, and he could fully imagine the anxious look on the other side. The expression on his face was calm, and even the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a confident smile. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. He seized this opportunity and kept drawing A to lower the male gun's health, although he didn't have any A guns before. The male guns took damage from mushrooms one after another. The jungler has no magic resistance in the early stage, so even if the damage of mushrooms is low, they can't withstand the large number. It was hard to wait until the male gun had changed its bullets and was about to take down Teemo. Bio! Teemo's Q has also been converted to CD. A deadly poisonous dart blinded the male gunman, and Mateos was stunned. What's even worse is that the battle on the road has dragged on for too long, and the excavator has already come to support. E plus flashed 2 stages of displacement, and moved to the man's face before the blinding of the gun ended. W broke out and knocked him away. Teemo also continued to cause damage on level A. Double kill. The head of the male gunman was also taken off by Teemo. There was an uproar at the scene. The North American viewers crossed their hands and held their heads, looking at the broadcast screen in confusion. One Defa. Job was also dumbfounded. You killed 2 but failed to kill 1. And all of them were killed in return? This is beyond our knowledge. It seems that no one has ever done such an operation in the North American region. Deficio also widened his eyes. It's so extreme. Have we really lowered the ranking of noob? The European and American viewers of Mao's channel are constantly swiping their screens, with various emoticons and barrages scrolling rapidly. Oh my god! When did LPL have such a strong top laner? Aren't they ancestral trees? Wow! I find that I like noob more and more. This guy is very interesting to me. NA is originally a rookie region, and Impact is old. I can only say EUNA. No matter how good our European team is, they will never be humiliated by someone using Teemo. C9 10% off? 10% off water bottles. I want to scream. Is Teemo so strong? If C9 loses the game, I decide to reward myself with top laner Teemo. After the audience reacted, they didn't care that C9 was a team in their own division. They all stood up and applauded Li Hansheng for his wonderful operation. Mainly this is shocking. You want to say that Li Hansheng is a sword woman who relies on W to block key skills, and then completes the counterattack with a light-speed backhand. This is Teemo. In the eyes of ordinary players, the sister hero is a hero who has nothing but cuteness. And, from the slow-motion replay, it still gives people the illusion that I can do it. Teemo is just constantly tying A throughout the whole process, interspersed with Q or are in the process of tying A. Anyone with some basic game skills can do this. Right? Things that seemed unreasonable happened right in front of me. However, a burst of exclamations immediately erupted from the scene. It turned out that Clockwork, who was supposed to be in the middle lane, sprinted to the top lane, and then flashed QWR to kill Teemo, who was still in health. Showed down. Jensen barely kept a glimmer of hope for a comeback for C9. My. Gao Dui in the middle said quickly. I didn't notice this, soldier. I didn't notice it. It's okay. Li Hansheng smiled and shook his head. Brother, this one can be worn directly through the opponent's belt. No matter how fat the Clockwork is, it is of no use. Who wants to play in a team with him? Li Hansheng's purpose has always been clear. Developmental. Single band. Team fight? Please. It's embarrassing for you to expect a cute Teemo to straighten things up. Teemo is so cute. Why are you giving Teemo a hard time? Suili, can you kill a little slower? The nest has no sense of participation at all. Imp complained dissatisfiedly. Alright. From the beginning of the game, the focus is on the top lane. The middle and lower lanes have been facing each other to replenish troops and develop. And there are almost no scenes of fighting. If Li Hansheng were to continue killing like this, they really have no gaming experience at all. Chapter 214 A typical LCK victory. The director cuts the camera to C9's player bench. Mateos and Impact, who were shown off, both looked at a loss. Both of them have been in the industry for many years, but they have never seen Teemo like this. For heads in hand and extraction, they couldn't even imagine how fat Teemo would become later. Stay steady first. Jensen finally got a final bounty. As long as the hero Clockwork is fat enough, he has the possibility of creating miracles. As the only person in the team with a kill, Jensen spoke much louder. Teemo has no room to play in team battles. The opponent's economic advantage is all concentrated on him, which is useless at all. I even got the finishing bounty. But we are still in the lead. Oh, can Jiangzi count? If we continue to calculate like this, if we round it up, it will be approximately equal to top. But it will be tens of thousands behind the economy. Jensen is changing the concept in order to boost morale. No matter how bad a hero's team fight ability is, as long as the leading economy is enough. My 6-piece Teemo will beat all of you with 2 to 3 pieces. Is team fighting really useless? Moreover, everyone is a professional player, and they can basically understand each other's intentions. Isn't it the single strap that Top chose this handbag for? So who will limit Teemo's split push on the side? But at this time, no one would stand up and say such depressing words. Instead, they would all agree with Jensen's words. That's right. That's right. Sneaky, the cross-dressing man, nodded in agreement. Stay calm first and don't bother Teemo. Come to the bottom lane to impact. You don't have to compete with Teemo in landing. He has no TP. You have. Okay. After the resurrection, Impact, who originally planned to TP back online immediately, gave up the idea after hearing these words. And what about Li Hansheng? After his resurrection, he also spent this huge sum of money on his body. There are still a lot of layers left before the deposit can be withdrawn. But the economy of replenishing troops and 2 lives is actually in his backpack. He first upgraded his long sword to the Fist of the Purple Rainforest, and then bought a giant belt. The first big item Li Hansheng chose was a big ice hammer. In version 6.18, the Great Ice Hammer has been weakened a bit. The synthesis formula has changed from the original Fist of the Purple Rainforest plus Ruby plus Pickaxe to the Fist of the Purple Rainforest plus Giant Belt plus Long Sword. The overall price of equipment remains unchanged, but Jia's attack power is reduced by 10 points. But his health is increased by 50 points. It seems to be weakened, but in fact these 10 points of attack power will not hurt your muscles at all. The heroes who buy this equipment are more interested in the exaggerated slowdown brought by the passive effect of this equipment. See Li Hansheng's equipment. Impact is also a bit desperate. Cloth armor shoes plus 2 health items. Now even if the male gun comes to gank again, the damage they will do is not enough to kill Teemo. And it must be done by clockwork. Professional players all have the habit of using the tab key. Even many viewers will think this habit is really useful when looking at the first-person perspective of professional players. It's really useful. The first is to keep your hands in a state of operation. This is just like professional CSGO players who like to cut knives. And professional players who play PUBG like to cut single and continuous shots all the time. The second is to observe the opponent's equipment changes to judge the opponent's combat effectiveness immediately. And the other is to look at the number of real and false eyes in the opponent's backpack. If there is a decrease, you have to guess where the opponent will arrange the field of view. Mateo shook his head. Teemo can't handle this now. Let's attack the bottom lane. Shift the focus of the game back to the bottom lane. But now it's not so easy to attack the bottom lane. The key is that the 2 heroes Easy and Karma are too capable of protecting themselves. If we go forward, it is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on the ability of the C9 bottom lane duo to retain people. We must let the troops enter the tower. And jumping over the tower is the best option. But the most important step in overcoming the tower is to push the troops forward. This can put C9 in a bit of a dilemma. Jin and Nami's ability to push the line is really not good enough. They can't push the line of troops at all. This caused C9's offensive rhythm to come to a standstill. But they don't want to unilaterally accept this peaceful confrontation. The key point is to get on the road. The further back Teemo goes, the stronger his single-player skills will be. The further back you go, Crocodile, your team battle ability will be shitty. And your one-on-one ability will be poor. They must accumulate a certain economic advantage to ensure that they have a probability of winning in a head-on battle. I'll press the opponent down to move. But if I don't move, you launch a wave of attacks on the bottom lane, Jensen suggested. Okay. Everyone in C9 nodded. Clockwork, who has obtained the terminal bounty, has certain advantages in equipment. So the clearing speed is slightly higher than that of Victor. After quickly clearing the line in the middle, Jensen deliberately walked down in front of Gao Dui. Gao Dui also immediately fed back the information of the clockwork to his teammates in the bottom lane. This is what Jensen wants. As soon as I hear the enemy mid laner leaning towards the bottom lane, the normal bottom lane reaction is to retreat immediately to prevent being ganked. Imp and Green Hair are no exception. But as soon as they retreated, they couldn't deal with the line of troops immediately. So Jin and Nami quickly pushed the line. Send this wave of troops with artillery soldiers into the defense tower. And this time, Jensen returned to the middle again, creating an illusion for the top side. The clockwork is back. Gao Tui fed back the information again. Upon hearing this, Imp and Lu Mao subconsciously relaxed their vigilance. Without the key output of clockwork, even if a male gun attacks the tower, Easy and Karma's self-protection capabilities are enough to deal with it. They ignored the alligator on the road. Mateos entered the second half of the top jungle area and first killed a group of frog queens, and then inserted the free eye given by the green jungle knife in place. The crocodile immediately retreated to his defense tower and handed over the TP. C9's counterattack is coming. Impact did not continue to struggle with Noob in the top lane, but chose TP to cooperate with his teammates in the bottom lane. Deficio shouted excitedly. Easy and Karma can't escape. After landing, the crocodile doesn't have many BBs, so he directly activates his ultimate move to accumulate anger for himself. The male gunman had already shot out from the triangular bushes behind the first tower, intercepting the new wave of soldiers on the red side's bottom lane behind the tower, and also completely blocking the retreat of Easy and Karma. Nami in front of the tower decisively handed over Howl of the Raging Waves, waved the staff in her hand, flicked her tail, and summoned a huge wave of waves that rushed towards Easy and Karma under the tower. Then the backhand E, Tidecolor's Blessing, hung on Jin's body, and 3 small water drops appeared next to Jin's body. Sneaky, the cross-dressing boss, activates his ultimate move on the spot, kneels on one knee and enters sniper mode. Lu Mao reacted quickly, and used RE to shield himself and Easy with his backhand. However, Nami's ultimate move was either aimed at knocking the two of them away, or it was purely used to block their movement, preventing the two of them from moving back. Stay under the defense tower. Crocodile uses E-Rampage to close the distance between each other. Who is the target of C9's concentrated fire? The first bullet of Jin's ultimate move forces Easy's E skill. Crocodile draws A and then W. Control Easy in place. Only children make choices. C9 chooses them all. Neither Karma nor Easy can escape. There were bursts of exclamations in the San Francisco Municipal Auditorium, seeing that C9 finally made the first successful counterattack in this game. The North American audience immediately began to cheer for the team in their division. The crocodile successfully stunned Easy in place. Jin's second bullet followed closely, and Karma physically stood in front of Easy. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he still had to fight for a chance of survival for his ADC. This is the way to help. Nami's reaction was not inferior to Karma's. Buzz. Nami outside the tower decisively flashed to close the distance, and using Q, Prison of Blue Waves, Bubble successfully imprisoned Easy in it again, just before the crocodile's stun effect ended. The male gun has already used E Quick Draw to face Easy's face. Connect A to Q. Use top's bottom tower to complete the impact. Quickly hit the second stage of Q Burst. Not many BB. Open the big move a full set of explosions of your own. At this time, the Queen's scream rang out in the canyon. Everyone in C9 thought that the excavator was coming to support with its ultimate move, and immediately shouted in the voice message. Kill quickly! Kill quickly! Don't waste your skills! Jin quickly fired the last 2 bullets. Although the cross-dressing man is obsessed with cross-dressing, he has not forgotten his nature as a man. Every man will master the shooting skills and shoot accurately. A fatal cadenza pinned Karma in place. Easy was hit by this chain of control chains, and was unable to fight back at all. He was instantly killed without even being able to do any damage. There was nothing the rest of Karma could do. Even if you use W to imprison the crocodile under the tower, you can't force it. Nami's W combined with Crocodile's Red Fury Q allowed it to recover a lot of blood, and the defense tower could not pose a fatal threat to it. Boom! The moment Jin fired the 4th super bullet, he received a small burst of Q, Man Dance Grenade, and took off Karma's head. The North American audience at the scene had already screamed with excitement, as if they had already seen the team win the final victory. Push the tower! Push the tower! Jensen, who was far away in the middle lane, kept loudly reminding his teammates in the bottom lane. The excavator went to the top lane to help Teemo demolish the tower. Turned out to be. The previous ultimate move of the excavator was not to support the bottom lane, but to fly directly to the top lane to help Li Hansheng demolish the tower. C9's top tower's health is in danger. The 4 people on the bottom lane quickly demolished the tower. However, since the bottom lane has always been in the hands of top, the first tower of top's bottom lane is close to full health. On the other hand, C9 has 1 tower in the top lane. Even though I enjoyed the extra defense mechanism in the first 5 minutes, the crocodile exploded too quickly, and now it has less than 1/3 of its health. When the defense tower still has the last trace of blood left, the excavator was very sensible and left the top lane early, allowing Teemo to exclusively enjoy the bounty of this top lane first health tower. Oh no, Deficio looked very annoyed. C9 was still a step slower in the end, but they could still control the first dragon in this game, and they could still directly increase the damage of the fire dragon. In this way, it was not that bad. Elemental Dragon has also been out for several months. Basically, it is recognized that the fire and earth dragons are the most cost-effective. The water dragon depends on the situation, and the wind dragon is just garbage. No! Jensen is in danger. He doesn't seem to be aware of it yet. Jot on the side frowned. Hit the road this way. After Li Hanxing dismantled the defensive tower, he did not return to the city for supplies, but went directly into the upper half of C9's wild area. He judged that the C9 player would definitely take the dragon after pushing the tower. No way. The temptation of the fire dragon is too great, and C9 also needs the fire dragon to improve their overall damage capabilities. Thus, without flashing Clockwork in the middle, he was left alone and helpless. You go first. Away! This side of the middle road. Victor Q. The minion speeds himself forward and uses E to fire a laser towards Clockwork, and the ultimate move, Chaos Storm, was handed over directly. Clockwork also reacted very quickly. He used Q with his backhand to direct the monster to fly towards Victor. All QWRs were turned over, and then he used E to withdraw the monster and use it as a shield for himself. Hey! Come to the middle to protect me. The excavator may be coming. Gao Dui's strong exchange of blood made Jensen smell the danger. Sure enough, the excavator was chasing him from the side with E. Fortunately, he retreated under the tower immediately, without giving the excavator any chance. He thought he was out of danger, but the North American audience at the scene showed extremely worried expressions, and some even tried to make huge noise to remind the players on the field. It's a pity it's useless. When Teemo suddenly burst out from behind the tower, Jensen was also shocked. Teemo turned on W to gain acceleration and rushed towards him, ignoring the damage from the defense tower, chasing an AQ forcibly, and then leveled A all the way. The initial damage was not high, but after exchanging blood with Victor, Clockwork's condition was already dire. I was stunned, and was chased by Teemo 5 times until his health bar was cleared. And Teemo? After resisting 3 attacks from the defense tower, I drew an A, but still had about half health left. So I walked out of the defense tower in a cool manner. Is this still the crispy Teemo he remembers? But once he saw the equipment on Teemo, he was relieved. Wow! This Teemo is too fleshy. This HP suit allows him to ignore the damage from defense towers. 5-1. This is Li Hanxing's data at this time. The game time has only just reached 11 minutes. After he returned home, he immediately turned the spare parts on his body into a large ice hammer, and then immediately bought a vampire scepter. In fact, under normal circumstances, from the point of view of the line, his second piece should be a hurricane, because under normal circumstances, if he relied solely on supplementary troops, he estimated that it would take nearly 18 minutes to make these 2 pieces. At that time, you must rely on the splash effect of the hurricane to quickly clear the troops. But this time he was too fat. Now he can quickly clear troops by relying only on the skill panel damage of his ultimate. So he is not in a hurry to use hurricane. Instead, priority is given to complementary output. After the 2 sides exchanged the top and bottom towers, each chose to place their shooters in the middle to continue their development, which also freed up their own assists. The middle lane of both sides was switched to the bottom lane for development, while the top laner was still on the top lane. When we meet again, looking at the luxurious equipment on Li Hanxing, Impact drooled with envy. Look at Li Hanxing? Look at yourself again? Cloth armor shoes, Doran shield, Doran sword, burning gem. This is all the wealth of the crocodile, and the consequences of forcing a double Dolan in the early stage to be able to rely on the line are reflected. As a result, the molding of his first large piece was slowed down indefinitely. This time when they met online, Li Hanxing didn't want to do some foreplay like before. It's not right to break apart when they meet. And he opens his legs and chases the crocodile. Actively turn on W, Xiao Mo run, and hit the crocodile with flat A. The passive effect of the big ice hammer is Diamond Star Strike. Melee's normal attacks will reduce the target's movement speed by 40% for 1.5 seconds. And long-range heroes' basic attacks will reduce the target's movement speed by 30% for 1.5 seconds. Seeing the passiveness of the big ice hammer, it is not difficult to understand why Riot wants to weaken this equipment. The deceleration effect of S6 has not been weakened yet. The long-range hero's basic attack can reduce the opponent's movement speed by 30%. Long-range heroes have an advantage in range when facing melee heroes. And they also have an advantage in movement speed with this equipment. Either have displacement in melee combat, or use flash. Otherwise, the long-range hero will definitely use this slowing effect to pull him to death. If you combine a very flexible shooter like VN with the effect of a big ice hammer, the effect should not be exaggerated. The soles of the crocodile's feet suddenly felt like they were stuck in a quagmire. The 30% deceleration effect was really outrageous. Teemo's W itself would give Teemo extra movement speed. The crocodile was slowed down, and Teemo continued to accelerate, allowing Teemo to move without being distanced by the crocodile. The Shiba impact was also disgusting. He couldn't touch Teemo, nor could he distance himself from him. He could only turn E to distance himself. But Teemo was still chasing after him. He was stunned to force out the flash that he had just transformed. Rules of the world. Do not kill if you cross-dodge. Li Hansheng didn't pursue him either. Now he only has a big ice hammer on him. And the damage from War Zeal and E skill, Poison Shot, alone are no longer enough. But even so, the crocodile still lost half of its health. This crocodile is completely unable to line up. Deficio widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Is Teemo's ice hammer so powerful? I've seen it in rank. Jot laughed. Don't be deceived by Teemo's cute appearance. Ice Hammer Teemo is a natural killer in physical melee combat. I asked why the fist suddenly weakened the big ice hammer. It turned out to be like this. So why did C9 choose a hero like Crocodile that was eliminated by the version? The problem is, no one would have thought that Noob would actually play Teemo. Crocodile can basically ensure a smooth landing when playing all the mainstream top laners. Right? That's right. C9 just lost to the opponent's black technology. Really? Li Hansheng's mobile phone really made everyone in C9 excited. What to do? C9 can't find a way for the time being. So they can only ignore the crocodile and let it fend for itself. By ensuring the development of the C position, they will still have a chance in team battles. C9 also showed enough resilience. The male gunman suddenly came to the bottom lane with Nami, originally wanting to catch Victor. But unexpectedly, Candy also wanted to catch top before the flash of clockwork was over. The two sides met unexpectedly. But because C9 has an additional assistant, he failed to defeat him in a 3-on-2 battle. Clockwork was hit by Nami's crucial W milk, which increased his health, and his fatal weakness prevented Victor from dealing full damage. Male Gun and Clockwork each gained a head. The situation has been stabilized once again. In the middle, Jin, the cross-dressing boss, also decisively used his ultimate move to forcefully clear the troops, without giving top a chance to consume the health of the first tower in the middle. The situation was once again deadlocked. C9 still maintained the situation in a situation where they could make a comeback. Still keep hope in yourself. Another 4 minutes of game time passed. During this period, Li Hansheng's extraction had exploded. So he withdrew his deposit and updated a round of equipment. His second big project is also about to be released. Bilgewater Scimitar and Hex Revolver cost only 1 synthesis scroll. The second big item he wants is the Hextech gun. Needless to say, the technology gun can improve AD and AP. And it also has a key active effect. It is the favorite of mixed damage heroes like Teemo. After making this piece of equipment, Li Hansheng began to consider supplementing the Hurricane with a third piece to strengthen his line-leading ability. This is a bitter impact. His first big piece is still far away, but Li Hansheng's second big piece is almost ready. Moreover, the active effect of the technology gun also brings deceleration. This means that Teemo, whose damage has been increased, will no longer simply torture him, but will actually have enough damage to kill him. That is to say, his teammates are still insisting. Impact actually wants the game to end immediately and let him escape from this tortured situation. In fact, Li Hansheng also wanted to resolve the battle quickly, and he didn't want to waste time. But there is no way. This is the version of the S6 World Championship. In the World Championship version, due to the hard support, rhythmic jungler, and tank top laner, there is basically no room for survival. Although the overall damage ability of the lineup has been improved, the ability to force open has further declined. Even strong skills are scarce resources when playing in the domestic league, as long as the advantage is large enough. The three positions of Winnow and Soot can take advantage of the high fall tolerance brought by the ultra-high tankiness, and use various force tower attacks to speed up the pace of the game. But now, how many starting points do the lineups of both sides have? On top side, There is only one stable way to start a group, the excavator flashing to the top. C9 has a little more methods to start a team, including Jin's W and ultimate move, Nami's ultimate move, Crocodile Flash Red Fury W. But it lacks AoE control and long-term control chain. Moreover, the mid-lane heroes on both sides are still heroes in the bladder round. Clockwork, Victor's wave clearing ability, and tower counter-attacking ability are all top-notch. If you are a bunch of scumbags who dare to attack the tower rashly, people will laugh out loud, even if top is the advantage. Up to 16 minutes of game time. C9 has not been able to remove the first tower in the middle. If the tower in the middle is not pulled out, further offensive rhythm cannot be launched. The situation on the field fell into an anxious state. Top cannot attack, and C9 defends desperately. But top is not in a hurry, because Li Hanxing has a big enough advantage on the wing. In a 1v1 situation, Teemo has beaten the crocodile so hard that it can't even get out of the tower. It's just slowly consuming the health of the defense tower bit by bit. The game time came to 22 minutes. Top took advantage of Li Hanxing's personal advantage and removed all the outer towers of C9's upper and lower lanes. But C9's middle tower was still strong in the middle. And Li Hanxing, who enjoys various resources on the wing, has further improved his equipment. Big Ice Hammer, Tech Gun, Hurricane. The fourth big piece of Wisdom's End Blade is not much different. Li Hanxing is a pure mixed damage special effects leaked item. After having the Hurricane, Li Hanxing can quickly clear the line, and then go into the jungle to eat the jungle economy, making himself fatter and compressing the opponent's male gun's development space. The pace of the game has also accelerated. First, Li Hanxing can directly threaten C9's Highland Tower in the bottom lane. Second, the dragon has been refreshed. C9 will face a difficult choice. Guard the high ground on the bottom lane, or guard the Baron. This choice is like your mother and your girlfriend falling into the river. There is no right answer. Keep the high ground? Then you lose the Baron. Top can use the Baron buff to strengthen the army line to speed up the game. Guard the dragon? Not to mention how happy Li Hanxing is in a 1v1 situation. As long as the crocodile retreats a little slower, he can take the damage of the defense tower and kill the crocodile as high as possible. C9 is still hesitating repeatedly. However, Li Hanxing has already forced them to make a choice by accelerating in advance. When the crocodile clears troops under the tower, Teemo suddenly took the initiative to use the active effect of the Hextech gun, causing damage while also slowing down the crocodile. Then Teemo walked forward while placing mushrooms on the crocodile's retreat path in advance, and chased the crocodile despite the damage from the Highland Tower. With only a handful of black cutters, a small green-armored crocodile couldn't withstand Teemo's damage and had no choice but to run away. Once again, he was beaten to a pulp and forced to flash out. No gator defense. Teemo can directly demolish C9's bottom lane tower. And because of the technology gun, you can also use mushrooms to explode the line of soldiers to slowly restore blood. At the same time, Top also gathered together and came to the vicinity of the big dragon pit. The four of them directly forced the big dragon to open. The excavator resisted, and Karma was responsible for providing the shield. Easy had already done damage and had its own life-stealing power. Victor could also frequently use Q to refresh the shield. The top four anti-dragons did almost no damage, and they fought extremely fast. How to choose C9? TP. Crocodile handed over TP. Jin also activated his ultimate move to help retain people. C9's choice is still Bao Daolong. Seeing the other party rushing over in a group, Karma directly uses RE to shield his teammates and accelerate them to run back. Victor backhand W. The excavator used E to move directly to the top of the Daolong pit, and Easy also used a backhand Q, using the Ice Fist to create a slowing force field to prevent the opponent from catching up with him. The shortcomings of the C9 lineup's lack of strong opening ability are reflected. They are really strong in frontal 5v5 team battles. Jazane's clockwork includes a ghost book, a hat, a magic wand, and 2.5 pieces of luxurious output equipment. One ultimate move can really turn the tide of the battle. But here's the problem. You can't touch people. You can't keep them. Top won't join a group with you at all. Big Dragon! Big Dragon! Let's fight the Big Dragon! Seeing that they couldn't keep anyone, and couldn't go back to defend, C9 also put up a desperate fight. Directly take over the Baron, who still has 2/3 of his health left. A very decisive choice. Did C9 choose to take over Baron? Deficio suddenly exclaimed. Teemo can't come to the front. C9 has a chance. Rush Baron quickly, and then return to defense. But how could Top watch you beat the Baron? The advantage of Double C's poke attribute is reflected. Victor's E and Easy's Q are both skills that can be used for remote poke consumption. C9 had no way out. In order to prevent being poked, they all entered the Baron pit, hiding behind the Baron and using the Baron to block their skills. See this? The Easy outside the Dragon pit directly uses his ultimate move, Barrage Shot, to brush past him. At this time, the war situation has entered a fierce stage. The director simply divided the screen into two. The left side showed the pull of both sides of Baron, and the right side showed the speed of Teemo's advancement in the bottom lane. At this time, Teemo was already dismantling the road barracks, and the barracks only had about half of its health left. The dragon still has the last third of its health. Hold on! Hold on! Don't let them return to the city. Li Hansheng kept reminding his teammates. I'm going to grab it. If I can grab it, I'll take over the group. If I can't grab it, you should try your best to delay their return to the city. Candy was also giving his final instructions. Watching the dragon's blood volume drop further. 250020001500. We are about to enter the kill line. Candy inserted a relay into the wall to ensure that he could see inside. And then, there was a buzz. The excavator turned into a golden light and entered the dragon pit. The North American audience at the scene held their breaths and stared at the screen with wide eyes, for fear of missing any details. Who's this Daoong? Deficio was so nervous that he even spoke with a vibrato. Boom! Baron Nash's health bar is cleared. The dragon buff appears on everyone in C9. But they are not happy. The back and forth screen cuts made it clear to them that Teemo was already dismantling the Incisor Tower. All it takes is a new wave of troops to continue. And the Incisor Tower cannot be saved. They must return to the city quickly. Go back to the city. Come back to the city to defend. Deficio roared. The North American audience also stood up anxiously. But how to go? The excavator was killed instantly by them. But outside the dragon pit, EZ, Victor, and Karma are watching with eager eyes. Hack! Jensen gritted his teeth. He stuck to the dragon pit, and then flashed directly to the dragon pit. Crocodile and the male gun also handed E to the dragon pit. Nami used a backhand ultimate move to try to delay. You two hold each other back, and don't let them interrupt us. After the dragon buff is strengthened, it only takes 4 seconds to return to the city. The cross-dressing boss and the assistant nodded. They also knew that they had to stay and break up the rear. Unexpectedly, Top is equally decisive, since there is a top view above the dragon pit. Gao Dui and others also know their positions very well. Victor flashes into the dragon pit. He manipulated the laser to interrupt the clockwork at the extreme distance, and then used the big move naked. Although it could not cause damage to the opponent in the first place, it artificially controlled the thunder cloud created by the big move to move towards the male gun and the crocodile. All 3 skills of QW have been upgraded. So Victor's ultimate move has been strengthened and his flying speed is faster. Just at the last second, the electric shock hit the crocodile and the male gun, interrupting their return to the city. It's over! Deficio was completely disappointed when he saw the scene. The North American audience at the scene also had a look of despair on their faces, holding their heads in their hands and not daring to watch the next scene. Corresponding to this is the exclusive commentary seat of LPL not far away. Miller and Wawa both shouted excitedly. Away! Away chose to sacrifice himself. That's it! Noob! Keep demolishing! The director has completely locked the scene in C9's home. The first Incisor Tower has fallen. In order to prevent Li Hansheng from running out of troops, he used his body to resist the damage of the second Incisor Tower and protect his 3 long-range soldiers. With his solid body, he is not afraid of the damage from the Incisor Tower. Soon, the second Incisor Tower also fell. Nothing can stop Li Hansheng from demolishing the base crystal in front of him. On the other side, Gao Dui's Victor has also been killed. But Gu Xingbin's Easy also decisively sold himself to force someone to stay. The moment Ezreal fell into the dragon pit, everyone's picture freezes and pans to see C9's base crystal. Boom! The crystal exploded. 1-0. Top won its first World Championship victory. Chapter 215 single-handedly improved the reputation of the entire LPL top laner. In fact, before the C9 base crystal exploded, Li Hansheng had already left the keyboard with his hands. Seeing the base crystal exploded and turned into ruins on the screen, Li Hansheng smiled and took off his headphones. After more than a month, he once again stood on the stage of the competition and won a game with a victor's attitude. This long-lost feeling is still so intoxicating. The scene suddenly burst into cheers after waves. This was the reward given to the winner by the audience. San Francisco's Municipal Auditorium can accommodate more than 7,000 spectators. And it was full today. And international students and Chinese Americans only accounted for a small part. If they were just cheering for Top, it would be impossible to create such a huge momentum. There is only one answer. The North American audience at the scene was also impressed by Top. Even if the team from their own division lost the game, they did not boo Top because of this, but applauded and cheered. If a large portion of the audience was unfamiliar with Top before, they would even wonder why the official dared to rank Top so high. After this game, the whole world will get to know this team from the East again. Dare to use Teemo. And even when the qualifying situation is unclear, take out such a hero. If Top is a team in the wild card division and knows it can't beat its opponent, it would be understandable to choose to show its face in front of the world in this way. But as the number 1 seed in LPL, especially considering the poor performance of the LPL team in last year's S5 World Championship, you know how much pressure Li Hansheng is under this time. But if the show is successful now, then he deserves so much praise. Top presented a textbook game to everyone. This is the most typical way to win with a 4-point push, Jot praised. They won a game in an atypical way of winning in the LPL region. If you cover up their IDs and just watch the game, I don't think anyone will doubt it if you say this is the Korean team's game. Hey, brother. Deficio immediately corrected the mistake in his words. It is impossible for a Korean team to select a hero like Teemo. Ha ha ha. Jod laughed. That's right. So they clearly dominate the World Championship. But their games make people sleepy. Like watching a Shakespeare play. The competitive field is destined to be utilitarian. After all, winning is the only way to prove yourself. If you can't win, no matter how fancy you are, it's still nonsense. Just like in the field of football, everyone complains that Mourinho only knows how to drive the bus. The team he leads has ugly games. But this does not prevent him from harvesting many honors. Arsenal's football is indeed gorgeous enough. But what's the use if they can't win the championship? Some people may be harsh. But I just love watching gorgeous football. And I just look down on championships won by running a bus. The problem is that, as long as there is a winner or loser and a ranking, it is destined to be a championship-only game. Certainly, if you can make your play style more gorgeous while ensuring you win the championship, it will indeed be easier to attract fans than someone who relies on defense to win the championship. Why are there so many more people in Incheon than people in Paris or Iceland? The first championship is one of the reasons. But isn't the main reason still because IG's games are so good? This is because although I don't watch the LPL much, I was deeply impressed by the performance of the LPL teams in the World Championship. This top team is indeed different from the previous LPL teams. Deficio expressed his own opinion. The most profound impression on people in the LPL competition area is that they like to fight. And the blood value is full. I won't play Korean-style operations with you at all. I will fight with you when I find an opportunity. Either you die or I live. Only those who are alive are worthy of development and are qualified to replenish troops online. From the perspective of the audience, this kind of game is very fast-paced, with frequent fights and frequent headshots, making it highly enjoyable to watch. But practitioners know that this method cannot win the championship, because the essence of League of Legends is a tower-pushing game, and all your actions must revolve around tower pushing. If you fight purely for heads, it won't be of much help to you in winning the game. So, facing the South Korean team, the LPL team was manipulated and often gained thousands of economic advantages in the early landing or even in the first 15 minutes. As a result, as soon as the team enters the rhythm of line-changing operations, the advantage is diluted bit by bit. It is even clear that the team is ahead in numbers. But when looking at the economic panel, it is thousands behind the opponent. Another impression is that you have to play operations to the death, just like a tortoise who only knows defense, mindlessly dragging your own C-position equipment into shape, and then wait for the opponent to make mistakes. EDG contributed a lot to this impression. And what about top? It's more like a good combination of the two. When it's time to fight, I will fight with you. When it's time to operate, I will operate without any ambiguity. It's too early to talk about the championship now. But after looking at a match with acceptable intensity, both Jot and Deficio vaguely felt that top would definitely perform well this year. In fact, there is no need for the C9 players to blame themselves for losing this game. After all, no one can count Teemo alone. Judging from the progress of the game, Teemo has indeed restrained Crocodile mechanically, and it is not easy for him to be broken through by a single point. There is no way, Jot concluded. But C9 must also be vigilant. Losing a game means that their hope of qualifying will be greatly reduced. They are in Group A, which is known as the Group of Death. On the stage, Li Hansheng followed his teammates to the C9-player bench and prepared to shake hands with them. From a distance, he saw Impact's unhappy expression, and he lowered his head to pack up his peripherals with a straight face. I can understand that too. Being defeated by Teemo in the lane was really more humiliating than the forehand and backhand teaching rounds. Everyone would be unhappy if they lost the game. Even though this is only the first game of the group stage, everyone knows that they are in Group A, a group recognized as death. Every victory is extremely valuable. Fortunately, although Impact was unhappy, he didn't want to have sex with Li Hansheng on stage. He still bowed and shook hands with Li Hansheng politely. The two teams have never met before, and because they are in the same group, they have not even played in a training match. They are really unfamiliar with each other. Gu Songbin didn't talk too much with Impact because they were both Koreans. Joke. Back then, SKT fans were so disgusted with him that he didn't even have a good impression of people from the SKT team. It would have been good if he didn't say to Impact, "Your crocodile is just a Lansy," to mess with his mentality. Arriving at the center of the stage, the top 5 people lined up in a row, arms around each other, and then bowed toward the audience. The audience in the municipal auditorium was also very considerate, cheering again and banging the support light sticks in their hands. Even if you listen carefully, you can still hear someone shouting "noob." In one game, Li Hansheng gained many fans. When he reached the edge of the stage, Li Hansheng was stopped by Vincent. "Congratulations on winning, Hansheng. You will be interviewed on the main stage later." Vincent looked at him with a smile. This is reasonable for Li Hansheng. With Teemo playing such an exaggerated performance, Riot will naturally not miss this popularity. "By the way, I don't know what the questions will be later. You can think of your answer then. If you really don't know how to answer it, just leave it to me." Anyway, the interviews on the main stage are for European and American audiences, and they can't understand Chinese. At worst, it's just hard-coded on the spot. Vincent has been in the industry for several years and has rich experience in this area. The two of them were still waiting patiently for the notification from the on-site PD. Li Hansheng looked at the TV in the passage next to him out of boredom. Although the competition is held abroad, the layout of the venue is similar to that of Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center in China. I don't know if Riot will decorate the venue according to a standard, whether it is the World Championship or the League. This TV will connect to the live broadcast signal. At this time, on the screen was a promotional poster taken by Li Hansheng after he came to the United States. In the picture, he turned slightly sideways and raised his right hand towards the camera in a provocative action similar to that of Bruce Lee. In the lower left corner are his various statistics from the previous game. 610. This is Li Hansheng's data for the entire game. She doesn't look that gorgeous, even looking like a solo. But you have to consider that the number of kills in top in the entire game did not exceed 10. You know how valuable this data is. As for other statistics, they don't look as gorgeous as when he plays other heroes. It's also normal. From the beginning to the end of the game, Li Hansheng never participated in a single frontal 5v5 team battle and always played on the side. In this case, his damage stats won't look good. After all, most of the damage in the game comes from the landing, and the other part comes from team fights. Especially team fights. Of course, some people will complain about such data. Just check the ingredients? Oh, if you don't watch the game and only watch the Excel after the game, then that's fine. However, everyone knows that in the live broadcast room of Mouse Channel, the popularity of the barrage is soaring. C9 tried their best. It's not a shame that the third seed cannot beat the first seed. Is this the North American division? Defeating China and South Korea depends on our European division. North America should be regarded as the retirement competition region. Top gap. The top lane that was beaten was played by Koreans. What does it have to do with our America division? This wave. This wave is when South Korea's top laner loses to Seogwa's top laner. It's clearly CNKR. Is this noob really the top order of LPL? I have to say that his wave directly gave me a new perspective on the top units in the LPL division. Maybe I can really look forward to the LPL this year? Yes. I saw on the forum that LPL top laners are all tank heroes. This is obviously a lie. People who play big trees dare to choose Teemo? Don't even say it. Li Hansheng super carry top laner TMO show has indeed refreshed many European and American audiences' stereotypes about LPL top laners. No way. People usually don't pay attention to you, and they usually get a rough idea from the news media. In the past few years, EDG has been the most popular team in the LPL division. So people will naturally regard EDG as the representative of the LPL division. Naturally, the impression of EDG is regarded as the impression of the LPL division. At this time, Li Hansheng also followed Vincent to the top of the stage with a microphone in hand. Welcome our guest, top laner Noob from the top team. Riot Games official female host Shox wore high heels and a black dress. The whole thing stands out like a royal sister. Although she looks average, her temperament really affects other people's senses. Congratulations on winning this game. Please say H, low to the audience first. Li Hansheng couldn't understand English, but he could roughly guess that the other party was introducing himself. After all, the interview process was very different. He waved to the audience with a smile. This is the first time in your career that you have come to the global finals. How do you feel? You have a hero like Teemo in your debut. Can you tell me why you finally chose Teemo during BP? Li Hansheng didn't need to think about this kind of routine problem. He could answer it easily. The stage of the World Championship is really unfamiliar to me, but I fully believe in the strength of myself and my teammates. So I am not too nervous. Especially the cheers from the audience are very powerful, which makes me feel like playing in the LPL region. A feeling of. As for picking Teemo, it's cool to pick a unique hero on the stage of the first global finals of his career. And as long as the lineup and tactics are arranged properly, Teemo will be defeated against Crocodile. I believe in the game. The content explains everything perfectly. Of course, the main reason is that people may have some misunderstandings about the top order of the LPL. As a top order of the LPL, I feel it is necessary and obligatory to change everyone's view of the top order of the LPL. Saying such a long paragraph in one breath was a big challenge for Vincent. But he completed the task very well. There was nothing wrong with Li Hansheng's answer, so he translated it directly without any processing. Really, when the North American audience heard this reply, they, who already pursue individuality, discovered that Li Hansheng seemed to be a person with a full personality. His impression score has improved a lot. They are very fond of players who speak well and are strong. Shox continued on the issue of heroes, which is enough to show that she far exceeds the professional capabilities of domestic female hosts. The female hosts in China can obviously talk to the contestants in advance after each game, but they can still ask a few questions back and forth for the entire season. It's basically just a formula to the end, and there won't be any in-depth questions at all. Teemo can play. So can we look forward to you bringing other unpopular heroes to the field in the future? Why not? I personally hate playing those heroes over and over again. Li Hansheng shrugged. What he said was actually a smoke bomb. Playing a prank is the limit. But this is because C9 doesn't understand them well enough. In addition, when BP reached the last step, he found that there was indeed room for Teemo to play. So he made such a choice. We all know that in the official ranking of the top 15 players announced before the game, you were ranked 3rd. Are you satisfied with this ranking? Li Hansheng spread his hands and rolled his eyes helplessly. So I said you have misunderstandings about the LPL's top laner. I can only say that not putting me in the first place is definitely the most wrong behavior of the official. This time after the World Championship is over, you will find out how wrong this ranking is. Vincent on the side was dumbfounded. Do you dare to say that? I feel dissatisfied even though I rank you 3rd. Isn't the only way to slap the officials in the face is to achieve better results than Smeb and Faker, who ranked 1st and 2nd? Considering the excellent results of the Korean team in the past few years, that means winning the championship? He knew that Li Hansheng dared to speak during interviews, but he didn't expect that he would speak so boldly. Vincent originally wanted to do a little processing, but Li Hansheng glanced at him and signaled him not to modify his answer. Vincent could only do as he was told. Anyway, it was Li Hansheng who took the pressure, not him. Really. After hearing the version translated by Vincent, Shox on the side and the North American audience were stunned. But for Li Hansheng's behavior, North American audiences think it is very cool. Let out a burst of cheers again to show your love and support for him. Last question, Shox asked. Top will face G2 and SKT in the next 2 days. They were both defeated by Top at MSI. In previous interviews, players from the two teams have threatened to take revenge. Is there anything you want to say? Making trouble? Li Hansheng thought for a while and replied. The only thing I want to say about the provocation of my defeated opponents is that when they defeat me on the field, come and speak loudly to me again. Mad. Have to say, Li Hansheng showed a different personality from other LPL players in the interview. Flamboyance and arrogance appeal to North American audiences. Joke. This is what the great man said, strategically despise the enemy. But tactically we must pay attention to the enemy. The post-game interview is a moment for the winner to show off. Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity given to you by the official to show off? Just have a scale in your mind. It's okay to be happy with your mouth. But in your heart you must pay attention to every opponent you face. Li Hansheng quickly stepped down from the stage and prepared to return to the backstage lounge to join his teammates. But he happened to pass by the interview area of the LPL competition area. Yu Shuang is interviewing Gao Dui inside. It seemed that he was asking him how he felt about coming to the World Championship stage again. Gao Dui changed his usual arrogant look and hesitated for a while before speaking. Last year I made a major mistake in my life. I was very upset and regretted some of my actions at the time. But I was lucky. After all, you can't make up for many regrets in life. But now I have a chance to make up for this regret with my own hands. I don't have any other ideas. For the time being, I just want to prepare well with my teammates and play every game well. No matter what the final outcome. No matter what the outcome is. At least I don't want to regret it again this time. Gao Dui said this completely out of emotion. Conceit and arrogance were his past labels. Geniuses seemed to be unruly. But the experience of last year's World Championship completely destroyed everything for him. And even his self-confidence was shaken. Now do it again. He has restrained his youthful frivolity. And now, he just wants to make up for the regrets he has left with his own hands. Chapter 216, it's still the director who is the master of making jokes. Gao Dui, who was born in 1997, is actually only 19 years old now. If you are a normal person, you may still be enjoying your last few carefree years in the ivory tower of the university. But he has experienced the ups and downs of life, lost his flashiness, curbed his sharpness, and completed his transformation. Psychological transformation. True maturity does not require how old you are. You have to experience certain things, encounter certain setbacks. Maybe the transformation is just at that moment. This interview is directly for domestic live broadcast rooms. Most of the audience has actually experienced the ups and downs of last year. It can be said that they watched Wei Shen being promoted to the sky and then falling to the bottom. To borrow a line from Gems after the redo. I've been to the top of the mountain. And I've been to the bottom of the valley. And I've benefited a lot from both. Wei Shen has changed a lot. Last year he was still a high-spirited and talented boy. But this year I feel that he is much calmer. This is a good thing. In fact, everyone's eyes are on brother Han Sheng. But I think All Wei in the middle does bear a lot. He can do everything in landing, roaming, and supporting. Even the criticized support is already practiced. Last year, Wei Shen and Imp were the two most dazzling red flowers of LGD. This year, he is willing to become a green leaf that is not noticed. This may be a kind of maturity. Come on, Wei Jiang. Win that damn championship. Prove to the world that you are the most talented mid laner in our LPL so far. After the interview, Gao Dui was a little surprised when he saw Li Hansheng waiting for him here. What are you doing here? Li Hansheng looked him up and down, then smiled and joked. Oh wait, your surname is actually Xiao. Right. Did Tiankin Tudo observe you for more than half a year before he wrote Battle to Break the Sky? The power of sauce. 3rd level? Gui Gui. Is it possible that B-Boy is your sinner? Looking at Li Hansheng who suddenly suffered from secondary disease in front of him, Gao Dui couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Then the audience of LPL is Nailin Yanran. Do I have to post a Weibo immediately and make a 3-year appointment with them? Hee hee. Li Hansheng laughed happily. It's not impossible. Go! 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 Gao Dui didn't look like a middle school student with him. However, Li Hansheng suddenly stopped the smile on his face and stretched out his hand to him seriously. I'm glad that you can get over the blow last year. Gao Dui hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand and held Li Hansheng's hand tightly. The two returned to the backstage lounge together. Guo, who was glowing with red face, put down his mobile phone. He seemed to be watching the live broadcast and surfing at high intensity. He had already seen domestic praise for Top's victory in the first game. He felt that it was a great honor. Ha! Everyone performed very well. Guo clapped his hands to encourage. But Han Sheng, it's better not to choose this kind of hero next time. It's better for us to win steadily. Hey, brother Hao. Don't worry. Li Hansheng waved his hand. I'm a coquettish person. But when will you see me flip over a car? That's good. Guo nodded. Everyone in Top packed their luggage and prepared to go back to the hotel. After all, he is not in China. And Guo is not familiar with the environment here. There will be LPL teams playing later. And Vincent still needs to stay on site to act as a translator. Just keep everything simple. The municipal auditorium is not very far from the hotel. Even before the third game was played, everyone had returned to the hotel to put down their luggage, and went to the training room on the 7th floor. It happens to be a hotel right now, and the hotel actually provides food and drinks. But how to say, Li Hansheng and others really can't stand American food. The taste is completely different. I used to hear that Koreans would bring spicy cabbage, instant noodles and other things when they went abroad to compete. And I wanted to laugh at the opponent. Only after you actually go abroad to participate in a competition can you understand how difficult it is to adapt. Even KFC and McDonald's have obvious differences in taste from those in China. However, everyone could barely accept it, and simply ordered the KFC set meal. It took almost as long as a normal ranking game to finish before KFC came to my door. Eat! Eat! Some are fast and some are slow. Ming and Gao Tianliang both carried a large bag of food in one hand, and placed it on the computer table. Li Hansheng picked up a beef burger and stuffed it into it. He took a bite, and found that the portion was quite solid. The juices in the meat overflowed and spread in his mouth, stimulating Li Hansheng's taste buds. The melted cheese also had a unique fragrance. Apart from anything else, the meat prices here in America are indeed not expensive. As expected, it has to be a hamburger. Li Hansheng sighed with satisfaction while eating the remaining beef burger in his hand. It's not like I didn't try the local delicacies out of curiosity before, but without exception, Li Hansheng couldn't stand the taste. As a person who grew up in Huxiang, his taste has been fixed, and he is not happy without spicy food. It also has to be paired with cold drinks. If he doesn't have a set meal for a day, he will feel uncomfortable, as if there are ants crawling around him. Everyone also stopped what they were doing and came over to get food, since they had to attend the opening ceremony and play a game. They simply ate something in the morning and didn't eat at all at noon. They are still hungry now. Oh, it tastes really good. As soon as Ashui saw how deliciously Hansheng was eating, he also took a beef burger and bit into it, stuffing his mouth full. There was too much food in his mouth, which made his cheeks bulge. Yes, it looks like a hamster. Li Hansheng simply opened the browser to see who was playing the game now. Result: as soon as he opened the official live broadcast room, he was immediately dumbfounded by the content inside. Wang Defa. When he came to America, he simply followed the locals and changed his sentence, WTF, into Wang Defa, which is very American. As expected of you. EDG. Are you really going to lose to the wild card team? When everyone heard what he said, they all looked up at him. Ashui, who was pouring water into his mouth in order to quickly swallow the food in his mouth, also curiously came over and looked at the screen. I almost choked myself. And other people came over to see the specific situation. On the screen is the match between EDG and INTZ. Everyone was confused. INTZ, the big brothers from the Brazilian division, said in an interview before the game that if they can survive 30 minutes against strong teams such as EDG and TSM, they will succeed. If you are an LPL player, if you face strong Korean teams such as SKT and Roxager, you will be successful if you last for 30 minutes. It has long been criticized by domestic LPL fans, but the fans in the Brazilian division definitely have no idea. Everyone in the division has a very accurate understanding of themselves, and will not have unrealistic hopes at all. But now, they seem to be just one step away from true success. The game time has already reached 30 minutes. Judging from the panel, EDG is nearly 7,000 behind INTZ. It even made people wonder if Riot's official employees in charge of broadcasting made a low-level mistake and put the team logos of both teams upside down. But that's the reality. I don't know if he was stimulated by Li Hansheng's speech in the post-game interview, saying that he wanted the world to get to know the top laners of the LPL again. Mouse was uncharacteristically uncharacteristic in this game. Instead of choosing heroes such as Poppy and Echo, he took the initiative to take out the top laner Sword Girl. INTZ's top pick was Gnar. Logically speaking, Dao Mei's fight against Gnar is a counter matchup. Gnar is very afraid of warrior heroes like Dao Mei who have multi-stage displacement capabilities. But on the scene, Gnar, who already had a big ice hammer, was chasing the Sword Girl crazily. The Sword Girl could only run away in a hurry, not daring to turn around at all. Gui Gui? Is Mouse swollen? After finally swallowing the food in his mouth, Ashui took 2 more sips of drink. You Mouse can choose Dao Mei for everything? Can he play? Can't play. There is no such thing. You know what you are capable of. Indeed. Imp nodded and spoke venomously. There's no need to compare with Pinley. Compared with Sword Girl, his Sword Girl acts like a Lanzi. Gao Dui was calmer. Sword Girl shouldn't have a normal lane break when playing Gnar. I guess I was caught? When both sides have equal landing strength. The outcome of the landing depends on who can restrain the opponent better based on the mechanics of the heroes on both sides. What is the obvious gap between ordinary players and top players? Top star players can use their super personal abilities to gain advantages against their opponents. Most ordinary players cannot do this. Although Mouse is bad, he has no basic landing skills. It is impossible for the top laner in the Brazilian region to rely on his personal strength to counterattack and gain an advantage. Then there is only one possibility. There's a big problem in the jungle. Li Hongshun identified the problem at a glance. The KDA of the factory director's own male gun was fine. But the upper and lower roads exploded. There is only one reason. The jungler Lee Sin on the opposite side plays a crazy rhythm, helping to establish an advantage online. If you can't beat them in the top lane, you can say that Mouse doesn't have the ability to gain a landing advantage. But Def plus Mako in the bottom lane is the top bottom lane combination that ranks among the best in the world. They are also at a disadvantage. Is it because they can't beat them? Although Mr. Dai likes to get sick in key games and likes to be a pilot, he cannot bear too much pressure when facing strong enemies. Yakai is still very stable. Otherwise, how could EDG achieve a record of 15-1 domestically? Only the vampire in the middle scout has a slight advantage. A good guy still chooses a vampire? Ashui thought it was outrageous. After this hero was cut, he is no longer good. Right. There's nothing wrong with choosing a vampire to fight Syndra. As a mid laner, Gao Dui understands. Vampires have certain recovery methods online, so they are not very afraid of Syndra's early consumption. And the vampire's W is very abnormal. Even if Syndra strikes first, and the weak retreats to stun the vampire can still avoid Syndra through W. The subsequent burst of ultimate moves. Syndra basically has no chance of killing the vampire alone. But as long as the vampire's equipment is formed, she has a chance to kill Syndra alone. I finally get it. If EDG chooses a midfielder, it would be amazing if their teammates on the two wings can play an advantage. Li Hongshun complained. In the jungle, the male spearman is basically a 50-50 matchup with the blind monk. The male spearman can provide stable damage in the mid to late stage team battles and rely on pure men to act as half of the front row in the team fight. While the blind monk is in the early stage, the rhythm driving ability is stronger. And what about the middle lane? Vampires can develop stably against Syndra. But Syndra has early line power. Vampires themselves are not the kind of heroes with strong support capabilities. And there is no linkage between them and male guns. Syndra plus Blind Sin are the midfield combination with early suppression and first-class rhythm ability in the current version. INTZ is indeed not as strong as EDG, but League of Legends has already passed the barbaric growth in ancient times. And everyone's understanding of the game is gradually getting closer. Even later, the gap between top players and ordinary players will not be as big as it was in the early stages. The real gap between the wild card division and the 5 major divisions lies in the midterm operational capabilities. The wild card division will not operate at all. But it doesn't mean that your EDG can unscrupulously let others mess with the rhythm in the early stage. You can even kill the old master with random punches. If this midfield and jungle combination can be selected, what on earth are EDG's coaching staff doing these days? Bayuya couldn't figure it out either. Before coming to the United States, when I just read the version update announcement, White Crescent thought that the Leopard Girl and the male gunman would definitely become the overlords of the jungle again in the World Championship. After all, rhythm junglers such as excavators, centaurs, and wine barrels were almost all slashed one by one. But after coming to the United States, I gained a new understanding of version 6.18. Leopard Girl is still recognized as the overlord of the jungle. But the position of the male gun is very embarrassing. Although it has not been weakened, the rhythm of the hero is incompatible with the current game rhythm. And it is an environment that is somewhat pushed back by the game rhythm. The male gunner relies heavily on his teammates to help him enter the field to take the first wave of damage and control. Because he is a shooter, but his hands are not long. So he needs to be in the front row, so that he can stack up the layers of pure man, and then play melee combat with the opponent to harvest the endgame. But the problem is, due to the environment of the S6 World Championship, there is no front row in the lineup. Basically, they are the kind of long-handed crispy ones that can be poked. Once a hero with short hands, like a male gun, cannot forcefully open in the poke system, he will be dragged to death by others taking advantage of the range. He is as powerless as facing a 4-point push. Do you want to team up with me? I will kill you by playing alone on the wing. The embarrassing points about vampires and male guns are actually the same. The reason why Vampire is on the bench is not just because the numerical value has been weakened. This hero has excellent mechanics. Even if the numerical value is weaker, it still does not affect its performance in team battles. The real reason why vampires can't play lies in the version. Vampire is a hero who needs to enter the field for close combat. What he needs is his teammates to start a team battle and create an opportunity for him to enter the field. Just like the Summer Split version. The three of Unisec rush forward without thinking to start a group, and the vampires just follow them to cause AoE damage. But now, we don't have that condition. Team fights can't start, and the vampires are too powerful to use. There are two inverse versions of heroes in the lineup, and INTZ's lineup is so comfortable. EDG can only have an advantage. And is EDG too greedy? Or have they misjudged the situation? Candy joked. Choose a 4-core lineup and think about normal development, and then crush them in team battles. As a result, the disadvantage now is neither fish nor fowl. We play with a 3-core lineup, and it's pretty tough. You Dogecoins have to go into my jungle to suck blood in order to develop. Are they going to take the lead and hit the 4-core? Candy has a point. The resources of the canyon are limited. Everyone knows this. There is basically a consensus that under a balance of power situation, the resources obtained by a team are only enough to fatten 2.5 C positions. Basically, it's double C plus half of the top laner or jungler. If you choose a 3-core lineup, one person is destined to make more sacrifices. And it also requires players to have extremely strong personal abilities and the ability to grab the opponent's resources to supplement their own development, and use this part of the economy to fatten up the third team. AC position. As for quad-core, there is no quad-core lineup at all. Or it can be said to be a pseudo-quad-core, which means that all 3 lines have C-position heroes who need resources. And as a result, there is another Leopard Girl in the jungle position. Top has played this way before. But in essence, we are still playing according to the 3-core lineup. Candy chose Leopard Girl. But it can also be seen as an excavator wearing Leopard Girl's skin. Just like the factory director. He plays Leopard Girl as a pure tool. It's all down to us. They played so well in the first game, which put EDG under psychological pressure. Li Hanxing joked with a smile. Their lineup is really neither fish nor fowl. A bit contradictory. I guess I originally wanted to choose a lineup with stable growth and invincible team fights to crush the game. But halfway through the selection, I found that the opponent's lineup was too good. I also thought that the late game processing of the teams in the wild card division was crap. So I simply chose a pure late game. The lineup will support us. This kind of thinking can only be said to be very EDG. And only EDG has this flavor. Facing one of the 2 wild card teams that are recognized as the weakest, I wanted to have a good crushing game to boost morale and get a good start. But I was afraid of an unexpected overturn. So I picked up some late game heroes to protect myself. But, after all, there are so many late game cores in EDG's lineup. They really delayed it for more than 30 minutes. And the hope of a comeback was still there. INTZ's late stage operation ability is really shit. They play like 5 high scoring passersby, who makes their league imperfect. Their overall strength is not strong, and they don't get systematic training. But EDG seems destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The factory director was swiping his beloved Razorbill. But INTZ's eyes suddenly fired a big move towards the Razorbeak camp. The factory manager didn't know whether he panicked or made an operation error. In the situation of quickly drawing gun, he actually chose the stupidest choice to move backward in a straight line. Not only was he unable to avoid Han Bing's ultimate move, but he actually distanced himself and extended the control time of Han Bing's ultimate move. INTZ's jungler Blind Monk seized the opportunity and kicked the male spear back into the crowd with a beautiful air flash, melting him instantly. If a jungler dies in a game of more than 30 minutes, it means that the Baron will fall. INTZ took advantage of the situation to win the Baron. Any professional team knows how to use the Baron buff to operate. Just follow the formula. Ha ha! The scene reappeared in his mind, and Li Hanxing laughed out loud with gloating. Unexpectedly, in this time and space, the director would still be beaten by his fans in S6. Isn't the factory director going to be beaten up by Little Peanut? The other team members were also confused, and Oshui even said bluntly, I suggest Abramovich to quickly confiscate the mobile phones of EDG players, especially the factory director. I don't dare to think about what the domestic fans will be like after losing to a wild card team. Indeed, Candy didn't forget to finish the last shot. If I remember correctly, it seems that the wild card division has not won in the main game of the World Championship. Right. If they win, EDG seems to really create history. EDG will create history, as the first team from the 5 major divisions to set up a wild card division. Fortunately, in this time and space, EDG is not the number 1 seed, but the number 2 seed. But that's embarrassing enough. If you lose to Europe, North America, or even Wanwan, it doesn't matter. After all, they are teams from the 5 major regions. Losing to the wild card division is really unjustifiable. This is the stain that cannot be washed away in the career resumes of all EDG members. That's what I said. Li Hansheng shrugged. EDG and TSM have unbeatable results in training matches. Just listen to it. Just look at their lineup selection, and you will know that they did not take the initiative to explore the version at all, but continue to the game as being played according to the summer split version. But what? This is a decision made by EDG themselves. Since they chose to steal the show in the training matches, they must also bear the consequences of being unable to adapt to the version and performing poorly in the main matches. As for why the other teams didn't reveal the truth but kept praising it, overtly or covertly touting EDG and TSM as invincible in training matches, and that they might win the championship? Nonsense. Raise pigs scientifically. The paper strength of EDG's lineup is not bad. If they go astray, it is equivalent to losing one competitor. Why not? As expected, the domestic barrage has gone completely crazy. 10,000 pigs are silent. Even the voices of others discussing the top game were much quieter. And they were basically criticizing EDG. Piggy comes out and talks. Don't pretend to be dead. Brazil can lose as a wild card. If this continues, do they not want to appear in the group stage? I thought the top 8 was the bottom line. But I didn't expect that Trash Minkai's bottom line was even lower. Even the top 8 couldn't hold it? Going to the top 16 this year? Laughing. The funniest thing is that IMTZ's jungler said before the game that he was a fan of the factory director, and was kicked out by his own fans. Right? Can the useless Minkai stop taking a dump and stop shitting? If he doesn't have the ability, can he retire as soon as possible and start selling cakes? Isn't the factory director working hard enough? EDG is obviously acclimatized and in bad shape. How could it not show up? You can check the training records of EDG players. They work so hard. Why are you so snarky? Laughing to death. Esports does not rely on performance. So should fans be influenced by love? If you train hard and still don't get results, you can only show that you are a waste. Give the stage to the young people and stop being a fool. My suggestion is to book your flight tickets in advance, as you can probably get a discount if you book now. Still want to fly? My suggestion is to swim back and give everyone the whole job. Across the Pacific Ocean, Brother Hansheng single-handedly managed to change other people's views on the top laner in the LPL. Mouse's colorful pen made people change their views again. Hee. You are indeed the director of the little master of meme creation. I didn't expect that the first meme of LPL in this year's World Championship would come so early. How will the domestic audience accept your loss to the wild card competition? EDG is still the second seed after all, and it represents the image of LPL after going abroad. Earlier, Top announced the strong return of LPL with a bloody battle, and EDG lost to the wild card game. It seemed to tell the world that we are the most normal appearance of LPL, and Top is an anomaly. When Li Hansheng passed by the EDG training room in the evening, he could see that their entire team was very low pressure, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Top took the initiative to schedule a training match with EDG, trying to enlighten them. Result? Judging from the results of the training matches, EDG is still conducting BP according to the rhythm of domestic competitions. I don't know if they don't know the problem at all, or they don't want change at all. Forget it. It's better not to schedule training matches with EDG in the future. Bai Yueya shook his head. Playing chess with a bad chess basket will only make it worse and worse. Let's see when they wake up. Welcome to the live broadcast of the second match day of the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals Group Stage. I am today's commentator. Remember, I am Su Xiaoyan. Today's commentator partners are Mr. Yin and Mr. Wang. Yesterday, the 3 ACD groups played 6 games. For our LPL division, there were surprises and scares, accompanied Wang Lauer's voice. The director cut out the team's point score. In Group A, in addition to Top playing against C9, SKT and G2 also played against each other. Not surprisingly, G2 failed to get revenge. Therefore, Top and SKT both ranked top 2 with 1-0 results. SSG in Group C overturned FW in the first seed pool of the same group. Karsa, the Wolf King, made his old habit again after coming to the World Championship. He can also be regarded as it is not surprising that a well-known weak player in the competition lost to SSG. Even if it is only the third seed in the LCK, it cannot be ignored. H2K, the second seed in Europe with Ryu in the middle, won against ANX, another team from the wild card division. But the process was tortuous. After the 2 games yesterday, everyone felt that compared to last year, the strength of the teams in the wild card division this year has been further improved. Although there is still a gap, there will be no situation of being tortured. Today's first game is played by Group A. Our top team in the LPL region will face Europe's #1 seed G2. Before the game, G2 threatened to take revenge. Yesterday they failed to take revenge against SKT. Today they face Top, and I don't know if their revenge will be successful. Su Xiaoyan said eloquently. Top won beautifully yesterday, but we can't be careless. Every game in the group of death must be taken seriously. That's right. Wang Lauer nodded. If they can win G2, Top's situation of qualifying will be very good, and they will not have so much pressure when facing SKT. Even though Top personally defeated SKT at MSI. But everyone's fear of SKT has not diminished. In the final analysis, I still feel that MSI is not valuable enough. Maybe it's because of EDG. Didn't EDG also win MSI last year? As a result, the World Championship was still a piece of shit. For the audience, victory in the S game is the real victory. Okay. Both sides are debugging the equipment very quickly. Top is on the blue side, and G2 is on the red side. Let's see what kind of BP both sides will make. Chapter 217I. G2 are not only optimistic, but also stubborn. White Crescent Moon was pacing behind the player's bench with a notebook, communicating with the team members. The most obvious carry point of the G2 team is their mid laner Perks. At the same time, their bottom laner Sven also performed very well in the European competition. But Li Hansheng knew it very well. The main reason why G2's external performance in the past 2 years has been very unsatisfactory is that its teammates cannot give Perks much help, especially Trick in the jungle. Rather than helping Perks, he seems to prefer to help the top laner, who is also from South Korea. And Sven's performance in the World Championship is also far from his domestic performance. Perks is having a hard time with such a group of teammates. It's actually very easy to fight against such a team. Just ban the middle lane as hard as you can. And ban all the characters that Perks can use to carry. Top chose to ban Syndra. And G2 responded very quickly. They chose to ban Leopard Girl. Anyone who watched the first day of the game knows that this is the only T0 in the jungle in the current version. Originally, due to multiple weakenings in the summer split and changes in the version's ecological environment, Leopard Girl's appearance rate and ban rate dropped significantly. Result: in the version of the World Championship, Leopard Girl is the only T0 jungler in the current environment. Her ultra-fast jungle speed and poke attributes are perfectly suitable for the current version of the lineup. Top's second-hand ban was given to Rise, and it was still the choice to block Perks in the middle. G2 chose to block the Excavator. Although the strength of the Excavator was greatly weakened, it was Candy's pick with the highest pick rate this year. A hero can understand even one hand. Top's last ban spot was given to Tom, and G2's choice was to ban the policewoman. Top doesn't want G2's bottom lane to come up with that kind of mixed lane combination, so that Imp can have better room to perform during the landing phase. While G2 seems to be very afraid of Imp using the policewoman to speed up the push, the strength of the female police officer is actually quite acceptable. And due to the bottom lane environment in this version, there is no room for hard assistants to play, and only soft assistants are used. The policewoman cooperates with the soft assistant to seize the line rights, and then use the range advantage to consume and hit the tower. In the absence of hard support, even if the line is too deep, the jungler can gank and have room to escape. It will not be like facing a hard support, where the jungler will catch everyone and die. But, in this case, Wang Lauer exclaimed. He discovered a fatal point. Did G2 release Jace? It's true. Su Xiaoyan was also stunned for a while. Can this be allowed? Yesterday, C9 knew they were going to ban, so there's no reason why G2 didn't know. Right. Anyway, Li Hansheng can hardly get Jace in the LPL division, and no team wants him to get this hero. Not to mention that in the World Championship version, Jace's room for performance has been further improved. Compared to Poke, the rich and handsome man from Pi City has never been afraid of anyone. I finally understand why G2 is criticized for being outside the war. Isn't their coaching staff doing nothing about personnel? Did you learn it from White Crescent Moon? Play a classic game first to test the strength? After all, G2-8. It is said that G2 is the European branch of the Optimus family. I think G2 is actually my other EDG in the world. Thinking about it this way, EDG can lose the wild card division. What if I put a Jace in G2? Hee. Don't discuss me with the white crescent moon. Is this not going to help brother Han Sheng? Why are you still hesitating? Grab Jace. My brother Han Sheng's Jace is always worth grabbing. The reason for hesitation is that white crescent moon has been thinking. What on earth is G2 thinking? Is there some black technology? But then I thought about it. What kind of black technology do I care about you? Hard power will directly crush you. And all black technology will be useless. Get Jace. Top is going to grab Jace directly. During the BP, close-up shots will be taken of both players. You can see that Li Hansheng is smiling happily. He can finally feel good. Can Jace not be happy? The people in G2 were also smiling happily. And it felt like they had succeeded? G2 did have their own considerations in choosing to release Jace. The first is a very classic theory. If a certain hero cannot be released from the banned position for a long time, will players give up training this hero in daily training? After all, the time for daily training is limited. And people's energy is also limited. Why waste your energy on a hero that you will never get? Theoretically, this statement does have some logic. But judging from the reality, everyone who does this will have grass 10 meters high on their grave. Secondly, it is natural that they have already deliberately targeted the lineup. G2 backhand locks Easy plus Karma. Karma is the first sister in the current auxiliary position, and also has the possibility of swinging in the middle auxiliary position. Easy is Kalma's best partner. Easy itself is flexible, which allows Karma's skills to be used for self-protection, improving the overall self-protection ability of the bottom lane, and cooperating with Karma to gain full suppression power after gaining lane rights. In the face of Jace's poke, Karma's shield can be regarded as a certain restraint. Easy is flexible and can use armor such as Ice Fist, so it is not very afraid of Jace. What's more important is to grab instead of ban. We cannot let Top get the dual poke system of Jess plus Easy. Wow! G2 is really prepared for this robbery. Wang Lauer also saw the secret behind it. Top doesn't care that much. I directly backhand Jin plus Zyra. This pair is also the current version of the bottom lane T1 combination. Zyra and Karma are the only choices for the auxiliary position. But Zyra can be regarded as Karma's lower substitute. After all, Karma is both offensive and defensive, while Zyra is strong in offense and weak in defense. And the next move. G2 showed off its real killer move. Olaf plus Clockwork. Olaf? Su Xiaoyan raised her voice. This is a choice I didn't see yesterday. However, Su Xiaoyan is a data freak. She will collect a lot of data before the game. She glanced down and immediately added, "Oh, Olaf's BP raid soared in the European playoffs." Seeing this choice, Top and others were also stunned. Because in the training match with another European second seed H2K, the opponent's jungler Yankos also liked to use Olaf. And the effect was very good. Candy often used it in the jungle, being chased and hammered. After subsequent research by the training team, it was discovered that Olaf is indeed very suitable for the current version. Before this, Olaf had always appeared online. The most classic one is during the Wii 1.0 period. Strawberry often chose Olaf in the lane to resist pressure. Last year, Faker also used mid lane Olaf to teach the mid laner Sword Girl. But this is an exception. But it is obvious that as players further improve their understanding of the game, they will no longer be as constrained in hero selection as before. The thinking is more open. In this way, Olaf was directly developed into a jungle style of play. This hero has the ability to recover, and the mechanism of picking up axes to clear the jungle is also top-notch. In addition, you also need to consider the ecological environment of the wild area. What is the popular jungle hero in the S6 World Championship? Leopard Girl, Spider, Blind Monk, Excavator. Leopard Girl is always in the banned position, and is not considered when buying a house. The other three heroes are all famous for their aggressiveness in the jungle, and they will come up to fight with you at every turn. What a coincidence. Isn't the reason why Olaf can't continue to play online because he is too bulky? Now you take the initiative to come up and play with me in hand-to-hand combat or stand-up. Is Olaf afraid of you? In addition, S6 Sprint has been strengthened. With a CD of 180 seconds, you can gain full acceleration by using it. Olaf, who was originally very bulky, became less bulky with the blessing of Sprint. What is currently popular is the poke lineup, which is generally crispy. As long as Olaf rushes into the crowd, he will be able to face these crispy turrets with ease. Why is it said that G2 is carefully designed? Clockwork and Karma can both increase Olaf's movement speed. Olaf already has sprint. And now he is even more powerful. It's interesting. Li Hansheng rubbed his chin. Do they think we can't handle Olaf? Maybe. After all, this hero was not popular in our competition area before. Bai Yueya also smiled. Actually, after Top's training team discovered that H2K's jungler Olaf showed super strength, they immediately began to study how to restrict this hero, based on two directions. The first is to deal with Olaf in team battles. Then Prince is an excellent choice. After all, Olaf has to lead sprint, and he does not have the ability to move. Prince's ultimate move will frame him inside, and Olaf's team battle will be useless. And this version itself lacks a team opener, and the Prince's force team open can be considered to be able to restrain the poke system to a certain extent. After trying it, the top training team gave up on this option. The Prince's jungle duel ability is too weak, not to mention defeating Olaf. Mainstream popular jungle junglers such as Blind Monk, Spider, and Excavator can easily defeat the Prince in a duel. If you forcibly choose the Prince, the jungle area will explode in the early stage. Then the top training team discovered another hero. That's a Troll. Troll was originally a popular choice for the auxiliary position this year. The slowdown of EE skill is very disgusting. And the ultimate skill is also very restrained against tank heroes. First of all, you Olaf are the king of stand-up. What a coincidence. So am I. A troll. And I, the troll, am better than you. W increases attack speed and movement speed. And Q can also steal your attack power. You, Olaf, can pick up the axe next to you. Right? The E skill will prevent you from picking up the axe with just one pillar. Moreover, when Olaf uses his ultimate move, Twilight of the Gods, it will automatically reduce the double resistance. And the troll's ultimate move can steal the double resistance. In a team fight, if you Olaf dares to use his ultimate move to attack the crowd, the troll will take a breath with his backhand ultimate move. Olaf will become extremely fragile. The current version of the lineup has no shortage of output, and even the output is a bit overflowing. Maybe Olaf will die on the way to the charge before Mrs. Olaf arrives. The deceleration effect of the troll's pillars can also be very good at nauseating the back row. After all, the current version is a bulky turret hero with no displacement ability. Whether it's a duel in the jungle, or the restrictions and role of team battles, the trolls can crush Olaf. Troll plus airplane then. Top makes his or her final choice. G2 also didn't have any ink. On the last floor, they didn't choose Ike, but Rambo. Rambo has had almost no changes in the meta throughout the summer. It is purely the change in the meta environment that has made this hero a popular choice. After all, Rambo's ultimate move is simply fatal to the fragile and bulky back row. And G2's true tactical intention was also exposed. They are going to fight Top. And Olaf plus Rambo are the sharp blades they use to pierce Top's formation. Since the middle and jungle can't form effective linkage due to language, let's change our thinking. Let Winnow, who is also Korean, play the role as much as possible, while the other three people play a more tool role. This is somewhat similar to EDG's idea. The lineups of both sides were finally officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and G2 is on the red side. On the road, Jess versus Rambo. Jungler, Troll versus Olaf. Middle lane, Airplane versus Clockwork. Bottom lane, Jin plus Zyra versus Karma plus Easy. The lineups of both sides actually have their own emphasis. Top's team uses Jace and Aircraft to form a double poke system. And teammates are responsible for control, team initiating, and backhands. G2 is more biased, and Karma and Clockwork are Olaf. Wings! Whether they can win the team depends on whether Olaf plus Rambo can break down the top formation. G2's last choice of Rambo is good. They can barely fight in the lane, and there is huge room for team battles. Suddenly, bursts of cheers and applause erupted from the scene, and some even shouted Top. For those who don't know, they think that this year's World Championship will be held in China, and Top will enjoy the home court treatment. Ha ha! Did you hear that? Wang Lauer laughed. Top conquered many North American audiences in just one game yesterday, mainly because G2 is the #1 seed in Europe. Su Xiaoyan hit the nail on the head. The two major competition regions of North America and Europe are mortal enemies, and the annual battle between Europe and the United States always attracts a lot of attention. G2 is the #1 seed in the European division, although the audience in the North American division is not so narrow-minded as to transform the municipal auditorium into a library. They are still happy to cheer for G2's opponents and discuss G2. Both sides brought out a lot of new things this time. The most important thing is that Noob got Jace again, Wang Lauer said eloquently. It's very interesting. I haven't seen Noob's Jace in the arena for a long time. It's going to be a big killing spree. This one is worth my little anticipation. Hey, just who dares to let my brother Han Sheng go? Has G2 never died? G2-8. Will it become G2-9 after this game? Embarrassing. We lost to SKE yesterday. It should have been G2-10. Hey guys. Where is G2 doing research and development? Upgraded from 8th generation to 10th generation in half a year? So terrifying. If you don't understand, just ask. Can Rambo beat Jace? Old Jace of 10,000 Fields tells you. Fight Rambo. Beat up. Just may not necessarily be able to beat Rambo. And it's not that easy to suppress during the main laning phase. Rambo is also a famous lane tyrant on the top lane. Especially after leveling up Q Arson Feast. He can clear troops very quickly. Since there is no blue bar, he can push troops unscrupulously, and use the line of troops to create pressure on Jace. And G2's lineup is overall good. Rambo, EZ, and Olaf are all heroes, who are powerful in the early and midterm. EZ only needs Ice Fist and Magic Cut to have good combat effectiveness. Rambo even only needs Magic Shoes plus Small Mask. And double fixed penetration to make him powerful. It hits super high AoE. The three heroes' strong combat power periods are basically consistent. Although they need a 3-piece set to start with equipment. They can be used as half a support in the early stage. This is also the reason why G2 dared to let Li Han rise to Jace. At the expense of releasing one Jace. They allowed themselves to build such a perfect lineup system. This kind of deal would not make them lose money. If you dare, Li Han Sheng can beat me to death, with Jace alone. They are really dissatisfied. You alone want to defeat my entire team? Following a burst of intensive signals, both parties rushed out of the spring immediately. Zyra, Top's assistant, immediately headed to the bottom lane, planning to use her passive skills to plant a few more seeds in the bottom lane before the official landing match. This would ensure that her team's bottom lane had the upper hand in the battle for lane rights. Zyra at level 1 can only do this if she wants to grab the lane right against Karma. If she doesn't plant seeds in the bottom lane in advance, level 1 will definitely not be able to grab the opponent. Of course, Lu Mao dared to do this because he believed that G2's lineup would not come to invade and fight the first level team. Precisely. In the World Championship version, there is no possibility of a first level group breaking out. They are all a group of squishy turret heroes that only deal damage, but have no ability to retain people. Both sides started normally. Really. In Top's bottom lane, Zyra ran down the lane to farm seeds at the beginning. After the troops came up, she used Q Fatal Bloom to activate all the seeds, turning them into killing plants to help her grab the lane. Although G2 also has all the skills. Jin's Q push line is much easier to use than Easy's Q. Not surprisingly, Top's bottom lane completely controlled the lane. Because of yesterday's Teemo, Li Han Sheng became famous all over the world. As soon as the director saw that there was nothing going on at the start, he immediately cut the camera to the top lane. Jace is really not very good at beating Rambo. On the surface, Rambo is a melee player. But in fact, he basically doesn't engage in hand-to-hand combat. When Rambo comes to fight with you, he either wants to kill solo, or the jungler is coming. For the hero Rambo, the most disgusting point in the landing is Q, Arson Feast. The range of up to 600 is still a fan-shaped area, giving Rambo the same consumption range as Ice. The range of Jace's cannon form is only 500 yards, which means that if you want to step forward to consume it, you will be consumed by Rambo's Q first. More importantly, as AoE damage, Rumble using Q to consume you will not attract minion aggro. On the contrary, if you dare to a Rambo, then you will be attacked by Rambo's Q and the enemy minions at the same time. Li Han Sheng just occupied the grass on the line, and while Rambo was replenishing his troops, he drew a small amount of energy on level A without excessive suppression. This makes people who are used to Li Han Sheng very uncomfortable. When did Li Han Sheng and Jess suffer such grievances? He has always suppressed others to fight. But today he was stepped on and suppressed by others during the landing phase? Noob seems to be deliberately releasing the line. Wang Lauer frowned. And he also noticed that Li Han Sheng was a bit timid in the line. Rambo can indeed rely on Q to consume without damage. But this is not unlimited firepower. Q always has CD. If Li Han Sheng really wants to suppress it, he can just use Kalambo Q's CD to suppress it. Look at the troll's position. Su Xiaoyan suddenly reminded. Wang Lauer took a look at the mini-map and discovered the problem. Candy's troll uses a very rare 3 wolves. from the 3 wolves. He brushes all the way up. Blue buffs, magic swamp frogs, and 3 groups of wild monsters. And on this side of the road, take a closer look at the troop lines. Since Rambo's Q is AoE damage, the line of troops will inevitably push slowly towards the top. This makes Rambo's position relatively forward. Is it really possible to catch him to death? On the other hand, Olaf. Olaf starts with a blue buff, and it is obvious that he will take the route of full speed for. Everyone's attention suddenly came to the troll. You can see that after the troll quickly brushed 3 groups of wild monsters, he went straight to the top road, obviously trying to make a time difference. G2's top laner Expect is actually alert. He knows that Candy likes to catch, and Rambo can push the lane. If he is bulky and pushes the lane, even a jungler will come to the road. His idea is that the troll starts with the red buff and uses the 3 speeds to attack. Then he needs to go to the river grass to have a field of vision at 3 minutes, so as to avoid being ganked by the troll. This idea is not wrong, as long as he avoids the wave of troll gank at level 3, and waits until Olaf comes up. He can push the troops completely into the tower under Olaf's protection and go home to resupply. He didn't expect that Candy would choose a strange route to clear the jungle, since he didn't drive from the lower half. Candy saved several seconds of rushing time, so he arrived at the upper road crouching in the grass earlier than expected. Li Hansheng kept staring at Rambo, and of course he knew that Rambo did not go to the river to get a view. Therefore, Candy had to stay in the grass in the river. A few seconds later, at 2 minutes and 58 seconds, Rambo started walking towards the river, obviously wanting to improve his vision. And judging from the mini-map, G2 is also sending signals to remind its top laner to pay attention to the trolls. However, the moment Rambo approached the grass, he just inserted his jewelry into the grass. Expect was immediately shocked. The ugly-looking troll wielding a thick stick came out of it. Turn on W, Ice Field, to double speed. Then get close to Rambo and directly use a plus Q, Sharp Teeth Bite, to slow down Rambo. At the same time, Jace's Q enhanced cannon has arrived. See this? Expect a very quick response. Buzz. He flashed to avoid Jess's enhanced cannon and distanced himself. Then he threw E, Electronic Harpoon, at the troll with his backhand, and turned on W, Broken Shield, to run back. Since he had entered the yellow temperature, W's shield and the acceleration effect has been significantly improved. But the troll kept pinching E to no avail. Pillar of Ice. A thick stone pillar appeared from the ground. Candy used it very quintessentially. He was stunned and pushed Rambo back a short distance, and flashed decisively to keep up. After crossing the acceleration gate, Jace activated W, Supercharge, in advance, and then decisively switched to the Warhammer form, approaching quickly with double acceleration. The extreme distance Q, Leap of the Sky, followed, causing deceleration again, and then turned on W, Lightning Field, to continuously cause damage. A set of ultra-high bursts allowed Li Hansheng to successfully trigger Storm Knight Surge, and his ultra-high movement speed allowed him to go directly behind Rambo and forcefully block the position. And the troll once again played Q to slow down. There was no room for Rambo to escape. With Li Hansheng's backhand, he drew an A and then an E Thunder Blow, clear the last trace of Rambo's health bar. First Blood. In just over 3 minutes, First Blood broke out. Chapter 218, do you know how the world's best Rambo was trained by the military? Beautiful! Candy used perfect jungle route planning to successfully use the time difference to catch Expect by surprise. Seeing Top get First Blood, Wang Lauer subconsciously raised his voice to express his inner joy. This attack is so beautiful! Indeed. Su Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. I think the more important thing is that Top's lane and wild combination is so perfect. Noob uncharacteristically did not choose to press the lane, but released the lane to create a good situation for Candy to come to the top lane. A good gank opportunity. And the hero's skill mechanism is also very well controlled. The troll does not need the red buff to catch Rambo. Wang Lauer pointed out a more critical point. This is the disgusting thing about trolls. Both Q and E can create deceleration effects, especially E's continuous deceleration, unless you have flash or displacement skills that can quickly escape the deceleration area of the stone pillar. This is why soft control like slowing down is more disgusting than hard control, especially when the damage is insufficient. Slowing down can allow you to stick to the opponent and deal more flat A damage to make up for the lack of skill damage. If a wave of hard control is not enough to kill it, it will easily fail to follow up. It's like you have made an appointment with a female golfer to play together. When you attack with the ball, facing the female golfer's defense, You may dribble continuously under the crotch and change directions to frequently mobilize her defensive focus, allowing you to break through her defense. On the contrary, if you hold the ball and use brute force to push it in, you will not be able to rush in once your strength is exhausted. Instead, you will easily be looked down upon by your female golf teammates. You can't do it! The audience kept cheering. For the North American audience, as long as you can defeat the teams in the European division, then you are my good brothers. What's wrong with letting good brothers enjoy the home court treatment? Laughing. They are also Korean top laners. Ma Datu is known as the world's #1 and Rambo is trained by the military. What kind of championship do you expect? Also worthy of playing Rambo? Why are some people so stubborn? It's hard to say about other top lane heroes in LPL. Only Rambo. Even if you let the bottom team catch you, you will be doubted in your life. Do you understand what the value of professional military training in the Lumbo division is? You didn't flash. Did you? Just wait for me. It will only be more cruel in the future. Just asking if you don't understand. Is this year's World Championship held in China? Why are the audience so happy when top takes the head? No way. Right? Is there anyone who really doesn't understand the plot of the European and American war? Expect was sullen, but he still had to give feedback to his teammates. The troll quickly brushed level 3 in the upper half of the area to catch me, but he is still in the lower half. He was indeed caught off guard by Candy. But he was also helpless. How could he have thought that Candy would not follow the routine? Oh! Hong didn't even fight. So he came to catch her? Is it your father who is on the road? Ah? Yes? That's okay. Brother. I'm just kidding. Don't come and squat with your son. Candy didn't know that in Expect's eyes. He had a top laner father. For no reason. He was helping Li Hansheng clear the line. And the two were still communicating fiercely. Old Li! Push quickly! Push quickly! We can do another wave! After Candy helped clear the line, he pretended to stand on the spot and return to the city. But in fact, he quietly cancelled the return to the city and hid in the grass on the line beside him. Are you sure? Olaf can easily get into trouble if he talks. Li Hansheng was not sure whether Olaf would temporarily change his jungle route after G2 was caught on the road. And he was not sure when Olaf would come. I'm a professional. Candy immediately persuaded him. He won't be able to make it in time. When the time comes, I'll force the counter tower to replace Rambo. You get the kill, and the blue buff can be left to you. That's okay. Li Hansheng was not polite and said with a smile, Dad will remember you well. Candy was stunned. Is this the line he wants to say? He originally wanted to add, this head and blue buff are your father's last love for you. In the end, Li Hansheng didn't play according to the routine. All he said was his words. But I can't care about that much at this time. Sure enough, the resurrected Rambo chose to hand over TP to make up the line as soon as possible. After counting down 2 seconds in his heart, Candy immediately walked out of the grass and approached the tower. The current version of TP can be actively cancelled. You only need to use it again within 2 seconds after using it to cancel it. But once it exceeds 2 seconds, it cannot be actively cancelled. The reason why Candy wanted to hide first was to delay this period of time. Shiba! Expect looked at Candy who had left and returned, and was dumbfounded. Are these people crazy? Are they going to jump over the tower? Huh? Wan Lauer also exclaimed. Candy didn't leave. Top's Widow decided to attack this Rambo again. Look at Olaf's position. Olaf has just reached the red buff and started sprinting. Is Trick working so hard to protect his teammates? Is it too late? Why do I feel like it's too late? Trick is really anxious. It's not because Expect and him are compatriots, but because Rambo is a crucial point in G2's lineup. Only with the cooperation of Rambo's ultimate move can he, Olaf, have the possibility to overwhelm the opponent's lineup. He needs to protect Rambo both emotionally and rationally. The reason why he didn't go to the wild area to forcefully counter the trolls after receiving the feedback was that he wanted to protect Rambo quickly. Is it too late? Under the defense tower, Rambo had already landed with TP. The troll immediately used E, Ice Pillar, to block Rambo's retreat path, and then activated W, Ice Field, to actively move forward. Swung a thick stick and smashed it down. Then he used Q, Sharp Teeth Bite, to bite Rambo hard again. Rambo has no choice but to QE to save the temperature to 40. And then use W, Broken Shield. In this way, his damage skills cannot enjoy the damage bonus of Huangwen, but it can increase the thickness of his shield. In this case, he could only hope that the defense tower would be more powerful. But the troll's health was close to full, making him desperate. This is mainly due to the troll's passive, King's Tribute. Whenever a local unit dies nearby, the troll can recover a percentage of its health. And the troll's W could also give the troll an additional 25% treatment effect. Originally, when the troll quickly brushed 3 groups of wild monsters and came to catch Rambo, his health was reduced to about half health. But when he helped Jace clear the line, Rambo died, and he was also taking drugs. This made it possible the troll immediately became close to full health. Li Hansheng on the side also took advantage of the situation and played explosively. He had been prepared long ago and used the switch form in advance. In the cannon form, he started with a flat A to break armor, and then QWRQWAE, a set of bursts and perfect hits. The two of them dealt a set of damage, and Rambo's health was immediately disabled. But it was not enough to be fatal. Expect then discovered. The troll had no intention of leaving at all, and was still chasing him and hitting him with the big stick. After resisting 3 attacks from the defense tower, the troll was already reduced to residual health. When the 4th attack from the defense tower came, the troll was killed directly. But what about Rambo? My HP is also very low, and it seems that the talent selected for this expect is 18/0/12, and Dangerous Game is not selected. After just took down Rambo's head with a flat A shot, he resisted the damage from 2 defensive towers and escaped with residual health. The blue buff originally transferred to the troll was transferred to Rambo, and then immediately transferred to Li Hansheng. Noob must go quickly. Olaf will be here soon. The words just fell before the sprinting effect disappeared. Olaf came out from the direction of the river. If the sprinting effect happened to be from the middle, the effect would end near the grass on the upper and lower rivers. Li Hansheng, who was still alive, did not panic at all, still running straight back, taking advantage of the last bit of sprinting effect. Olaf finally brought Li Hansheng within his shooting range. Q throw against the current. The iron axe was thrown over, and at this time, the CD of Li Hansheng's ultimate move had also improved. He converted the Warhammer back into cannon form and gained a 1-second movement speed bonus, allowing him to perfectly avoid Olaf's axe. But Olaf still pursued relentlessly. After picking up the axe, he used Q again. Jace moved sideways to avoid it and ran back again. Seeing this, Olaf simply didn't waste any time, because he also knew that he couldn't catch up. Nice! Seeing Li Hansheng out of danger and returning to the city under the tower, Wang Lauer was relieved and shouted excitedly. This wave seems to be 1 for 1. But Rambo has actually exploded. Can it not explode? At least the 3 waves of soldiers were not taken. Jace was already level 4.5. And Rambo's experience bar was only about a quarter of level 3, which was more than 1 level behind. Alignment period. Taking 1 less head will not have any impact on you. And taking 1 more head will not really allow you to crush the opponent in the lane without thinking. But if you are allowed to eat 1 less wave of soldiers, or 1 more wave of soldiers, the impact on the line will be huge. If you can change it, Expect would rather trade the troll's head for the experience of half a wave of troops, no matter how much money he has. The most important thing in the early stage is level. After all, taking all things into consideration, if converted into economic value, the attribute improvement brought to the hero by each level up is about 700 to 800. How can this be compared with a head worth 300 yuan? And Olaf not only handed over sprint, he went up the road after getting the red buff halfway. Now Olaf has to go back to get the red buff and the stone man. In this way, Candy actually doesn't fall behind in the jungle farming rhythm. Su Xiaoyan added, without sprinting Olaf, he can't go online to gank. And not lagging behind in the jungle farming rhythm means that Olaf can't take advantage of the level difference to invade the jungle. Candy had been prepared to lose at least 2 river crabs. Didn't work out as expected? After he was resurrected, he could happily run to the lower half to control a river crab. Looking at the jungle area alone, it is equivalent to the fact that during the same period of time as Olaf, his economy in the jungle area did not fall. And he even caught the opponent to death twice, and successfully transferred the blue buff to Li Hansheng. What a win! Old Li, just tell me whether you should give me a blow or not. Aren't you just manipulating the opponent? Candy curled his lips disdainfully. Ma Dada had to be trained by the military to be able to play Rambo opposite me. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are you expecting? And you deserve it? Strong. Xiang Rengjie. Li Hansheng did not hesitate to praise him. You have lived up to Dad's usual teachings to you. You bastard. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped you with GDX. Candy was furious and cursed. Gao Dui just glanced at him sideways. The first day you met him? After all, these 2 waves of force capture are indeed expected to announce the lower limit in advance. Just look at Li Hansheng's equipment. With 2 heads, one of which had a first blood bounty. Li Hansheng unveiled the little demon drinking knife in just over 4 minutes. Expect almost choked when he saw Li Hansheng's equipment. How does this work? When a mage versus a warrior, the mage always loses. Look at the mage equipment that competes with the little demon drinking knife. That is the Prospector's arm guards. Comparing these 2 pieces of equipment, the Prospector's arm guard is simply beaten. In fact, the attributes are quite different. But the little demon drinker's knife has a passive magic shield. For a hero like Rambo, who deals all magic damage except level A, the magic shield of the demon drinking knife is a nightmare. This means that the opponent has hundreds of points more health for no reason, which makes the opponent's fault tolerance rate and frankness much higher than his own when the 2 sides fight. Not to mention, Rambo died twice in a row, and took the lead and made a Prospector's arm guard in 4 minutes? What's even more terrible is that the junglers of both sides have a mirror start, which means that when the second group of wild monsters is refreshed, Olaf must go to the bottom lane first, and then go to the top lane, while the trolls must go to the top lane first, and then go to the bottom lane. Since Rambo was killed under the tower when he died for the second time, and there was no artificial interference with the army line, the top lane was the top pushback line. If Rambo wants to replenish troops and gain experience, he must follow the troop line and stand further and further forward. What else can expect? Who has been caught like a frightened bird? Do? Put more eye positions, and let your teammates detect the troll's location as much as possible. And with his own top lane having absolute lane rights, Candy was even more unscrupulous when invading the opponent's top half. He wasn't going to counter the jungle. He was simply going to set up a few deeper wards to ensure that Li Hansheng could suppress him with peace of mind. G2's vision in the upper half of the area naturally saw the news that the troll entered the upper half of their jungle area. And Expect also saw that Li Hansheng, who originally controlled the line, was now actively pushing the line. Going over the tower again? Being experienced, he immediately chose to retreat immediately. Even standing under the tower, he felt unsafe. Instead, he continued to retreat, all the way back to the self-contained grass in front of the second tower on the road to his home. Really? As soon as he got into the grass, the troll swung his stick and killed him out of the grass where the stone man was. Expect is very glad that he was cautious and allowed himself to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely be overrun by the tower again. After replenishing a round of equipment, Jace and Troll have been further improved in terms of tower resistance and instantaneous burst. This time it is not the same. Will forcefully trade heads with him. Expect's anti-gank awareness is pretty good, and he escaped smoothly this time. Wang Lauer also praised. Su Xiaoyan's focus was on Bin Xian. But he can save his life! But how can he develop? Isn't the line of troops broken? The troops on the upper road entered the tower, and the defense tower on the red side ruthlessly harvested the soldiers that should have belonged to Rambo. The economy that was swallowed up by the defense tower, and the real canyon disappeared from the wave of soldiers. But just because it is a defensive tower on the red side, the consumed economy will not be fed back to the players on the red side. What can Expect do? He also wants to replenish his troops. And he also wants to develop. But he can't do it. Seeing his beloved Bin Xian being struck down one by the light waves of the defense tower, especially with an artillery soldier, his heart was bleeding. Any League of Legends player who plays online will feel as uncomfortable as him if he sees that he misses a cannon truck, even though it's disgusting. But what can be done? Olaf is still far away in the bottom lane, and Clockwork is an earthbound spirit hero in the middle lane who cannot move for the time being. Expect thought the troll should be gone. Right? Turns out he still underestimated how disgusting Candy was. Candy seemed to be determined to feed Li Hansheng fat. Just when Rambo was about to go online with the new wave of soldiers, the troll immediately came out of the grass at the stone man's camp. The meaning is obvious. Either I will send you back to soak in the spring water, or you can go to the autistic grass and continue to hang up and be autistic. As a result, Candy just put on a show for Expect. Only more disgusting. Not the most disgusting. Facing a new wave of troops, the troll just used his body to force the troops to stay in place. He didn't even have an A soldier, so he stuck the troops in the middle of the first and second towers of G2's top lane. Gui. Is this really giving me no way to survive? Wang Lauer was dumbfounded when he saw it. I feel sorry for Expect inexplicably. By playing this way, Candy forced G2's top troops to stay at this position, while the top troops on the blue side of top rushed directly into the defense tower, because there were no obstacles from the local troops. After G2's top tower consumed top's troops, Candy left the top lane again. Going up the road will naturally form another wave of pushback lines. Later, Rambo will face the same dilemma as before. Facing the pushback line, he must move forward with the army line to develop. This will make Rambo far away from the protection of his own defense tower. Unfortunately, Expect does not have enough damage to force the lane into the tower and reset the top lane. There is no ultimate move until level 6. A Rambo without flash standing so far forward is a risk in itself. There is a troll on the opposite side who likes to come to the road so much. How much pressure does Expect have to feel? It's like a newly married couple. They are newlyweds and have endless energy. But if you can endure it for 2 or 3 days, how about 1 week? What about a month? Expect really wants to type on the public screen and tell Candy, I really don't have any left. Can you please stop coming? The last hit gap between the two sides on the top lane has also been widened to about 30 knives. From the first time Rambo was killed to the present, there has been a period of about 2 minutes without a single last hit. Forget about letting Jace go. Isn't it just asking for death to choose Rambo? Did you know that the body of Rambo, who has been trained by the LPL military, can be circled around the earth? That's it. Europe's first 10% off water bottle? No wonder the number 1 seed can only enter the number 2 card pool. Like to talk dirty? Do you like crazy provocations before games? Brother Hansheng. Beat me hard. Players who can't even survive in the LSBL can actually go to the European competition to dominate the road. Isn't this a side reflection of how colorful children's posture is? Last year, I was taught by Huni to be like that. Before the game, G2 knew that the LPL division was good at military training Rambo. They also carefully studied the videos of the summer game. But they came to the conclusion that in the version at that time, because Nozook was a rhythm driver, the linkage was very frequent. The version of the World Championship does not have so many opportunities to roam. The most typical example is that the hard support cannot be played directly, and the soft support can only be chosen to rely on the bottom line. This will greatly increase Rambo's survival rate and greatly reduce the possibility of being targeted. But it turned out that their idea was still a bit naive. Seeing that his top lane was being messed up like this, Trick couldn't fly directly to the top lane to relieve Rambo's pressure. So he simply turned his attention to the bottom lane. If it can help Easy establish an advantage, and let Easy have a 2-piece suit in advance, and its combat effectiveness is formed in advance, it can also make up for the team damage gap caused by Rambo's lack of development. But who is he facing? Top bottom lane. Gu Sungmin, who is known as the world's #1 hors d'oeuvre, couldn't be more experienced in dealing with this situation. This year, Top has been focusing on the top half for almost the whole year, and it is common for the bottom lane to be left alone. I have been mentally prepared for a long time. Imp's Jin placed 2 Lotus Mines in front of the tower, and Zyra also followed suit, making it difficult for troops to enter the tower. Jin's E, overwhelming, created a range of deceleration to halt the advance of the army line, and Zyra even used the QW second company to upgrade the seeds into plants, while creating AoE damage. Use plants to attract the aggro of minions to stay in place. With Boom twice, Jin's E exploded, and then he used Q, Man Dance Grenade, to quickly clear a wave of soldiers. Zyra also held E in her hand to prevent the opponent from forcibly jumping over the tower. The dual summoner skills of the top-bottom duo are still there, but the troops cannot be sent into the defense tower. Trick can only give up when the 3 of them cross the bottom lane. They must rely on the strength of the army line. Otherwise something could easily happen. This is where the World Championship version hurts. Why is it said that the S6 World Championship version attaches great importance to landing ability? Because of the ecological environment of the version. The overall linkage of the team has been cut into pieces, making it difficult for Nozook and midfielder to link up. Coupled with the fact that all 3 lanes have super clearing abilities, it is almost difficult for the jungler to jump over the tower alone. Shiba, I'm almost done sprinting. Let's go to the road to find an opportunity. Trick could only follow his own jungle clearing route at the beginning and go all the way up, and see if he could help a wave of players on the road. And according to normal circumstances, Candy's troll will also brush all the way down to the bottom half. The offensive and defensive situations of the two sides in the second half immediately changed. Push the lane! Push the lane! I'll be here soon! Candy urged the bottom duo to clear the lane while brushing the jungle. After eating the stone man, he followed the wall to the river, and then entered the lower half of G2's jungle area. His goal was very clear, which was G2's bottom lane. Easy plus Karma is a very powerful combination, but in terms of pushing the line, it is far inferior to Jin plus Zyra. The most important thing is that when Easy returns home for the first time, he must produce Tears of the Goddess. a growth-type equipment that does not improve any combat effectiveness. It is equivalent to Easy spending 850, but not having any substantial attributes improved. Under the same economy, Jin can produce 2 long swords, with a real attack power of 20 points. The troop line was quickly sent in by Imp and Green Hair. Do you want to jump over the tower? The damage is not enough. Right. Wan Lauer frowned. Although it can send troops into the defense tower. But the problem is that Easy is very flexible. And 1 RE from Karma can put a thick shield on 2 people. However, at this moment, the troll placed a false eye on the red side's frog concubine. After clearing the troops on the top lane, Jace immediately retreated and called TP. Li Hanqing's TP has been kept in his hands for no use. Just to use this TP to attack. If Noob can TP down, the damage will definitely be enough. When he saw Jace and the troll fighting out of the grass behind the tower, the 2 G2 bottom laners were completely desperate. But they still had to operate even though they knew they were desperate. But the tacit understanding among the top members has long been cultivated to the point where they can be understood without too many words. The troll uses Ice Pillar, and the terrain under the tower itself is relatively narrow. And the stone pillar summoned by the troll basically blocks the area where Easy and Karma can move. Zyra immediately followed Twining Root, and the vines flew towards the 2 of them. Easy was forced to hand over to evade the control. Unavoidable. Karma could only hand over Flash. And then Ari took Easy with him. Backlash. Jin suddenly had quick eyesight and quick hands. And the Fatal Brilliance kept Karma. After the troll turned on W to gain acceleration, it rushed straight towards Easy. AQ continued to slow down. Karma on the side could only hand W to the troll, trying to create space for Easy to escape. But Jess's target is also Easy. As for Karma, who has been left behind, he will definitely die anyway. Keeping Easy is the key. Let's see how Zen operates. Noob's Chase comes with a QE to strengthen the cannon and flashes. Oh my god! Noob's Divine Prediction. Facing Jace's QE enhanced cannon, Easy had to use Flash to avoid this wave of explosions if he wanted to run. Unexpectedly, Li Hanqing threw QE towards the position that flashed behind him. Easy flashed back just in time to catch the shot in his face. This QE directly caused Li Hanqing to trigger Wind Rider to cross the acceleration gate to gain double acceleration. And he quickly caught up. After turning on W, switch forms, hold the Warhammer and use Q Leap of the Sky to Q to Easy's face. Wave the Warhammer 3 times like a beast and combine with an AE to kill Easy instantly. Then he walked towards the bottom of the tower without looking back, preparing to cooperate with his teammates to kill Karma, who was shivering under the tower. Who is this bloody head for? Noob? Oh my god! What a status in the team! Wan Lauer exclaimed. It turned out that Karma, who was still under the tower, was forced to give up to Li Hanqing by the other 3. There is indeed no one else in this position. The North American fans at the scene made waves one after another. Those who didn't know it thought it was the North American team that had a huge advantage on the court. With their sharp offense, Top turned San Francisco's Municipal Auditorium into their home court. As for G2, Olaf finally managed to clear the jungle all the way to the top lane. But Li Hanqing had already TP'd to the bottom lane. He and Expect could only stare. Shiba! Trick cursed in a low voice. This one made him look like an imbecile. And his rhythm was completely beaten by Candy. Expect's expression didn't look good either. The team decided to use them as the focus of their attack and give them the greatest tactical emphasis. As a result, a mediocre Olaf, a Rambo who went 0 to 2 early, and the value he finally achieved in Europe was wiped out by Top this time. The 2 of them are just trying to send their troops over, and there is no way they can threaten Top's top tower. On the contrary, the 4 people on Top's side worked together to remove this bottom tower. This time, Li Hanqing was not allowed to take the bounty from the First Blood Tower alone. But he and Imp were divided equally. Candy and Lameo went to Xiaolong one step ahead. Not bad luck. The first one is the Fire Dragon, which can greatly increase their poke damage. From the beginning of this game, the rhythm has been under Top's control, and G2 has been passively responding to defense. The double lane was switched to the middle lane, and Gao Dui's plane was switched to the bottom lane to continue to develop. The version of the World Championship is quite suitable for Gao Dui. After all, landing is more important in the early stage, leaving less room for others to roam. And everyone relies on making money online. When it comes to making money and developing, Gao Dui has never been weaker than anyone else in his life. The other roads are fine, but Expect on the top road still wears a mask of pain on his face. Li Hanqing's Jace already has 4 heads in hand. and he and him share the bounty of the First Blood Tower equally. The equipment is extremely luxurious. What's even worse is that the level is still nearly 2 levels ahead. How can he fight with this? However, one tower on the road is still there. The defense tower should have been the safest place in the early stage. But now it expects eyes. His own defense tower is like a cage. After all, as long as this one tower does not fall, he will always be trapped near this cage. But one tower could no longer provide him with any effective protection. No! Li Hanqing's solo kill is here. The process of a single kill is not complicated. After pushing the troops into the tower, Aqi strengthens the bombardment to reduce Rambo's health. While waiting for the skill CD, he uses the flat A car defense tower to attack without damage. Wait until the second wave of troops enters the tower. Just directly use the first flat A stored after switching forms to break the armor first. Then QEWRQAWE. Even if Rambo used flash to avoid the damage of Sky Leap immediately, it was of no avail, because Jace, who has triggered Wind Rider, can quickly catch up with him. After leveling up, the damage caused by the defense tower to Jace is minimal. Expect took one look and immediately gave up the idea of fighting back. The ultimate move, Constant Temperature Burning, adjusted the skill and threw it towards the soldier line under the tower. But what greeted him was the destruction of the machine and the death of people, allowing Jace to swing his war hammer to take off his own head. Take it. Take it. My brother's head is worthless anyway. Expect has begun to think about ruining it. Oh! Who is his teammate? And who is my teammate? How is he treated and how am I treated? If my teammates come to the top to catch me at the beginning, can I be defeated? Seeing G2 being so ravaged on the field, the North American audience in the municipal auditorium was gloating, as happy as the Chinese New Year. Yesterday, C9 lost to top, and many European viewers online were sarcastic, saying that even Teemo couldn't beat them. How? We can't beat Teemo. You won't have your head shaved. If this pace continues, it is really possible for G2 to be defeated by top in Linglong Tower, and achieve Lingfeng in the true sense. This is no joke. The lineups of both sides have no strong opening ability, and they are both poke and turret lineups. Then the comparison is who has the greater advantage accumulated during the landing period. Your greater advantage means better equipment, and better equipment means higher damage. With the same lineup, I do more damage than you, but you come back with the lead? If the disadvantaged side wants to make a comeback, it must either rely on the advantaged side to give it a chance, or it must take the initiative to seize the opportunity. But this all has a premise. You have to have enough control. With control, you can take the initiative to seize opportunities and proactively look for opportunities. But there is none of this. Li Hanqing even remembered that someone had analyzed that the S6 World Championship was actually even more deformed than the generally recognized deformed versions of S5 and S7. The deformity of S5 and S7 is that they focus too much on a certain position. For example, there are heavy warriors in S5 and incense burner monsters in S7. But the abnormality of S6 is that there is almost no comeback in this version. Whoever can get the first blood or the first blood tower can use this to snowball. The matches over the past 2 days all confirmed this situation. EDG's mid to late stage operational capabilities are not comparable to those of LCK. But at least they are among the best in the world. Right? But it's their strong operational capabilities combined with their strong players, facing a wild card division team like INTZ. After falling into a huge disadvantage in the early stage, they failed to come back, which itself speaks volumes. Li Hanqing did not deliberately want to torture Rambo, so after pushing the line, he chose to push the tower quickly. When the first tower on the road was pushed down, Expect was visibly relieved. I even wanted to say something. Farewell, Cage. He was finally able to huddle up near the autistic grass and develop openly. Where is Li Hanqing? The reason why he pushed the tower was purely to speed up the overall rhythm of the game. Without the defensive tower on the top lane, he can quickly push the lane to the middle lane to help demolish the opponent's first tower in the middle lane. Game time is only 14 minutes. Li Hanqing had already taken out the luxurious equipment of Yu Ming plus small, drinking demon knife plus small wooden hammer plus CD shoes. There is a high probability that you will have a 2-piece armor breaking set in 17 to 18 minutes. Now he can kill more than 1/3 of the health of Easy with Xiao Bingxin with one shot. Whenever he disappears in the top lane, he runs to the middle lane and suddenly Aqi strengthens the bombardment. Both Easy and Karma will take heavy damage. But there was nothing they could do. If G2 continues to be consumed like this, their middle tower will also be in danger. Wang Lauer couldn't help but feel sorry for G2. After all, G2 was beaten from beginning to end. There is no way. Their vision cannot be arranged. Su Xiaoyan shook her head. This is also the disgusting point of the current version. Soft assistants have to bear great risks when doing vision in the middle and late stages of the game because of their fragile body. What's more, it's the soft assistant on the disadvantaged side? Every time you do vision, you are almost risking your life. Even Yan Shuangying couldn't gamble his life with such high intensity. It has its own disadvantages. The field of vision cannot be arranged well, and the lineup lacks the ability to actively open up. How do you think the disadvantaged side can make a comeback? And Li Hanqing's Jace is not just running to the middle to shoot. He also likes to crouch in the jungle, even dragging Candy along. When Trix Olaf carefully came to the upper half of the area to collect the freshly baked red buff, he just got close to here. Suddenly a stone pillar appeared under his feet, and a reinforced cannon came directly in front of him. Electric energy surges. The next second, the rich and handsome man from Pi City rushed towards him with a warhammer in his hand. And the troll even used his ultimate move to reduce his resistance. The troll had already stolen his double resistance. But Jace was wearing armor-breaking armor. This set of damage will kill Olaf, the meatiest player in the G2 lineup. In an instant. It's Noob's Jace! Wang Lauer shouted excitedly. Li Hanqing has also rewritten his data to 600. Chapter 219, such a wonderful start. G2 originally only wore the Pain Mask on Expect on the Road. But now almost all members of G2 wear the Pain Mask. How to spell? After gaining the advantage, the poke system is almost unsolvable. The top lineups were also linked to each other. And G2 discovered that this troll was not only able to suppress Olaf in the jungle. At the same time, this troll is also of great use during the advancement of top. That is Pillar of Ice. Originally, the trolls were very popular in the auxiliary position this season, relying on this hand to slow down. Even if it is weakened, the effect is still very good, mainly because it goes well with the poke system. The most embarrassing point of the poke lineup is the skill hit rate. Generally, it can guarantee a skill hit rate of about 60%, which is an excellent statistic. After all, the opponent is not a wooden stake. They will move when they see you throwing skills, and they will also use displacement skills. But what if you combine it with a troll? When teammates are preparing to poke, the troll immediately uses E to summon a stone pillar to start slowing down. Your Easy has E Arcane Leap to avoid subsequent skills. What about your teammates? Jess's QE, the Plains R, and Jin's W. The three of them stood in three directions, just like two teams in PUBG encountering each other in the wild. G2 is the team that is stuck in place and cannot move, while top has already pulled out the gun line, and you won't have anywhere to hide. With the linkage of the troll pillar, the hit rate of the poke skills of the top people is as high as 80 to 90%. The first tower in the middle was defeated, which meant that G2's middle began to open up, and the pressure in the jungle further increased. Come on! Come on! Top's most comfortable rhythm! Wang Lauer laughed proudly. If you dare to let Jess go to top, you will easily be punished like this. G2 seems to have to pay for their actions in BP. The main reason is that they haven't been able to win the landing game. Su Xiaoyan shook her head. Their lineup is actually pretty good, but they just haven't been able to win the landing game. If they can't win the landing game in this version, it will be quite fatal. As the equipment of the top players gradually takes shape, the pressure on G2's frontal defense also increases. Jin made a double armor penetration of Yomu plus Mu Blade early on. And although the aircraft only had magic wear shoes, 3 items and a yellow cross, the damage was enough. If you just use missiles to poke, the damage provided by magic shoes plus 3 items is already quite sufficient. The subsequent addition of the electric knife, artillery and endless is also to increase the aircraft's level 8 damage and allow the aircraft to swing its head. The pressure in the jungle increased further, causing G2's Kalma to not dare to enter the jungle at all. Karma is a soft support with strong self-protection ability. It can speed up, set up a shield and a dog leash. But if you are not careful when entering the wild area, you will die. The field of vision cannot be arranged. The wild area is completely occupied, and Olaf completely loses his development space. Soon, the second towers in the upper and lower lanes, and the second tower in the middle lane were slowly eroded by top. Before the game time reached 20 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides had been widened to more than 1 W. All 6 outer towers of G2 were lost, and the number of heads was 1. The only head was the troll who forced his way over the tower at the beginning and was killed by the tower. Although the head count of top was not in double digits, it could be seen from the scene. That's because top didn't deliberately pursue kills, but kept using poke to lower G2's health. thus forcing G2 to abandon defensive towers and retreat to high ground. When the game time comes to 20 minutes, the G2 players knew in their hearts that they had no way out. Once top gets the Baron buff, they won't even have the capital to defend. Among shooters, Easy's line clearing ability is probably a little better than VN. Or even worse, VN can also produce an electric knife to increase its line clearing ability. G2's clear pressure is all on Clockwork and Rambo. But both of them deal magic damage. And Rambo's hands are very short. And Clockwork's hands are not very long. Once the Baron buff strengthens the army line, G2 will be completely unable to clear the line. At that time, the military line will become Top's artillery mount, allowing Top to fire cannonballs at them at will. As Top completed a circle of vision, he started the big dragon fishing mode. Baron fishing is a tried and true scheme in the professional arena. Since Riot strengthened the Baron buff, the disadvantaged side can no longer survive by retreating to high ground. Even though you know it's a trap, and you know that the opponent is most likely ambushing you in a bush in the wild area, you still have to bravely go inside. When I looked at the map, everyone on the top list had disappeared. Sven's Easy quickly used his ultimate move to detect the field of vision. And sure enough, he saw Top rushing the Baron. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry up! Everyone in G2 hurriedly walked in the direction of Dalong Pit. Actually, Top had already stopped and ran into the grass of the river opposite the narrow entrance of the F4 camp to start making cats. Although G2 panicked, the overall formation remained orderly, with Olaf standing at the front. The moment they were about to enter the river, the Troll's pillar uses the narrow terrain of the narrow mouth to cut perfectly, slowing down 5 people at the same time. With quick eyesight and quick hands, Karma immediately tried to retreat with his teammates. Jin's deadly brilliance immobilized Olaf, and Olaf activated Twilight of the Gods to instantly remove the control. Olaf has activated his ultimate move. Can he save people? Jin has activated his ultimate move, and the Troll seems to have taken a hit with his ultimate move. Jace has strengthened his cannons. Oh my god! 1 shot and half health? There was an uproar at the scene, followed by constant gasps. Olaf's ultimate move, Ragnarok, has a passive that allows Olaf to gain additional double resistance bonus. But once Olaf actively activates the ultimate move, this double resistance bonus will disappear. So, Olaf's ultimate move essentially reduces his tankiness in exchange for eliminating all control effects. The Troll's ultimate move, Power Supremacy, in addition to stealing a percentage of the maximum health value, it could also steal 40% of the target's double resistance. When Olaf used his ultimate move, he already had his double resistance reduced, but another 40% was stolen, and his health was also stolen. The result was that facing Jace, who had luxurious equipment, he used a reinforced cannon to kill most of Olaf's health. The missiles from the plane and the bullets from Jin's ultimate move were also shot out. And Olaf, the meatiest person in the G2 lineup, was melted on the spot in the blink of an eye. If this was a squishy one, I probably wouldn't even need Jin. The plane would be able to instantly kill it with just 1 missile. Right. Wang Lauer was not speechless when faced with such horrific damage from Top. It's normal. Su Xiaoyan's tone was still so light. This was also a flaw in her explanation. Even though she would collect a lot of data and do a lot of homework in advance. However, there were no emotional fluctuations during the explanation process. He always spoke in one tone, which made it difficult to bring the audience into the atmosphere created by this exciting duel. Olaf's development is not very good, and he is not that fleshy. Fortunately, Easy's Ice Fist was effective, and the AoE deceleration effect created in such a narrow terrain was obvious. And Clockwork also released W to allow the Golem to create an acceleration force field to pull teammates away from each other. But Top had no intention of pursuing him at all. Their goal has always been the dragon. Now that G2 has no jungler, it has completely lost the possibility of grabbing the dragon. They could only watch helplessly as Baron Nash let out a scream and became a buff that poured into the bodies of the top people. Hack! Perks, who had been silent throughout the game, couldn't help but curse in a low voice. We must take the initiative. There is no use in procrastinating like this. If we continue to put resources and defense towers, why not just put base crystals on the opposite side? This can also relieve your own pain. We'll start it later. There's no hope of delaying it any longer. It's better to rush in while they have the big dragon buff and don't take it lightly. At worst, the game will end early. Perks hates this pointless delay. The teammates nodded after hearing this. They really had enough. The poke system is really torturous. They stand far away and throw skills at you, but you still have no room to resist. Just like when you play Smash Brothers. On the opposite side, there are Bomberman plus Zyra plus Zerath plus 2 warriors. You guys have almost no line clearing ability. And you have no ability to force open. So you can only be tortured endlessly. When all top players took a break and formed a group in the middle to advance to G2's Highland Tower. G2 is already looking for opportunities to take the initiative. Are G2 going to let go of the Highland Tower? Give up the resistance? Wang Lauer couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the behavior of everyone in G2 on the field. What kind of gameplay is this? Not firing a shot? However, next he knew G2's intentions. G2 deliberately let go of the Highland Towers, so that when the troops flow to the Highlands, the entire top lineup will also have to move to the Highlands. The narrow terrain of the Highland entrance is their last chance. Expect to find a perfect time. The moment everyone in top rushed to the high ground, they used their ultimate move, Constant Temperature Burning, to perfectly block top's retreat and seal the opening in the middle high ground. Kalma is also a Ahri group and rushes forward. Olaf sprinted away and rushed into the crowd with the help of the double shield set by Karma and Clockwork. But top didn't panic at all. The troll backhanded a pillar and successfully cut apart G2's formation. From a full-scale attack, Olaf went deep alone. And the economic advantage of this top is really too great. How big is it? The jungle troll has a bird shield. And the support Zyra also has a bird shield. The troll started by using a bird shield to shield his teammates. Rambo, who is already averagely developed. Almost all the damage from his ultimate attack hits the shield. The troll used a backhand big move to draw out Olaf's double resistance. This time, because Olaf rushed forward, the plane could also activate E to continue to reduce the double resistance. The aircraft E reduces the double resistance by a fixed value, making Olaf even more fragile. Even if he had a thick shield on his body, he couldn't withstand the concentrated fire from the plane. Jin and Jace. Olaf was defeated again. Huh? Flash. Perk's Clockwork Perfect Flash Ultimate. Did he pull 5 people? Rambo also flashed an open Q to enter the red temperature. The moment Olaf fell, Clockwork flashed to close the distance and commanded the puppet to fly into the crowd. And activated his ultimate move, Command Shock Wave. In an instant, the 5 top people were involved. Rambo also flashed over. But here's the problem. Zyra brought about weakness. And the moment Clockwork flashed over, weakness enveloped him. Lu Mao kept shouting. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I have a bird shield. With a weakness and a bird shield, Clockwork's ultimate move looks bluffing but actually does no damage at all. Rambo's equipment is average, and the damage he can do is very limited. Instead, Zyra used a big backhand move. And Clockwork and Rambo's retreat path was completely blocked. The two fell down one after another. This leaves only Easy and Karma. How can they stop the advancement of the top 5? G2 is very decisive, Wang Lauer praised. Unfortunately, the disadvantage in the early stage is too great. With such an exaggerated economic disadvantage, no matter how perfect their teamfight handling is, they can't reverse the defeat. Easy and Kalma had no intention of defending. It sounds like they can defend it if they defend carefully. Easy with Ice Fist lost nearly half of his health after being shot by Jace. How can he play with this? At 23 minutes and 15 seconds, G2's base crystal exploded and turned into a ruin on the ground. Congratulations to top! They won very well and played a Linglong Tower. It's a pity that there were no 0 kills. This Linglong Tower is not perfect, but I still have to congratulate 2 on their 2 consecutive group stage wins. They are temporarily leading the standings of Group A. Wang Lauer was very excited. In this recognized group of death, top has won 2 games. There is no doubt that they have taken the initiative to qualify and their destiny in their own hands. Su Xiaoyan also chuckled and nodded. If we can get 2 wins, top will have a lot of room for maneuver. No matter whether they can beat SKT tomorrow, their probability of qualifying is very high. And I think with the stage shown by top, even if we face SKT, we are fully capable of defeating them. The entire municipal auditorium fell into a carnival. Those who don't know better think that this is the stage of the finals, and top has already won the championship. But this is understandable. C9 lost yesterday. G2 also lost today. And G2 was beaten by top with a Linglong Tower. The imperfect Linglong Pagoda is still a Linglong Pagoda. Your performance as the number 1 seed is not even as good as the number 3 seed in North America. This is not appropriate. Not you? Even if the team from the North American region did not defeat you personally. Top is a team with North American fans, and is their second home team. The second home team is also the home team. Round it up. About as good as NA defeating EU. The domestic live broadcast room is also completely crazy. Those crodogs who say that the top world championship will definitely stretch your hips. Get out of here. How long has it been since the LPL had such a wonderful start? Like to laugh? EDG will make you cry later. Yesterday they lost the wild card. Are they going to lose their own Sun HQ today? Hee. With the Wastemanki's peeing ability and the pilot's crotch-stretching degree in foreign battles, it is really possible for them to lose to their own Sun HQ. Let me show you. EDG. I understand. As long as I don't have hope for them, they will always be a source of happiness for me in my eyes. EDG? RNG? I'm really not familiar with it. LPL's foreign glory depends on top. What are you excited about? It's just a win over Europe and the United States. Tomorrow, when Guapi leads SKT, Li Hansheng and Top will be exposed for their true colors. Brothers, there's a crodog here who likes to output against the wind. Come and laugh at him. Chapter 220. Am I also a Mamba disciple? As usual, Li Hansheng came to the G2 player bench to shake hands with them and express his gratitude to Ruisi for a wonderful match. It can be seen that G2's top jungler looks a little embarrassed. The MVP is matched up in the top lane, and the jungler is completely destroyed. There is no rhythm at all. They are the biggest culprits for the team's loss of the game. Perkz was also helpless. He was just replenishing his troops in this round, and it felt like he was playing ADC in the pub round. Obviously, I am well developed in the bottom lane to supplement troops, and I can even slightly overpower the opponent's ADC to do some supplementary damage. As a result, when I was just about to take over the team, I discovered that the three upper, middle and jungle players on the opposite side were all big daddies, and any one of them could kill me alone. How does this work? But he couldn't help it. The version is like this. In theory, the poke lineup is invincible given its advantages. Super long-range consumption and exaggerated damage. Unless you can find an excellent opportunity to force a team fight, your team battle will be impossible as long as you are consumed in a wave. How do you operate a key hero with half health to defeat the opponent with full health? At the same time, the team's qualifying situation is becoming increasingly slim. As for G2 or C9, they are recognized as the inferior horses in the team, and they want to drag one of SKT or top down, or even replace the other party's position. This is not a fantasy. The group stage is BO1, and BO1 is full of chance. Is EDG's overall strength really inferior to INTZ? Although the overall strength was stronger but they lost. This is the charm of BO1. But now they have suffered 2 consecutive defeats. You can imagine how difficult it will be to qualify after a 0-2 start in the group stage. If they are really eliminated in the group stage again, then G2 can no longer wash away the shameful name of foreign wars. Some people are sad, and others are naturally happy. All members of top are in full glory. Officials will not interview the same player all the time. The one left on the stage to be interviewed today is jungler Candy. But this does not mean that Li Hansheng can go backstage to rest directly. There are many interview channels for the World Championship. In addition to Riot Games, there are also LPL and LCK competitions. There is always someone from the competition region who wants to interview you. Today, it was the people from the LPL competition region who called Li Hansheng over. After all, he was being interviewed by his own competition region. Vincent did not need to come with him. He was still translating for Candy on the stage. The first game of the second match day is over. We are honored to invite our old friend, Noob, the top laner, to accept our post-match interview. The person who interviewed Li Hansheng was Yu Shuang. This period of S6 is a year of transition between the new and the old in the LPL division. But the team of hosts is not as large as later. Yu Shuang also gained a certain degree of popularity through various appearances in the past 2 years. Hello everyone. I'm Noob. Holding the microphone in his hand, Li Hansheng smiled and waved to the camera, and even said a classic line that must be included in every Spring Festival gala. I miss you so much. This is no joke. There has been a gap of 1.5 months since the summer finals. This is the first time in a long time that he has accepted an interview with a domestic audience. I am pleased to win 2 consecutive games in a group recognized as Death. What is the new player's comment? Yu Shuang looked at Li Hansheng with a smile. She had listened to the senior commentator saying how frustrating the past few years had been. The hosts and commentators in the competition area have a mutually beneficial relationship with the teams in the competition area. Look at the LCK commentators and hosts. Everyone is so arrogant. Isn't it because they were dominated by the LCK in the World Championship? In the past few years, especially last year, LPL commentators and hosts have been somewhat embarrassed when meeting their peers. Yu Shuang is very lucky. In the first year of joining the company, I'm at the rising top. Otherwise, based on EDG's performance on the first day, there is a high probability that LPL will send another one this year. This is also the true thinking of many domestic viewers, which has further increased the attention of Top. It can be said that fans of the entire league have pinned their hopes on Top. RNG? Really unfamiliar. A team that can't even beat EDG. What else can you expect them to do? It's okay. Li Hansheng made a gesture like a bear spreading his hands and shrugged. Before the game, they said it was the group of death. The group of death. Which made me nervous. Is this the result? I just want to scream. Please, can you give us some strength? Otherwise we will swell. Alright. This answer is very Li Hansheng. I am sure it is correct. As expected of me, Brother Hansheng. So what about the death group? iTop only picked the most difficult scripts. Take the hardest road. The group of death was classified as the group with the easiest chance of qualifying. On the other hand, a certain Guardian made the most rubbish group into the group of death. I really don't know, but I think EDG is the one in the group of death. Presumptuous. How dare you? Do you want to ruin Xiaogua's esports hopes? Muay Thai warning? Be careful. I will ask a truck of bakers to come and clean you. Yu Shuang also smiled. She missed this familiar answering style. And her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Li Hansheng twice. A high-spirited young man. Tomorrow we will meet the double champion SKT. What do you think? Does the team have any special preparations? Yu Shuang asked next. Question mark. Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Why should we make special preparations? Please. SKT is our loser. Let me tell you a little trivia. The winning rate between Top and SKT is 100%. Would you make any special preparations for a defeated player? I suggest you leave this question to SKT as it is, and ask them if they have figured out what strategy they will use to defeat us. That being said, Yu Shuang's psychology represents the psychology of the vast majority of domestic audiences. But the opponent is SKT, the only team to win the championship twice. So what? Li Hansheng didn't take it seriously. If the strength of a team is judged according to this standard, then what else is there to do in the S game? Can we just award the championship to SKT? Since the official did not do this, SKT still has to play in the group stage honestly, which proves that we and they are competitors with the same status and starting from the same starting line. Even if Top defeats SKT at MSI, domestic audiences will still be worried. No way. Didn't EDG also defeat SKT at MSI last year? What about the World Championship? The top 8 were stinky, and they were beaten an ugly 4-0, which was a huge embarrassment. SKT led by Faker is a lingering shadow on everyone's mind. Li Hansheng finally added, if nothing else, I suggest SKT release my Jace tomorrow, and I will give them a boost. The audience looked at Li Hansheng's arrogant and confident answers, and felt happy and worried at the same time. Everyone knows the truth. If you want to defeat a strong enemy, you must first have the psychological belief and confidence to defeat the opponent. Before the game even starts, you feel that you are not as good as your opponent, and your strength is worse than your opponent. This kind of mentality will only affect your performance on the court and make you afraid of playing. The belief and confidence that Top has shown to win makes them very happy. But they are worried that if they lose, will they fall into a vicious cycle? One thing to say. Is Brother Hansheng's Jace already recognized as the #1 in the world? Laughing to death. SKT wants you to go on the road. Duke is invincible under pressure. And 96 line in the middle and lower ranks will blow you away. MSI? He's just a champion of a water-friendly competition. Are there really people talking about this bad champion every day? The champion of S competition is the top hard currency. So let's improve the fans and enjoy it. Kerdog comes out to protect Dad again? When your father KR gets stepped on in the game, I hope you won't pretend to be dead. Li Hansheng returned the microphone to the staff and then left the interview site. He glanced at the passage and didn't see Candy. So he simply walked back to the backstage lounge. When he walked to the door, he saw Zhu Xingbin's figure. Pelly! Tomorrow we must give SKT a tougher boost. I'm so angry! Zhu Xingbin's face was full of anger. And he didn't know who made him so angry. What's wrong with you? Li Hansheng was quite curious. The host of SKT actually said that the Korean audience thinks Bang is better than Hua. Gu Shumin became angrier as he talked. Bang is a Lansy, but he still deserves to be compared with Hua? The Korean audience is also a bunch of Lansy. They know how to deal with it. 8 games. Ha ha ha. Li Hansheng laughed like a pig. No wonder Imp is so angry. This is his reverse. Bang has obviously had a low winning rate against him in his career. But others just say that Bang is better than him. How can the arrogant Imp swallow this sigh of relief? It's okay. It's okay. Guihao on the side comforted. We will fight head-to-head tomorrow and beat SKT. Then you can openly mock them in interviews. Imp didn't answer. But you could tell from his expression that he was really angry. The Korean succeeded in irritating him. Huh? He seems to be Korean too? After a while, Candy also returned to the lounge. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, Brother Ming, we have to play SKT tomorrow. Right. I just said all the harsh words when I was interviewed. This was discussed by everyone before the game. No matter who receives the official interview, you have to show your momentum. What Candy said in the interview had almost the same meaning as what Li Hansheng said before. You, SKT, are nothing but rotten shrimps. You are just defeated by my subordinates. All top members did not stay backstage and chose to go directly back to the training room in the hotel to continue training. At this point, daily rank training is no longer of much use. And only training matches can help the team better master the version. What's more important is, you can also learn from other teams' understanding of the version. Just like G2 took out a jungler Olaf. This is what H2K's jungler Jankos first used in the training game. Top also suffered a lot. Just because of the hardships in training matches. That's why the training team and players racked their brains to think of countermeasures, and came up with the perfect solution for the troll jungler. This is all linked together. In today's group stage, only Group C has a rest, and Top can only choose its opponents from among them. Originally, FW had taken the initiative to invite him, but Bai Yueya decided to refuse after thinking about it. The main reason is that he feels that FW either has problems with player status or has a biased understanding of the version. Otherwise it would be impossible to perform so poorly. White Crescent's favorite training targets are SSG and H2K. As a result, Li Hansheng said, Why don't we have a training match with ANX? I think they are pretty fierce. Are you serious? Bai Yueya looked suspicious. ANX? A team in the wild card division? Well, the main world is too long ago. And Li Hansheng doesn't remember it very clearly. He remembered that in that time and space, Rockstager and ANX were both in Group A. And it seemed that ANX had tortured Rockstager. During the group stage, Rockstager's public opinion environment was also very poor. As for whether ANX will advance to the quarterfinals later, I forgot about this Li Hansheng. He seemed to have entered, but also seemed not to have entered. This GDX is kidding you, Brother Sheng. Don't you see? Candy teased with a smile. Go! 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 Bai Yueya rubbed his head in distress. It's better to find H2K and let Jankos increase the strength of your jungle area. Question mark. After a night of training matches, all top members agreed. H2K is much stronger than the number 1 seed G2. Mainly because their jungler Jankos is really strong. In this version where the carnivorous jungler dominates the jungle, his strong personal ability can bring great additions to the team. Moreover, the double CS in the middle and lower lanes of H2K are the kind of players who are not well known, but are very stable. Wrong. The mid laner is very famous. Even as famous as Faker. After all, when you mention Faker, you will mention this man. That is Ryu, who became the background in the Battle of Double Calamities. To be fair, although Ryu was shown off, it does not mean that his strength is really good. You must know that in S3, KT was the first to gain the advantage. But it was just that SKT came back with stronger resilience. The jungle area was suppressed, and Li Hansheng's normal landing was also affected. So, everyone is indeed on the same starting line for the World Championships. Explore the same unfamiliar version to see who can get the version bonus faster, or who the version will favor. Not every player can be as proficient in all types of heroes as Li Hansheng. Just like the Factory Director. The Factory Director is a typical herbivorous jungler. But the World Championship version of S6 is dominated by carnivorous junglers. Which means that the Factory Director is not compatible with the version. Even if EDG finds the correct gameplay for the version, it will be limited by the player's hero pool, and will not be able to exert its best strength. After finishing the training match, it's time to carry out daily personal training as usual. The schedule is just like when playing in domestic leagues. Basically, I have to play until 2 to 3 in the morning before I think about going back to my room to rest. And Li Hansheng was so angry almost every day until 4 o'clock in the morning. After finishing a ranking match, Li Hansheng made a strange cry and stretched. Next to them, Gao Dui, Imp and others are still fighting hard. But this is probably the last one. Mainly at this time. Many ordinary players have already taken a rest. And it usually takes more than 20 minutes to start a queue. Too torturous. Hey, Li Hansheng glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer and said jokingly, I can't see Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. But I can see San Francisco at 4 in the morning. It should be no different at 4 o'clock in the morning on the west coast of the United States. Right. Do you think I can be considered a Mamba disciple? Chapter 221 Facing SKT. A duel of side split pushing. 10,000 word chapter. Kobe has many fans all over the world. And it goes without saying in China. Being able to enjoy a close-up of about 10 seconds in the 2008 Olympics is the best proof that he is also the youth of a generation. Many fans at home and abroad regard the Mamba mentality as a belief. And many people call themselves Mamba disciples. Especially in school. You can often see a few cool students doing some shooting postures under the burning spirit of the second grade. Anyway, I don't have a basketball in my hand. So I won't be able to show off my cool posture. Must be a show-off. Only in this way can you become the most handsome boy in the room. Don't ask Li Hansheng why he understands so well. After all, the memory of his death suddenly appeared and attacked him at this moment. Recalling that scene, he still blushed a little strangely. Why were you so good at it in the first place? Why is he so handsome? Candy brought out the essence of Xingqing's plastic surgery very well. With the level of training this kid like Lao Li has, he can indeed be called a Mamba disciple. Li Hansheng can be said to be the first volume king of the LPL division. He is seen every day in the Magic City at 4 o'clock in the morning. Just him? The disciple of the Saobao King is pretty much the same. Gao Di glanced at him and snorted. Don't insult Kobe. Be careful of fans attacking you online. Li Hansheng was just about to have a good battle with Gao Di for a few rounds about the Mamba disciples. But he was interrupted before he even started. The door of the training room was pushed open. And Guo Hao walked in from the outside and urged. Go and rest quickly. There is not enough training time. Don't lose energy on the field tomorrow because of training. That is not worth the loss. Everyone was driven back to their rooms. Li Hansheng returned to the room. In fact, the big-headed son didn't sleep either. He was lying on the bed and surfing the internet intensively. As early as the day when the group stage draw results came out, Ajue knew that he was here to make up the numbers in this world championship. After all, the most promising opportunity for a substitute to appear is in the group stage. Because Top was in the death group, he lost this only chance. So he was not impatient. In his words, my brother is still young, and he will have a chance sooner or later. Not less than this year. Brother Hansheng, are you back? Ajue looked at him and reminded kindly. It's really getting late. You have to have a good rest. I'll have to rely on you to play SKT tomorrow. We must win tomorrow. The remarks made by this group of crewdogs in China are really disgusting. Ajue looked a little aggrieved. SKT is indeed the best team in history. But so what? If you win more championships, it can only mean that you were great in the past. But it does not mean that you are now. Don't worry. Li Hansheng smiled. You will win. If you can win tomorrow, maybe I can help you get a chance to play in the group stage. Really? Ajue was so excited that he almost broke his voice. Fake. Li Hansheng replied, seeing that the boy was a little disappointed. He smiled and added, you can look forward to it a little. After all, what is more important for us is to ensure that we are first in the group. Hey. Ajue smiled. Just these words from you are enough. At least I miss you a little bit. Li Hansheng smiled and shrugged, ran to the bathroom, and took a quick shower before lying back on his bed. Ajue had already fallen asleep beside him. This kid fell asleep quite quickly. But that's fine too. Li Hansheng's mind began to think about tomorrow. It would be today's opponent SKT. It is undeniable. No matter how much he struggles at home. As long as we get to the World Championships. It's like SKT's DNA has awakened, and they can always perform wonderfully. Just like the factory director's critical game will be very stable as always. Uzi will have an explosive mentality as always. These are things engraved in our bones, and integrated into our DNA. In order to ensure victory, he must make some preparations in advance. Think of this. He entered his system properties panel again. Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Operational capacity, 98. Developmental ability, 92. Response speed, 95. Average hand speed, 95. Team fighting ability, 95. Overall evaluation, S+. Be bold and don't doubt it. Under normal conditions, you are the #1 top laner in the world. You have no shortcomings in all abilities. And your operational ability is particularly outstanding. You can defeat all enemies through operations. It has been a month since the last time I added points. At that time, he spent all the more than 9,000 points he had accumulated for the upcoming World Championship. At present, his ability has basically reached its peak, and only his development ability can be improved with points. The rest have to be unlocked by getting honor and unlocking special honor points. So what are the points used for? Li Hansheng also wanted to know. System. Increase the development ability to 92 points. How will I spend my extra points in the future? Spend 1,500 points to increase the development ability to 95 points. Now Li Hansheng's average attribute value has officially exceeded 95. After the attribute panel changes, the comprehensive evaluation has not changed at all. Ding. When the system made this sound, Li Hansheng knew that things were not simple. After testing, the host's various ability values have reached the peak of the normal state. And Rampage mode will be activated soon. Rampage mode? Li Hansheng's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the system was going to unlock something extraordinary for him? Suddenly, the system's attribute panel changed dramatically. Li Hansheng could see that there was an extra plus sign behind each attribute value. Human potential is unlimited. Some people can predict the location of other shots and dodge when they are extremely angry. There are also people who can disembowel a tiger with a sliding shovel. There are even some who fight with people. In 75 minutes, you can still run 30 kilometers. The host's performance on the field will no longer be bound by fixed values. The system will detect the host's emotional fluctuations, physical condition, and psychological state in real time, causing the host's various values to fluctuate normally. The host can spend 1,000 points to increase its burst space. Huh? Li Hansheng was stunned for a while before he roughly understood what the system meant. He had just over 1,000 points left, so he tried to click on the plus sign behind his operational ability. Suddenly, his attribute panel has really changed again. Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic and rampage mode buffs. Host properties. Operation ability, 98 plus, 98 to 101. Development ability, 95 plus. Reaction speed, 95 plus. Average hand speed, 95 plus. Team fighting ability, 95 plus. Seeing this, Li Hansheng finally understood. In the past, his performance on the field was fixed by specific numerical values. If his operation ability was 95, then the operations he performed would always be the operations that should be performed with a 95 attribute value. There would never be a time when his performance was poor, and accordingly there would be no performance. Any moments of exceptional performance. Actually, this is very satisfying for him. After all, ordinary players will have ups and downs in form. If they can guarantee normal performance in most games throughout the season, it is already outstanding. He is 100% guaranteed to perform normally, which is something that no one else can ask for. This is what the system says. Under normal conditions, Li Hansheng has no flaws and can be called a hexagonal warrior on the radar chart. He is the #1 top laner in the world. But the system also said so. Human potential is unlimited. No matter how mediocre a player is, he still has his own highlight moments on the field. That's what's called explosive seeding. But now, the system has returned this explosive ability to Li Hansheng, which is a huge enhancement for Li Hansheng. For normal people, the state of the field is nothing more than divided into 3 types: sluggish, normal, explosive. However, with the blessing of the system, Li Hansheng had no possibility of slump. His start was the normal state of others. In other words, Li Hansheng only has 2 states: normal performance and explosive performance. How terrifying would a player who either performs normally or explodes on the court be? The only pity is that each point of improvement requires 1,000 points, which is a bit too expensive. But then I thought about it. Li Hansheng seemed to have found the meaning of working hard for liver points again. Okay. This system has lived up to my expectations. This function is very good and powerful. In the future, my brother will also be a man who can explode. After another small improvement, Li Hansheng was satisfied and ready to go to bed. No one will love the little quilt. Li Hansheng couldn't sleep until the afternoon the next day. But it didn't matter. The focus showdown between Top and SKT was arranged by Riot Games as the last game, which means that Top can start at around 6 p.m. depending on the situation. In the afternoon, they even had plenty of time to run to the training room to review last night's tactical arrangements and some reviews of SKT. You could also watch the live competition through the online live broadcast platform. The atmosphere in the San Francisco Municipal Auditorium is particularly lively today, because Group A, the recognized group of death, will usher in two focused battles today. A strong dialogue between Top and SKT. The European and American battle between C9 and G2. Looking at it now, C9 has a huge advantage in the scene, so the cheers of the audience can be heard all the time in the broadcast. Although G2 is the #1 seed in Europe, their condition is really bad. All members were in a sluggish state, and the core of the team, Perkz, was also in a sluggish state. He didn't show any outstanding performance against Jensen. The moment the polar explosion occurred, all members of G2 were shocked. No matter how optimistic you are, you can't be optimistic when facing the start of 3 consecutive losses in the group. Is this the curse of the optimistic family? This is equivalent to being mostly buried in the soil, unless it can explode in the second round. But it seems that the role of explosive seeds is not great. How do you explode in the death group? They're all hacking monsters, as expected of the optimistic family's European distribution. Even the results of the World Championship must be forced to be consistent. Laughing. Who can move some of the fans in the European forum to speak? I just want to know if they are as desperate as we were last year? Why doesn't Perkz laugh? You should smile. Aren't you the patriarch of the optimistic family in Europe? Have a laugh. This moment is just like that moment. The lazy people quickly transferred the speeches from the European and American forums. I really want to see North America mocking Europe. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh at others now. And others will laugh at us later. Immediately following this game is the game of Group B, because Group B had a truce on the first match day. Today is only the second round of Group B's game, but it's also the focus. China and South Korea war. Rockstager versus RNG. In yesterday's game, Rockstager and RNG each won a victory. But today RNG was not favored by many people. Even the top players think Rockstager has a better chance of winning. The main reason is that RNG itself has not determined its own tactical play style and strategic focus. You don't understand what happened to the Tiger Emperor of Spring, Laobi of Summer, or Xiaohu in the World Championships. And his state can be so sluggish. In fact, Xiaohu has almost never performed well in the World Championships. It's just that Uzi takes the blame for him every year. Not to mention that he didn't enter the World Championship in S5. Xiaohu actually performed very poorly in the S6 World Championship, but was absorbed by Mata's wind speaker Zyra and Uzi's unstoppable Gene, which took away all the firepower. S7? The reason why Galio was released 5 times was because Xiaohu thought he could handle Galio. The boastful Rise killed Galio alone. It just looked good on the scene. In fact, he gave up the flash for the solo kill and was replaced. The army line was rotten. Xiaohu more losses. But there is still Uzi and Kasha to help him attract firepower. S8 Xiaohu still pulled his hips steadily, and was attacked by Perkz crazily. In the end, Uzi helped him attract the firepower. S9? 5,500 Angel. Classic Akali. 2,200 Rise. And it was still Uzi who helped him withstand the firepower. S10 experienced a year of trough. In S11, he switched to the road. The whole team supported him. But he failed to beat the Holy Spear brother. Classic. I don't need to know how to use a male gun. I just know how to fight a male gun in the lane. S12 is just another year of reincarnation. Xiaohu really excels in driving high and going low every year. The closer he gets to the World Championships, the better he performs. After the World Championships, it's like he has become a different person. Li Hansheng even thought that this person was the factory director in the mid-lane position. Professional killing. And this time, facing another me in the world. Han Hukuro, known as the Korean Tiger King. He actually failed to take advantage in the lane, and couldn't even restrict Kuro's roaming. MLXG can be regarded as the most offensive jungler in the LPL. But when he encounters the same type of Little Peanut, the same kind of Little Peanut from the top grandma, his jungle area is completely destroyed. This way down the road, Xianming and Xianming are stable in the mix. Although Uzi is younger than Prey, he has stronger operational ability. But the bottom lane is a 2-player lane. And the test is mutual cooperation and tacit understanding. The tacit understanding between Uzi and Mata has not been developed at all. And their playing styles seem incompatible. No one expected it. Only Looper on the top lane did not fall behind against Smeb, who was rated as the world's #1 top laner. Can he maintain his reputation as a champion top laner? But Rockstager's main focus is the upper jungle. And the Little Peanut continuously launches an offensive on the top lane. Looper, who has no support, is also unable to stand alone in the top lane. The result was that RNG was completely defeated in the face of Rockstager's rapid offensive. After watching half of the game, everyone in top had no interest in watching anymore. There was no turning point. Those waiting for RNG would either accelerate on their own initiative or be brutally killed. Let's go! Guehan knocked on the table to remind the players. We have to leave too. Everyone is on guard. We once defeated SKT. But that is in the past after all. You also know how bad SKT is in the World Championship. Fear. But don't be too stressed. It doesn't matter if you lose. Anyway, our qualifying situation is very good. So there is no need to put so much pressure on ourselves. All the team members are veterans. After all, the long-term winning streak has allowed the team members to develop an absolute confidence that they can defeat all enemies. At least until we officially lose a game. This belief will never be shaken. Everyone prepared their peripherals, took their work badges, and prepared to head to the municipal auditorium. When I arrived at the door of the hotel, I happened to meet my opponent SKT. Everyone is staying in a hotel, and meeting each other by chance is normal. Keikoma, who was wearing a neat suit and looked like Li Hongwang, stood at the front. After seeing the top crowd, he smiled warmly, waved to the top crowd in an elegant and easygoing manner, and greeted them in half-baked English. Everyone in top also responded one by one. But after all, the two parties had no personal relationship and did not talk too much in private. How can we chat if we don't understand the language? Only M could chat with the other party at this time. But yesterday the Korean host made him very angry. How dare you say that he is not as good as Bang? Even though Bang himself might not have this intention. Gu Shumbin still hated him, and looked at this fat little man with thick eyebrows and big eyes with an unhappy expression. Compared to last year, Bang has lost some weight, but not much. His facial features are quite regular, and he cannot be said to be very handsome. But he looks quite comfortable. And he has the kind of appearance that is harmless to humans and animals. At this time, he looked confused and didn't know why Imp was so hostile to him. Mo what? Why does Brother Shumbin look at me like that? I haven't offended him recently. A good partner. The only designated lead brother in the SKT team. Lee Zywin is also Bang's bottom lane partner, Wolf explained. Didn't you watch yesterday's interview? They said you performed better than him. He must be angry. That's right. Bang smiled. No wonder Brother Shumbin is angry. People will be angry when they hear the truth. Right. Wolf. Fortunately Imp didn't hear this. Otherwise he and Bang would have had to taunt each other in person. Bang, who seems harmless to humans and animals, is actually very arrogant. Genius players often have a sense of arrogance that they would rather compete with others. Without this kind of momentum, how can one defeat other enemies and become the world champion? Li Hongsheng felt that the reason why Death was always short of breath was related to his easygoing personality. Bang looks harmless to humans and animals. But in fact he is arrogant. Death looks harmless to humans and animals. But in fact he is harmless to humans and animals. People like him are an outlier in South Korea, which values seniority. It will make his juniors like to get along with him and want to fight with him as brothers LOL. But it will also make him lack the ruthlessness in his bones at critical moments. It's okay. As long as you defeat him and win the championship again. There will be no more disputes between the two of you. Wolf said the cruelest words in the most unpretentious tone. What a coincidence. Hearing this, Bang laughed again. I thought so too. Faker didn't say anything. He just glanced at the top crowd and then withdrew his gaze, still maintaining his paralyzed face. Just approaching the municipal auditorium, you can hear bursts of cheers from inside. The popularity of League of Legends is undoubtedly the highest in the world. There are even a large number of spectators who did not get tickets staying outside the venue, because Riot also set up a large electronic screen outside the venue for real-time broadcast. As soon as I entered the backstage, I met the RNG people with their heads lowered. No need to look. It can be seen from their expressions that they have been given a hard time by Rockstager. Especially Uzi's chubby face turned red, and his whole person was exuding negative energy. Xiaohu also looked confused. As if saying, who am I and where am I? I originally wanted to go up and say low. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. If you run over to someone who has lost a game, it will inevitably make people think that you are gloating about others' misfortune and adding insult to injury. Who makes the relationship between Li Hongsheng and RNG so bad? After watching them leave, Candy whispered, were they tortured so badly? Will their mentality be affected? Who knows? Li Hongsheng shrugged. According to his memory, RNG will eventually appear. But now this world line has been completely changed. And only God knows what it will become. Send your peripherals in for inspection, and have your makeup applied by a makeup artist. The competition on the stage is still in progress. As earth-shaking cheers rang out from the scene, Li Hansheng knew that something terrible must have happened on the field again. Really? Flash Wolves, the number 1 seed in the LMS division, actually lost to ANX, another team in the wild card division.
What am I doing?
Shui was dumbfounded.
How can we lose? I couldn't tell for a moment whether the teams in the wild card division have become stronger this year, or the teams in the 5 major leagues have become weaker. Already?
Last year it was hard to win in the wild card division. But this year they were able to defeat teams from the 5 major divisions one after another. I dare not say anything else. My fists must be numb from laughter. The addition of teams in the wild card division is the most important part of Riot's global strategy. Now that the wild card division teams have won the main game of the global finals, it can greatly increase the attention of these local audiences to League of Legends events. Just like Riot has been committed to giving every league a chance to win the championship, the LPL division sees the opportunity. In Europe and the United States, mud cannot hold up the wall.
I remember Karsa was pretty strong.
Gao Tianyang was also surprised.
Why did he perform so poorly in the World Championships? He's as good as the factory director in terms of stretching his hips. His early rhythm was okay, but he started to sleepwalk in the midterm. During team battles, I couldn't see where this person was. Casa? Pizza? There's a reason why Flash Wolves can't produce results.
Do not know why. Watching Shui complain about Karsa, Li Hansheng always has the urge to laugh. However, he still restrained himself.
This ANX team is quite strong. They won't qualify in the end. Right. They will create history and become the first wild card team to qualify. Riot Games is making a lot of money this time.
Anyway, Riot Games is really making money in terms of event promotion. The penultimate game today is the game between SSG and H2K. Really? Jankos took out his own Olaf again. And SSG was obviously not prepared to deal with Olaf. Unlike Top, who could backhand out the troll to suppress it, SSG's jungle area was suppressed miserably, and Leaderin was almost defeated by the MVP. The pressure in the jungle affected all 3 lanes. But in the end, Crown stood up. Crown Brother in S6 is the cornerstone of Samsung's rise, and is at his true personal peak. Samsung was able to defeat KT in the bubble match, and Crown Brother in the middle played a huge role. Now he is not the bastard who could only play Malzahar. Victor is his signature Big C, and other carry characters can also be played well. It can be said that he is a rising mid-lane star in the LCK division. Pity. He defeated someone he shouldn't have defeated. Or in other words, he personally cut off Faker's dream of becoming a true legend. Compared to the coronation of a new king in that year of S7, audiences around the world obviously hoped that Faker could create a dynasty and complete 3 consecutive championships in his career. Crown Brother can really be said to be the champion mid-laner with the least appearance and presence in history. He is also the most tragic champion mid-laner. This is the tragedy of those mid-laners who lived in the same era as Faker. No matter how dazzling you are, your light will be eclipsed by Faker. People are used to Faker being the winner, and they hope that Faker is the winner from the bottom of their hearts. Isn't this a sad thing for those who beat Faker?
Get ready to play. It's over.
Vincent ran to the door to remind. Everyone picked up their peripherals and walked out of the training room one after another. Guihao reminded him uneasily.
Everyone must not feel pressured and just perform normally. We will definitely win. Congratulations to SSG for their successful comeback and victory over H2K, winning the key battle to qualify for their group. Crown Brothers' victory is really great. If our team encounters SSG in the subsequent knockout rounds, we must pay attention to this point. All I can say is Victor there is indeed something. The matchup completely suppressed Ryu, and single-handedly led the team to victory.
Sitting in the commentary box today are the Higher brothers. Such a heavyweight match would never be missed by their senior pair.
The LCK division still shows their strong strength. Rockstager and SSG both won. And judging from the current situation, these 2 teams have a high probability of becoming the top of their respective groups.
LCK's dominance in the World Championship is not just a boast. The strength they have shown gives them the right to claim to be the first division in the world.
Next, it can be said to be the most exciting matchup today. Our number 1 seed top in the LPL region will face off against the number 2 seed in the LCK region, SKT, who has won the World Championship twice and is led by the Devil Faker. It was obvious that the audience at the previous games had been very excited. Logically speaking, you should be tired by this time. But they acted like normal people, cheering loudly when both players came on stage.
As the team with the most fans in the world, SKT can enjoy home court treatment everywhere. In comparison, the cheers received by Top are much inferior. This is the fame of Faker and SKT. Killing a Faker alone is regarded as a great honor, and you can brag about it for a year. From this kind of treatment, you can see how terrifying Faker's reputation was during this period.
MD!
Lee Hansheng, who had not yet put on his headphones, couldn't help but curse when he heard the obvious differential treatment from the audience.
I'll defeat SKT later and let the audience know who is the real king of this world championship. Riot Games did take care of the domestic audience. When the game started, it happened to be noon in China. Countless viewers poured into the LPL's official live broadcast room. Woohoo! Waiting for SKT to beat Top. Let me tell you a number. Guapi will kill the dog Wei at least 3 times in the middle. Hee. I'm just waiting for a fan to be beaten red and autistic. And I'm just waiting for the fans to feel sorry for our family. Kerdog comes to send horses again? A group of people who can't scrape together half a household registration book. Why don't they come to post a barrage in advance to mourn your father? Is the 4th division worthy of shouting at the 1st division? How many S competition champions do you have? Oh, not even one. No way. No way. Even Wanwan has a world championship. Wouldn't there be a certain division that claims to be the best in the world? The biggest joke of the year. Gao Du wants to kill Guapi alone. Is he worthy? Is the mid laner from the Tang sect who has the best score in the top 16 also worthy? The rise of Divided by means that Europe and the United States will be compared with each other. Didn't I just rely on 2 black technologies to defeat SKT at MSI? Doesn't anyone really think that Top's hard power is stronger than SKT? Don't be disgusted with me. Today is the day when Shang Divided by shows his true colors. I heard that Shang Divided by likes to have people give him strength. Today SKT will let you see what it means to be a world champion. Close-ups panned over each player's face one by one. It can be seen that before the official start of the game, the players on both sides are quite relaxed. And the coaches in suits on both sides are also talking and laughing with the players. Not bad. Wawa was about to brag when he got the chance. I can see that Top doesn't have any psychological pressure. It's the best to face strong enemies with such a relaxed attitude. Hey. Miller reminded with a smile. According to Noob, SKT is the challenger in front of him. Top will not be nervous. It is SKT who should be nervous. Ha ha ha. The doll laughed. This is why everyone likes Noob. He is confident enough. Only when you are confident can you perform wonderful operations on the field and defeat strong enemies. After the on-site referee made the decision, with a clang, the BP screen appeared in front of everyone. In this game, SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. This is good news for Top. They can use the counter position to give Noob an advantage in the matchup. I wonder if SKT will let Jace go today. Wawa teased. After all, Noob publicly announced yesterday that he hoped SKT would not ban him and challenge Jace's strength. I wonder if SKT would accept the challenge. The words just fell. SKT took the lead in banning Jess. Koma may have a little difference in style from all Korean coaches, but they are pretty much the same. If you highlight a hero who is unruly and can't be dealt with, then ban him directly. Anyway, SKT is on the blue side this time, so they don't have to assume the ban position of Leopard Girl. Disappointing. Is SKT so cowardly? Even Jace didn't dare to let go. Hee. Kerdog is like this. A coward. Just like the crocodile who didn't dare to let go of Shinchao back then. Are the fans of Shang Divided by brainless? Isn't that what the class is used for? How about a medieval duel? I still have to go 1v1 with you. What kind of brains do you expect a group of Rise Circle Makuzato to have? If you take them seriously, you'll lose. They probably don't even know what the ban is. They only know that they feel sorry for Gigi. Topside backhand banned Leopard Girl. This is the recognized king of the jungle since the group stage. In the second round of bans, SKT did not continue to target the top lane, but targeted the trolls. This can't help but make people feel surprised. The selection rate of top trolls is very low. White Crescent Moon raised an eyebrow. Are you going to choose Olaf? The only reason he could think of was this. However, does Blank's tactical status have such a high status? It's surprising that SKT paid so much attention to it. It's really like that. Koma immediately warned. Shanjio, you must be stronger in the jungle this time. Even the junglers outside can't beat Olaf. Everyone thinks that SKT is a bunch of weird people who don't feel pressure. But that's not actually the case. Blank is an alternative in SKT. As a person that Koma values very much.
Benji teaches him by words and deeds. Even if he loses the game, he will continue to go to blank to train him. Otherwise, if Benji is brought out earlier in South Korea, SKT may not be eliminated in the semifinals. Blank obviously hesitated for a moment. But when he thought of Coach Koma's earnest eyes behind him, he bravely agreed. I will work hard. Coach! Koma smiled and patted his slightly stiff shoulder. Shanjio, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't perform well, you still have teammates. Right. Believe in yourself. Just like you believe in your teammates. After Top noticed it, they didn't care. Instead, he chose to ban Zyra. Oh? Ban Zyra? Miller looked a little surprised. Is Karma still there? Really? In the auxiliary position, Karma is a high-level substitute for Zyra. Usually, when you can't get Karma, you only fall back and choose Zyra. Top, what does this mean? Koma was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses and saw White Crescent Moon's little abacus clearly. To be honest, White Crescent saw through SKT's BP idea of grabbing Olaf. He then took advantage of his plan. Because SKT is the blue side. If they grab Olaf, Top can completely take out Karma with a backhand. By then, SKT's choices in the support position will be greatly restricted. And Syndra. Koma flipped through the notebook in his hand. If he is not banned, the Top on the red side will definitely not be banned. By then, the Top on the red side may get two versions of T1's most popular characters at once. Is this a good deal? After Koma thought for a moment, he decided to make a bold attempt. This is also an experiment that all Korean teams like to do in the group stage. They will try to release some versions of heroes to test whether they can cope with these versions of heroes when the group qualifying situation is basically clear and when facing the strongest competitors in the group. For Koma, if SKT wants to complete 2 consecutive championships, Top is an excellent grindstone. Once the team can handle Syndra plus Karma at the same time, SKT will have a broad space to play in BP in the subsequent knockout stages. Ban Hanbing. Koma showed a confident smile, pretending not to see through White Crescent Moon's little trick. On Top side, Rise was sent to the ban position with a backhand, and SKT grabbed Olaf in seconds on the first floor. As expected, Top also snatched Syndra plus Karma backhand. Wow! Miller's eyes widened. Did you get 2 versions of popular characters so easily? SKT seems to have made a major mistake in the BP strategy. This is not like Koma's level. But no one could give him an answer to Koma's true thoughts. Then SKT directly locked in Jin plus Nami. No way. If you can't get Karma, it's easy to force the Easy to get crushed in the lane. This is the next best option. And here at Top, select Easy and Blind Sin in seconds. Blind Sin and Syndra have a small combo, and the combination is very powerful in the early stage. Main. The Blind Monk is flexible enough in the jungle. Even if he can't beat you Olaf, he can still use his flexibility to run away. In the later stage, he can also use a roundhouse kick to wash away the enemy. Look at SKT's last 2 choices. What mid laner will they choose? I think it's either Clockwork or Victor. There aren't any good choices in the main mid lane. Given SKT's poor performance, they will most likely choose a very solid lineup. Now that they have all kinds of tool players, they need a big core to supplement AoE damage. Clockwork and Victor are the best choices. Really. SKT took the lead and sent the Clockwork. Although Olaf had no displacement skills, he was able to force the Clockwork Golem into the field by virtue of his ability to ignore control after activating his ultimate move. As for the choice of placing an order, Duke loves Echo very much. I wonder if he will choose him. Miller was very curious. But Noob is not very afraid of Echo. He has many heroes who can beat Echo. Huh? The doll exclaimed. Because the hero who appears on the 5th floor of SKT is the Peerless Swordswoman. Are you sure? Miller was also surprised. Duke, are you sure you want to play Sword Princess in front of Noob? Seeing this hero, Bayueya also believed in his own judgment. That is, the overall synergy of this SKT team has dropped compared to last year's S5. The problem of Blank and Duke not integrating into the team has actually never been resolved. It's just that SKT took a different approach. Since Duke can't blend in, don't force it. Utilize SKT's strong tactical execution and advantages in resource replacement, line understanding, etc. to focus on 4-in-1 point push. Duke's powerful personal abilities can be brought into play. After all, Duke was the solo kill king of the LCK before joining SKT. The reason for the nickname Du Buchuan. First, Duke did not integrate into the team, was out of step with the team, and often miss the perfect opportunity for TP support. The second is the deliberate indulgence of the team. Since you can't fit in with the team, just don't fit in. You can use your TP however you want. So, face this SKT. If you want to defeat them, you have to start from 41 points too. It just so happens that the top team has a killer like Li Hansheng.
Hansheng! The key to victory depends on you.
He patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder. The S6 version is destined to have limited means of forcing the team to open. In this case, you can't force SKT to fight you head-on to decide the outcome by forcing a team fight. Then we can only work with SKT to fight for 4 points and 1 point push. It depends on who has the greater advantage on the side, and whose single point is the first to create a breakthrough on the side.
Give me a weapon.
Li Hansheng smiled and motioned to his teammates to help get the hero.
Okay.
White Crescent nodded. He couldn't give Li Hansheng too much advice in this regard, and basically followed Li Hansheng's personal wishes. After all, no matter what hero you use, it is easy to handle both the landing phase and the landing phase. Li Hansheng is an expert. Respecting the wishes of the players is also an ability that a good coach should have. The White Crescent Moon also stands out. Chapter 222. Whoever takes the initiative first is the dog.
Weapons Master?
Miller was stunned at first, and then couldn't help but be confused. To be honest, weapons have not appeared on the stage of competition for a long time. The last time they made an impression was back in the S3 Global Finals. Impact's weapons personally destroyed the royal family's hopes of winning the championship. The hero weapon can be used as a light warrior or a heavily armed warrior. You can choose to use more output to pursue the ultimate one-on-one and landing ability. Or you can use media equipment to increase your team fighting ability. But the reason why the hero cannot be played is still, the equipment is too expensive. And by the time you develop, your base will have exploded. Especially in the past, there were various lane-changing games. It is no exaggeration to say that in the lane-changing game, the game was probably over, and the weapons were still developing. However, it can be considered in the World Championship version. After all, the 3 lanes have become earthbound spirits, and you need to focus more on the lane in the early stage. This instead gives heroes like Weapon Master more time to develop and use them. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Sword Queen versus Weapon Master. Jungler, Olaf versus Blind Sin. Mid lane, Clockwork versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Jin plus Nami versus Karma plus Easy.
There is no doubt that both sides have chosen their favorite lineups. Especially Top, who got the 2 popular versions of Syndra and Karma.
Miller said eloquently.
In the middle, Top is even better. He has the initiative. But Olaf has a slight advantage in the jungle. So when considering the midfielder combination, both sides are actually about the same. The top duo on the bottom lane may have an easier time getting lane rights in the early stage. Of course, it really determines who is more active and who is more passive. It is even said that the key to the outcome of the game lies in the top lane of both parties. Whoever can take advantage of the matchup and create greater trouble for the opponent on the wing will be able to create a wider space for his team to play.
Before the huge noise made by the audience stopped, it was interrupted by frequent signal sounds. The full view of Summoner's Rift is presented to everyone. After both parties bought their going out clothes, they went out together at the same time. However, the first level group invasion tactics are almost invisible in the current version. It's very simple. From the perspective of lineup selection, a large number of hard assistants with control can only sit on the bench. How can you retain people without control? No matter how high the damage is, it's still useless if you can't hit anyone. If you rashly invade the opponent's jungle area and be consumed by the opponent's heroes occupying the terrain, you will find yourself in an embarrassing dilemma. Moreover, the duo now has to grab the lane right at the start and seize the initiative in the opposite lane. Invasion will waste a lot of time and is full of uncertainty. If something goes wrong, the advantageous combination that could gain the lane rights will lose the lane rights and fall into a disadvantage. That would be a bit worth the loss. Therefore, both sides will pursue more secure positions, such as setting up a long snake formation to guard the passes of every jungle area. Both Li Hansheng and Duke are defending in the jungle. They are also thinking about the landing strategy. The main reason why Li Hansheng chose Weapon Master was that there was no other good choice. The team strategy is to use a 4-point push method. In this way, he must choose a hero who can fight against Sword Girl in the lane and has the ability to lead the lane in the later stage, such as the captain. It can be used to defeat Sword Girl in the lane, but in the later stage, it is a bit weak when used alone. If Sword Girl is mainly defending under the tower,
You can't bear the damage and go forward to demolish the tower. You don't have the ability. The weapons are different. Once the weapon's E, counterattack storm, is turned on, Sword Princess, let alone a flat A, will be blocked even if she crosses Q, breaking air slash, and will not be able to break through the flaw and deal damage. For weapons in an advantageous situation, you can walk into the defensive tower and use E to hard consume the defensive tower, and then use Q jump slash to distance yourself and consume the tower in such a rogue way. Certainly, going out of line to talk about the middle and late stages is pure hooliganism. As far as the line is concerned, you can fight with both weapons and Sword Queen, but it depends on the game and pulling. The top lane is the most detailed lane among the 3 lanes. When both sides are in close combat, they can only control each other by pulling. The key to Sword Princess lies in whether the sword energy of W, Lawrence Heart's Eye Sword, can successfully hit the Weapon Master. The key to Weapon Master is whether he can use Q to avoid Sword Queen's W. Some people may feel that the initiative lies in the hands of the weapon. This is not the case. All the more powerful Sword Princesses know that when the weapon Q comes over and consumes a W, just hand over W. Fire W directly. Let W hit, and thus put a deceleration effect on the weapon. It is too difficult for Sword Princess to use W to block the weapon's E to stun her. First of all, Sword Queen's W only has a duration of 0.75 seconds, while the weapon's E has a full 2 seconds. And during this period, the weapon can be actively released in advance. What's more terrible is that the weapon can move and cast when E is activated, even if you are stuck at the end if you turn W at the right time. The weapon can also move in advance to avoid the reflected sword energy. The weapon cannot adjust its direction in the air when Q comes over. At this time, the W will hit. In the early stage of Sword Queen's duel, W does not necessarily need to be blocked and controlled. The important thing is to put the deceleration effect on the opponent, not only when fighting weapons, but also when fighting all other top lane heroes. Many players who have just come into contact with Sword Princess pinch W very hard and want to show off their opponent with W, which will put themselves at a disadvantage in the lane. Doesn't the weapon have a chance to counterattack? Of course. Once your maximum distance is Q, Sword Princess will have time to react. But what if you are at close range or close to your face? Can Sword Girl still react? Or you can use E to force forward, hit an AW, and immediately use Q to distance yourself. Therefore, the duel between Weapon and Sword Lady is basically a situation where whoever hands over skills first will suffer the loss. But Sword Queen's Q, air breaking slash, has a full range of 400 yards. And it is also a range trigger. It's the same as Captain Colorful Pen playing with guns, Captain Expert playing with barrels, and Captain Skilled playing with knives. As a hero, Sword Princess, the light speed 4 break and W blocking skills are not the most important. To measure the level of a Sword Princess player, it depends on how well he uses his Q during the landing phase. If a Sword Princess is proficient in using various Q-edge rogues, then she is definitely a master. As soon as Li Hansheng went online, he wanted to test the proficiency of Duke Sword Girl. The collision of military lines heralds the official start of the landing period between the two sides. The director was also very sensible, and immediately focused the camera on the road. There are no tricks on other roads. Li Han learned E when he upgraded to level 1. Counterattack Storm is the soul of the weapon, facing most of the heroic weapons on the road. The best choice for level 1 is to learn E. Tisk, the doll, smacked his lips. Noob's luck is a bit bad. It turned out that the first flaw appeared on Li Hansheng's face. However, Li Hansheng did not deliberately pull back, leaving Sword Lady's sight to reset the position of the flaw, because Sword Lady will be on guard against this. If he retreats, others will not know how to pursue him. Taking the initiative to give up the position will only make the weapon lose the initiative in the line. He ignored GNG's initiative to step forward to Q soldiers, and stack the layers of passive, ruthless strike. GNG was not in a hurry to come forward to consume the soldiers, and was also a soldier. After doing it twice, Sword Girl made a sudden move, cut through the air. The Western long sword stabbed over, just breaking through the flaw in the front. And there was also a green light integrated into Sword Girl's body. Hey, this guy stole my talent. Right. Li Hansheng laughed. Originally, the mainstream swordswomen in the arena all brought War Zeal. But since he brought Immortal Grip, they have basically been imitating his talent. Since the S5 World Championship shined, Sword Queen has experienced multiple versions of weakening. The main reason is that the numerical value has been cut a lot, and the numerical value affects the early landing, due to the effect of the passive Dual Dance. Crushing the flaw will cause additional real damage, and Sword Princess is never short of damage.
What is missing is how to survive the difficult landing period when there is no equipment. Grasp of Immortality, combined with the powerful blood consumption ability brought by Q, is a very good idea. Moreover, through this wave of exchanges, Li Hansheng can see that Duke has very good control over Sword Princess Q. A borderline Q at the extreme distance, breaking through the flaw and using acceleration to increase the distance, without giving Li Hansheng a chance to fight back. After all, the weapon's range is only 125 yards. So even if Li Hansheng wanted to fight back, he would be powerless. As for blocking with E, please, do you know how much CD the weapon has in the early stage of E? Anyway, he went out with Corrosion Potion, so it didn't matter if some blood was consumed. Do you think Li Hansheng won't fight back? That would be a big mistake. After reaching the highest level of 8, Li Hansheng took the initiative to move forward and took the initiative to confront Sword Girl. Jianji wanted to hit an AQ with her backhand. For Li Hansheng, whose reaction speed has already reached 95 points, he can still react even when he is close to his face. Turn on the counterattack storm. Confiscate all the damage of Jianji's Q. And use the extremely fast attack speed to hit another flat A. And then take the initiative to push forward. Duke naturally didn't dare to stay. He didn't have any countermeasures now. But Li Hansheng didn't want to draw it this time. So he kept walking close to Jianji and took the initiative to take drugs. After stunning the sword lady, continued to level A. Even if he was resisting damage from minions, he still had to chase Sword Girl and keep drawing A. Duke relied on the effect of Immortal Grip to fight Li Hansheng's A. And then, he could only run back. Joke. The weapon master brings War Passion. The more he holds the ball, the more beneficial it is to the weapon. If he really wants to fight, he will definitely lose. After successfully driving away Sword Girl, Li Hansheng was not greedy, and went back to replenish his troops. However, Sword Girl, who had no skills, did not dare to come up, and could only watch the remaining soldiers die in battle. Fortunately, it's just that you can't replenish troops. Not that you can't gain experience. But there is no doubt that he has completely lost the initiative to grab 2, and can only passively stand behind. Just one round. The offensive and defensive situations of both sides immediately ushered in a wave of exchanges. Chapter 223, Who do you think you were showing off to? Tisk. Duke subconsciously smacked his lips, and couldn't help but sigh that Li Hansheng was a monster. Needless to say, there is no need to go into details about the operation. The most important thing is the hero pool. After MSI lost to Top, SKT, which originally paid little attention to the situation in the LPL division, began to seriously study Top and regarded it as an important competitor this year. Top's performance in the summer split did not disappoint SKT. To win the league and win the championship, even if Top is placed in the more competitive LCK, they all feel that Top has hope of competing for the championship. As a player who directly competes with him, he is the undisputed core of the Top team. Li Hansheng became the subject of their research. And the final result of the discussion was that the most difficult point for Li Hansheng to deal with was the hero pool. In this era of 3 banned positions, if a professional player can pick out 2 to 3 heroes that can be played in the current version, he can already meet the needs of the professional arena. To be more powerful, there are only 1 to 2 more heroes who are at the bottom of the box, which is more than enough. Oh! If you play top lane on EDG, just be able to twist the 3 heroes of Treant, Makai, and Big Tree. Because there are only so many banned positions, it is impossible for people to use all the banned positions to target one position. But what about Li Hansheng? Directly break their understanding of the hero pool of professional players. This is also the reason why Top brainlessly grabs the red side. Because as long as Li Han is promoted to the counter position, he will definitely be able to achieve results. As the S6 version, Jace is relatively unsolvable on the road. Li Hansheng also has a top laner, Lucian, who can crack it, which is outrageous. And now, he used the weapon master skillfully in front of him again. Duke wanted to cut open Li Hansheng's head and see. They are also human. Why are you so awesome? Brother Houching, are you in trouble on the road? Blank asked proactively. It's okay. Duke shook his head. I just lament that the guy on the other side is very proficient in weapons. It's okay. I'll help you catch him later. Blank comforted, and then sent a signal to his teammates on the map to indicate the approximate location of the blind monk. In fact, the confrontation between the 2 sides in the middle was even more intense. In this version of Syndra, the middle lane can be called a T1 hero. Gao Dui suppressed it very fiercely, taking advantage of the advantage of being able to move and cast spells. Gao Dui moved very aggressively,
Although Olaf on SKT is very strong in the jungle. But Olaf has no control. And Clockwork has no control either. Syndra is not very afraid of being ganked by Olaf. At worst, I'll just run and run to ensure safety. When Gao Dui caught Faker raising his hand to finish the attack, he handed over Q to consume it. The Faker simply did not move, but used EE command, defense, to put a layer of shield on himself. In addition to being able to actively set up a layer of shield for yourself. Clockwork's E can also get an additional double resistance bonus. Learning E at level 1 offline is the best way to withstand pressure when you are at a disadvantage. If the opponent uses mana to suppress your health, you should use mana to protect your own health. After going back and forth, there is actually not much loss. And on the contrary, my last hit will not be affected. But Faker still doesn't dare to fight hard. Clockwork's lane line is not as good as Syndra's in terms of consumption and burst. Not to mention that Syndra has one hand of control. If it is really controlled, the blind monk will seize the opportunity. And even if he does not die, he will be forced to flash. In this kind of high-intensity game, even the loss of a summoner's skill will become a breakthrough and target in the eyes of the opponent. The battle in the bottom lane was also fierce. Gu Shinmin, who was holding his breath, got the advantageous combination and determined that Olaf was brushing from the bottom up. So he could naturally let go of his hands and feet to suppress it. Easy plus Karma can easily seize the lane rights from the opponent. And RQ from Karma can help Easy lower the health of the minions collectively. Easy can also use AQ to replenish troops. And it can also use Q to passively attack. The number of layers allows you to gain an attack speed bonus, so that you can reach a faster, forming a virtuous cycle, as long as the hero Easy has line rights. His suppression power is comparable to that of a policewoman, because the main source and damage method of Easy during the landing period are Q Arcane Shot. But it cannot penetrate troops like W Essence Leap. Once there is no line power, Easy will completely lose the means to consume the opponent. People are hiding behind the military line. Is it possible that you can still use gun fighting? A quick flick of the wrist to deflect an arcane shot. Once wired right, Q's range is as long as 1,150 yards. Even if you hide behind the tower to replenish troops, Easy can consume you. Wolf and Bang also know this very well. Although Nami cannot help ADC clear the line. W, Tide of Impact, is an excellent blood exchange skill, which can restore blood to herself and cause damage to the opponent at the same time. When Karma and Easy were pushing the line, Wolf took the initiative to find opportunities to use W to consume. The advantage of Nami over Karma is that Nami has her own milk and has the ability to recover online. Karma has a shield, but no milk. Once she is drained of blood, she can only take drugs or go home to replenish her blood. While Bang on the side is being consumed by good partners, he also does not forget to use minions as a medium to consume with Q, Mandance Grenade. The bottom lane successfully grabbed the lane rights, but Bang and Wolf were very experienced and consumed a lot of Lu Mao's health. Miller looked at the situation in the bottom lane and couldn't help but frowning and worried. LV Mount got it. Ensure your own blood volume. Karma has no means of recovery, and he cannot give the opponent a chance to drain his blood too easily. It's okay. Now the army line is pushed over. Later, Imp and Greenhair can also seize the opportunity of the opponent's tower to recharge and use their skills to consume it. The baby just finished speaking. The camera suddenly switched from the bottom lane to the top lane. It turned out that Candy's blind monk had quickly cleared the 3 groups of wild monsters on the top lane and was preparing to head to the top lane with red buffs. Candy want to go on the road to try it? The doll raised his voice. But when he looked at the mini-map, he immediately shouted in surprise. But Olaf is already on the road. Judging from this progress, Olaf seems to be a little faster. Top played a total of 2 group matches, and SKT carefully studied the videos of every game, especially the G2 game where Olaf was played. At that time, Candy took advantage of Olaf's idea of quickly brushing 6 groups of wild monsters to upgrade to level 4, and created a time lag to go gank on the road. SKT was on guard in this game. Blank used 2 buff monsters and a group of 3 wolves to upgrade to level 3, and then went straight to the road. The blind monk's jungle clearing speed is only acceptable, and it is naturally incomparable with Olaf. When Candy came to the triangular grass on the upper road, Olaf had already squatted in the river grass in advance, patiently performing reverse squats, and taking drugs to restore his condition. Seeing the blind monk walking out of the grass and entering the river, Blank looked extremely excited. He is indeed on his way. Brother Houching, come closer to me. In 2v2 in the jungle, SKT's combination has more advantages. Olaf is too strong in this small-scale confrontation.
Duke on the line suddenly started walking towards the river. Candy was also very excited when he saw this.
Oldly! Up! 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 This guy probably wants to make eyes!
Li Hanxing felt something was wrong. Li Hanxing has the advantage of the military line. It is logically unreasonable for Duke to force him to go to the river to gain vision. Because even if he passes, he will not be able to return the same way later. And Li Hanxing will definitely block his position. At that time, he would have to walk around his own jungle area in a large circle, which was definitely not cost-effective.
Xiang Renjie, stay away. There's something weird.
Really? As soon as Li Hanxing finished speaking, the blind monk had already walked to the grass in the river. Before they could take any action, suddenly an iron axe flew out of it, and Olaf's figure suddenly appeared in their sight. Sprint on! Flat then E, reckless strike. Sword Girl came over and struck A, and then E quickly with 2 swords.
It's broken!
Miller shouted eagerly.
Noob! Can you pick it up?
Help the blind monk distance himself. Li Hanxing did move towards the river immediately, allowing the blind monk to use W, Golden Bell, to fly to him. But blank is too decisive. Start sprinting as soon as possible and pick up the axe early to refresh the CD. Just when Blindson W flew to the side of the weapon, Olaf's second axe had also been thrown over, hitting 2 people at the same time. Under the influence of sprinting, Olaf moved very fast and continued to pursue him.
You run! You run! I'll help you break the queen!
Seeing Olaf pick up the axe again, Li Hanxing reacted very quickly. He immediately activated E, Counterattack Storm, in an attempt to force Olaf back and buy time for the blind monk to escape. After all, Olaf, who is only at level 3, cannot avoid control, and just sprinting cannot get Olaf out of the range of his E quickly. This is mainly done to save the blind monk a precious flash. Duke is also very decisive. QW all handed over. At the same time as the ear-piercing slash moved over, the western long sword was placed across the chest in a blocking gesture. Seeing that the sword was pointing directly at him, Li Hanxing, who originally wanted to stop Olaf, had to go around, because if he continued to help stun Olaf with his head iron, he would be stunned in place by the reflected sword energy. At that time, even if he can use QI plus flash to escape, his health will be severely damaged, and Olaf's third axe has been thrown. Seeing this, Candy had no choice but to flash and distance himself to prevent himself from being slowed down. Li Hanxing himself jumped behind him. The immediate crisis was finally resolved. Candy, who narrowly escaped death, ran under the tower and returned to the city. He did not forget to curse.
This bee doesn't play according to the routine. He came to the road at level 3 and squatted. Right. I guess they have studied our videos and playing styles.
Li Hanxing didn't think anything of it. Being studied is inevitable. It would be strange if others don't study you. But this wave was far worse than he thought. To know. Originally, Li Hanxing was the one pushing the lane in the top lane. But now, he pushes the troops very far forward. Blank. The bee deliberately disgusted him. So he stood on the edge of the grass on the line, and took a look before choosing to return to the city. This back and forth lasted for more than 10 seconds. And Li Hanxing didn't even gain experience, let alone replenish his troops. Fortunately, he moved forward in time, and did not miss the experience of the artillery soldiers. Otherwise he would lose blood. But it also meant that all the landing advantages he had established before were completely thrown back. And he even had a slight disadvantage. Sword Princess starts to show off with her side-wiping Q again. The Eternal Grip, which occurs once every 4 seconds, has a cooldown time similar to that of Sword Princess Q. This is the disgusting part of the Grasp of Immortality, Sword Queen's Landing. You can't bear the consumption. However, Li Hanxing is not beaten in vain. Although he can't hand over Q at will, he can counterattack with W. When the weapon activates W, Charge Strike, it will gain an additional 50 points of range, and can hit the Sword Princess back. The two of them consumed each other so much. When the time came to 5 minutes, the blood volume had dropped to about half health. But no one took the lead in returning to the city. Everyone wanted to handle the troop line more perfectly. And just then, Duke took the lead, although they are also half healthy. The Dolan sword he chooses when going out is the Dolan series. The Dolan series will provide 80 points of extra health. The base health and growth health of the Sword Princess are higher than those of weapons. In other words, looking at the health bar, it seems that everyone is at half health. But in essence Duke has nearly 100 points more health than Li Hanxing. And 100 points of health means more error tolerance against normal attacks. Duke thinks he can try to make a move. So when a flaw appeared in front of Li Hanxing, He immediately took the initiative to hand over Q, and immediately tied A and then E, deadly assassination, to slow down Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng is not timid either. The backhand is an AW that lowers Sword Queen's HP.
Let's hit the road and fight hard.
The director hired by Riot Games was very professional, and he immediately cut to the scene of the battle on the road. Seeing that neither of them had a healthy blood volume, everyone held their breath and concentrated. Since the top lane is all about melee combat, the output needs to be close. And it's okay if everyone has full health. If it's a duel with residual health, there's a high probability that it will be a life or death fight, with a decisive blow that will differentiate the superior and the inferior, using the acceleration effect after crushing the flaw and the deceleration created by E1. The sword girl can quickly walk behind the weapon and deal the critical damage of E2, further reducing the weapon master's health. The weapon master is also constantly counterattacking at level A, moving back without giving sword girl a chance to get around. But the problem is, when Sword Queen is accelerating and you are slowed down, there is no way you can outrun Sword Queen. Fortunately, Li Hansheng kept holding Q and did not use it randomly. But the problem is that there are no soldiers behind him that can be used for long-distance displacement. He could only exchange Q displacement against the long-range soldiers farthest from him. But Sword Girl still chased after her. Just when Sword Girl is about to break through the second flaw, the weapon was forced to activate Counterattack Storm, blocking Sword Queen's flat A and preventing this flaw from being broken. Sword Princess immediately stopped and pulled back, and Weapon took the opportunity to steal a flat A with her backhand, then stopped the flat A and walked close to GNG. The next second, the Sword Lady turned around and opened W, Lawrence I's sword, pointing the blade directly at the weapon master behind her.
Wow! Duke's W timing was perfect,
Miller shouted, with a hint of vibrato in his words.
Noob moved to avoid the Sword Queen's sword energy, and he protected his flaw very well. Do you want to win the duel?
Weapon moves laterally. The stun and damage of the counterattack storm were all confiscated by Sword Queen's W. In the process of pulling and moving, Li Hansheng once again protected the gap behind him. Can. Duke laughed. The Sword Princess, who is already at level 5, clicks level 3 Quetzales. The basic cooldown time of level 3 Q is 9.5 seconds. And she has a 10% cooldown reduction in the rune, which means the basic time is only more than 8 seconds. And Q hits the target. 50% of the cooldown reduction will be refunded later. That is to say, Sword Queen's current Q only takes a little over 4 seconds, which is almost completely overlapping with the CD of Grasp of Immortality. Bevel Angle Q.
It's over. How come Sword Lady's Q improves so quickly?
Miller held his head in his hands. His eyes widened with a look of despair. As Sword Princess breaks through the second flaw, she once again causes real damage. The weapon's HP has been further reduced. What's more terrible is, in addition to causing real damage, the Sword Princess will also gain a life recovery effect when breaking through the flaw. Immortal Grip can also restore health. If Sword Princess chooses Immortal Grip as her ultimate talent, then she will definitely select Spell Armor in the defense system. The effect of this talent is to increase your shield and healing effects by 8%.
The HP of the broken weapon is so low.
The doll also looked desperate. Could it be that Li Hansheng's record of never being singled out in his career will just go away? Could it be that Li Hansheng, who represented invincibility in the line in their eyes, was really going to fall into a line disadvantage for the first time? This moment, in the eyes of all LPL viewers, it seemed as if the scene on the field had begun to enter slow motion. The weapon is still hammering hard, but it all seems like a dying struggle before death. What if your weapon stack is full and Duel Master has 8 layers of attack speed bonus? Judging from the blood volume alone, Sword Lady only needs one more flat A shot to take you away. But the weapon needs to be hammered at least 3 times before she has a chance. The corners of Duke's mouth raised slightly. He seemed to have a chance to win. Who is not an operational top laner? The flaw has been refreshed below the weapon. The moment the Sword Lady raised her hand with the rapier, buzz, the Sword Princess turned into a golden light and disappeared. Duke decided not to use this skill and directly took away Li Hansheng with a wave of a flash. Although he is not sure, he also knows that Li Hansheng's WCD is about to improve. If Li Hansheng directly resets the basic attack with AW, he may not be able to win it steadily. Moreover, he is not sure whether this ordinary A-level shot will do enough damage. If the weapon is left with a few drops of health, wouldn't he be embarrassed? Either don't try it, and once you try it, don't think about saving skills. But just when he thought he had a chance to win, he was even ready to shout, letting the news of a solo kill on the road boost the morale of his teammates. The next second. But he was dumbfounded, looking at the computer screen stupidly. Just at the same time, Weapon Master also surrenders flash. It also flashed downward, which meant that Sword Queen's A flash failed to change the direction and failed to break through the flaw. Duke's hunch was right. The damage of his basic attack is a bit inadequate. The weapon still has 13 drops of blood left, but he couldn't make a second move with A. The weapon had a faster attack speed, and the hand raised for basic attacks was also faster. Before Sword G Ping could hit A, the weapon is directly AW, and it can quickly fire 2 basic attacks with W for extra magic damage. Complete the counterattack instantly. First blood. A blood.
Single kill! Single kill!
Miller, who was already in despair, saw Li Hansheng complete the counterattack and suddenly shouted excitedly. His voice broke.
Noob operation is back! Oh my god!
The doll's eyes widened and he sighed in disbelief.
This is Noob! No matter who you face, he will definitely win!
The North American audience at the scene was also stunned for a while, and cheered and applauded Li Hansheng's wave of extreme blood counterattacks. Kerdog speaks to me. Look how your Korean father was killed. I'm scared to death. Brother Hansheng. I'm Superman. F***CK. It's so exciting. This wave of predictions is so awesome. Duke, who do you think you are showing off your skills to? Do you know that Sword Princess, A, and Flash are all left over from my brother Hansheng's play? Are you worthy enough to show off your skills with brother Hansheng? What kind of champion are you? Satisfactory. Satisfied. It's so right. That's how I'll kill you so hard. Just want to hack SKT. This wave of single kills is reproduced again in the replay footage. The most crucial and exciting thing is Li Hansheng's ability to predict Sword Princess's A flash and flash to evade at the same time.
Noob! You dare to show off!
Miller shouted.
In a situation where death is inevitable, you still find the only way to survive. This operation may seem simple and unpretentious, but you have to consider that in a situation where death is almost certain, you still find the only way to survive. You have to stay absolutely calm and then make the most correct judgment. This is the most rare thing. Sure enough, we still have to rely on Noob.
Wawa also kept touting.
Both sides have a lineup that favors 4 and 1 point. Now Noob's solo kill means that Top has an advantage in the overall situation. Indeed.
Miller nodded.
My single player points are stronger than your single player points, so your split push strategy won't work. Instead, we will be involved.
The teammates were also screaming crazily in the voice, creating a mess.
Paley! You? You are the god of the nest!
Ju Shinman screamed.
Kill the Lanzi on the other side! Ghost! Oldly, are you taking drugs? Are you so strong?
Candy was also in disbelief. As a jungler, he watched almost the entire battle on the top lane, so he knew what terrible things Li Hansheng had done.
Hey, it's not bad. We almost had an accident.
After completing such an extreme operation, Li Hansheng could not remain calm and continue to show off. At first, he did consider whether to run, but later, he quickly calculated the damage done to Sword Girl and came to a conclusion. Sword Princess must break through the third flaw with a dodge before she can damage and kill him. This gives him room to operate. What? What if Sword Princess doesn't have a flash? That Sword Girl is still dead. Because of this Q challenge added by Li Hansheng, Sword Girl has a level 3 Q. And he also has a level 3 Quetzales, with a 10% cooldown reduction. The CD of his Q is 6.3 seconds. And the CD of level 1 W is also 6.3 seconds. If Sword Queen does not flash and stays in place, Li Hansheng can still turn around with Q and land an AW to counterkill Sword Queen. The ending will still not change in any way, but it won't look so shocking that way. If I predict your prediction, you will look stupid. Duke's face was still expressionless, and he actually had a bit of facial paralysis. But some subtle movements still revealed that his inner emotions were not that calm. For example, the frequency of chewing gum is significantly increased. It is indeed embarrassing to take the initiative and be counterattacked. But as a mature professional player, he will not let such a situation disturb his mentality.
Mine. I was shown off by the other side.
He sighed and took the initiative to admit his mistake.
It's okay. Stay steady behind. We will find a way to help you gank.
Wolf, the only brother, immediately spoke to comfort his teammates. The entire SKT team was not affected at all. In fact, SKT has started at a disadvantage almost all year this year. This is the style of their team. especially in the summer split. Their first blood rate is less than 40%. What is the concept? In other words, in more than half of the games, SKT was the first to lose first blood. But so what? This game is about who can destroy the opponent's base crystal first, not who can get the kill first. SKT is not very afraid of the economic disadvantage in the landing phase, because it only needs to enter the landing phase. They can use their rich experience in line switching operations and excellent execution to make up for the disadvantages and even establish advantages. This is why SKT's disadvantageous games always look so stable. Their experience is really rich. After the solo kill, Li Hansheng calmly cleared the line of troops before returning to the city. After getting the first blood bounty, he directly took out the Radiant Light plus Straw Sandals plus Long Sword plus Ruby, and then directly TP'd back to the line. On the other hand, what about Sword Princess? I did get a piece of equipment, a small wooden hammer, but it was undoubtedly much shabby compared to Li Hansheng. Yao Guang can improve the combat effectiveness of weapons as much as the captain. After possessing Yao Guang, the weapon's instantaneous burst will be improved and the blood exchange ability will also be greatly improved. Duke is still a Lychee. He didn't use Tiamat first, which can reset the Sword Princess's basic attack, mainly if Tiamat is made. It means that the line cannot be controlled. You, a weak sword woman, are still pushing the lane because you think you are not dying fast enough? For Duke, there is more than one bad news. As Li Han rises to level 6 and learns the ultimate move, Grandmaster's Power, every 3 basic attacks will gain a critical hit effect. The weapon can use A to hit the minions twice, and then Q comes over and directly uses AW to hit a set of small bursts. Sword Princess can indeed use W to block. But the problem is, you can react when Q comes from a distance. But what about when you are close up or close to you? Can you still react? The cooldown reduction time of Sword Queen's W at level 1 is as high as 24 seconds. And you can't block it once. What about next time? As long as the weapon succeeds once. The burst of Q plus ultimate, attack plus flat A plus W plus flare can stably defeat about 1/3 of Sword Queen's HP. After being consumed in 2 waves, Sword Queen's HP could no longer withstand it. Duke frowned. He could hardly withstand the huge pressure on the line. At the same time, Candy and Gao Dui are preparing to launch a wave of attacks in the middle. Gao Dui still chose to use Q, Dark Sphere, to consume when Faker replenished his troops. If Faker stops and twists his waist to move, he will definitely miss this little bin. He still uses E to shield himself to resist Syndra's damage. But now that his level has increased, he can also use QW to command the Golem to consume Syndra, and then make up for it with a flat A shot, thunder damage. But this time, Syndra did not retreat, but instead carried his damage and walked forward, and used W to grab the dark magic ball on the ground and throw it at him to slow him down. And the vision in the direction of the river has already seen the blind monk heading towards the middle. After being reminded by his teammates, Faker realized that the opponent wanted to catch him, didn't give him any chance to react. Syndra's second Q has already been released and once again caused damage, and then decisively handed over her ultimate move, Energy Pour, followed by E, the weak retreat. The 2 skills were linked together, and a wave of goddess scattered flowers held the clockwork in place. It doesn't give Faker any time to think or operate at all. The blind monk, who had already arrived, touched his eye with W, and then connected with Q Tian Bo, which hit the clockwork perfectly. Perfect cooperation. Is Wei Shen and Candy's midfield linkage coming? Faker seems to be doomed this time. Seeing that Top was about to kill again, Miller was overjoyed. If we can kill Faker, cut him off development rhythm, which is very important for Top. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Something unexpected happened on the field. The stun time for the weak to retreat is 1.5 seconds. The blind monk does not connect the skills immediately. Instead, he touches his eyes with W first and rushes away, and then Q. This makes, when the blind monk's second Q flew over, Clockwork had already recovered from the dizziness. Under everyone's gaze, the moment the blind monk kicked Chong Long in the face, buzz, the Clockwork turned into a golden light and disappeared. Clockwork with remaining blood is not dead. The killing damage of the blind monk's second stage Q seems to disappear directly into the space of another dimension. This, Miller and Wawa suddenly looked at a loss. This Faker actually used Flash to avoid the damage of the blind monk's second stage Q? No. Olaf has come to support. Syndra flashed Q. Wow. She was dodged. The Clockwork started sprinting, and the skill can't hit at all. Gao Dui's reaction was actually very fast. As soon as he saw something was wrong, he immediately flashed to make up for the damage of Q and take the head of Clockwork. But Faker had already started sprinting, and he turned around to avoid it as he moved very fast. And another Olaf, who started sprinting, has also reached the middle. AQ, countercurrent throw from a distance, and smashed the iron axe in his hand at the top midfielder and jungler. What's even worse is that the clockwork is stuck at a limit distance, and he uses Q to control the puppet to fly towards the two people, and then activates the ultimate move, Command, Shock Wave, with the devil as the center. A circular force field was immediately generated, attracting the two people in and strangling them. Blindson originally wanted to kick Olaf away with his ultimate move, but Olaf has already activated Ragnarok, his ultimate move, freeing him from all control and having no fear of the blind monk's ultimate move.
Damn it! Run quickly! If you can run, count it as one!
The doll shouted anxiously. Kendi also decided to break his wrist on the field.
Away! Run away quickly and betray me!
In the end, the blind monk failed to escape and became a corpse on the ground in the middle. SKT successfully pulled the head back to 1-1. The atmosphere in the municipal auditorium became extremely noisy again, with the same flash show. Li Hansheng is a prediction, while Faker is a reaction. The principle of the second stage Q operation of dodge and dodge is also not complicated. But if you want to use it, you need to have extremely fast reaction speed and good judgment. It must flash the moment the blind monk touches him. If it is too early or too late, the operation will fail.
This is the big devil Faker,
Miller sighed helplessly.
The best player in the history of League of Legends. It is very difficult to break through the middle where he is sitting. It is very difficult.
Laughing to death. Are the fans talking? Gao Dui. You stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Who do you think you are showing off your skills with? The melon skin is too strong. How many people in the professional arena can accomplish this kind of operation? I didn't want to talk at first, but Sheng divided by S fans were so disgusting. I was thinking, can't we just get one blood? What's the big deal? Who can win the game is the key. The skin is still stable.
Hold on! The head is Olaf's. This is good news.
Wababy used his own expertise and forced Top to make up for it on the court.
The decisive point for both sides is still the single point on the wing. As long as Noob can maintain or even expand your own advantages, the initiative is still in the hands of Top. Even so, we still can't be careless. SKT will definitely find a way to carry out a wave of operations. Top must be more cautious next time.
Both Gao Dui and Candy looked a little annoyed. But there was nothing we could do. Being shown off is being shown off.
MD, you like to use flash to show me off? How can you show off if you don't flash?
Candy stared at the clockwork in the middle fiercely, determined to regain his face. But this is easier said than done? After the Faker who did not flash returned to the line, in addition to arranging a large number of visions on both sides to ensure his own safety, the position has also become extremely obscene. It's a bit difficult to break through the middle. But more than a minute later, Li Hansheng took the initiative to speak.
You can create a wave in the middle. After I push the lane, you can move to the middle. Xiang Renjie, you only need to be responsible for dealing out the damage. You don't have to kick the Faker back. Do you understand?
The damage of Blindson plus Syndra is not enough to instantly kill a full-blooded clockwork. But coupled with a weapon master, it is definitely enough. Hit the road this way. The sword lady was no longer able to stop the weapon from pushing forward. After pushing the line, Li Hansheng immediately moved to the middle. But he still made a move first. Pretend to stand at the extreme distance of Sword Queen's sight and return to the city. At the last second of reading the message, walk back out of Sword Queen's sight, creating the illusion that you are pushing the line back to the city to supply supplies. In fact, go to the middle. The blind monk is rushing to SKT's Sharbil camp. The three of them formed a triangle from 3 directions and surrounded the clockwork in the middle.
Is Top going to attack the middle again? But Olaf is also nearby, so he may not be able to succeed. Right.
Miller looked a little worried. The top people on the field have already taken action. Faker was actually alert and stood under the defense tower. The blind monk stood in the Sharpie camp, touched the wall with W, and then flashed to the side of the clockwork. Without much BB, he directly used his big move, Dragon Tail Swing. A library. It wasn't a very tricky angle, and the sideways kick didn't even kick the clockwork out of the range of the defense tower. But it was enough. Syndra, who had no skills in the previous wave, sprinted directly this time. Naked sex at the extreme distance and big move to pick up E. The goddess scatters flowers to make up for the control. Olaf, who happened to be passing by the first tower in the middle, immediately stepped forward to try to protect his teammates. But the weapon came out of SKT's upper half of the jungle. Start the counterattack storm in advance and Q to Clockwork's face. Blind Cinzar. Syndra's Fairy Blossom. The weapon's counterattack storm. The chain control of 3 skills. Plus the burst of 3 people. Made Clockwork unable to even hand over a single skill, and was instantly stopped on the spot. The AW of the weapon combined with the heavy blow of the ultimate move can kill the Clockwork with a hammer. Olaf came, and could only collect the corpse for Clockwork.
Nice! Noob support is very beautiful. It helps the team establish a head advantage again.
Miller's commentary was full of passion.
This is Noob, the best top laner choice in our LPL region. He is also the best top laner in the world. Player.
Chapter 224. This moment is just like that time. Faker frowned slightly. He knew that he would be targeted by Top if he didn't show this. But he didn't expect Top to be so decisive. Fortunately, Blank provided timely support. Although he failed to save Faker, he was able to retreat with tears in his eyes. The main thing is that you can defend the first tower in the middle. Needless to say, the strategic significance of the first tower in the middle. Traditional mages, like Clockwork, also rely heavily on the development space provided by the first tower in the middle. Top also accepted it as soon as possible, and did not waste any more time.
Noob has 2 heads in hand. This one is very fat.
The doll smiled.
I guess he can make 3 items in just 10 minutes.
As the most expensive equipment in League of Legends. If you can make it in just over 10 minutes, you must be very well developed. However, after Li Hansheng returned home and synthesized the small wooden hammer, he did not immediately buy the third small bee stinger of the 3 items. Instead, upgrade your straw sandals to cloth armored shoes. Bee Sting is a piece of equipment that purely provides attack speed. And because the weapon has the passive of Dual Master, the price/performance ratio of this piece of equipment is not that high. On the contrary, cloth armor shoes can increase the movement speed of the weapon, and thus increase the pulling ability of the weapon. And can also increase the weapon's fault tolerance rate when facing the Sword Queen and Olaf in the field. After returning online, Li Hansheng began to control the line and develop. He now has a certain advantage. But the advantage is not big enough to easily defeat the Sword Queen. It is even more difficult to kill alone. As long as the Sword Queen does not use random skills or fight head-on, she has no chance at all. However, Sword Girl is also very afraid of Li Hansheng's consumption. The damage of the weapon of Shining Light plus small wooden hammer has begun to take shape. The big hammer is 80, and the small hammer is 40. If you really want to be swung, Sword Girl's fragile little body can't withstand it. The invisible and huge pressure on the line made Duke cautious and frightened when replenishing his sword. And he had to maintain absolute concentration to prevent Li Hansheng's surprise attack. When the game time comes to 10 minutes, the last hit gap on the top lane has been widened to more than 20 knives. The pace of the game was also somewhat muted for both sides. On top side, Lee Sin is waiting for the next chance to shine. While on SKT's Olaf is not the kind of jungler who is easy to catch people. And the Lee Sin in the jungle is too flexible. Even if he catches Lee Sin in the jungle. And also lacks the means to retain people. However, as both sides' bottom lanes reached level 6, both sides' attention became more focused on the bottom lane. Blank came to the bottom lane under the command of the only brotherly to stand by. Nami first placed a real eye in the triangular grass of the bottom lane. Sure enough, he saw the fake eye used by Top for defense from inside. But he did not remove it immediately. Return to the line first, and then signal Olaf to enter the grass. The artificial eye inserted into the real eye will have a shielding effect, and will lose the function of detecting the field of view. Imp and Green Hair wanted to push their troops into the tower, and then turn against them. After all, as long as their troops entered the tower, SKT's people would not be able to defend. However, at this moment, Nami suddenly left the tower, pretending to take a ward, but actually ran to the blind spot of the two people's field of vision and directly activated her ultimate move. Nami's ultimate move is not very fast, so Karma can just use RE to rush out. Wolf knew this very well. He didn't intend to hit the big move with his big move. He just deliberately threw it at the position behind the two of them in order to block the move. Olaf in the grass directly started sprinting towards the line. Jin also activated his ultimate move and entered sniper mode.
It's broken. Imp and Lameo have to think of a solution.
Bio! Jin's first bullet had accurately hit Karma, causing it to slow down. Olaf also threw an axe over and directly forced out EZZ, then picked up the axe and continued to approach. Jin's second bullet has been fired. Easy can only dodge to evade. And Karma tries to use W to keep Olaf. But all I heard was Olaf roaring, with his whole body flushed. He turned on Ragnarok and rushed straight towards Easy.
Nami has returned to Jin and gave Jin the E-set, so that Jin's third bullet will trigger the blister effect. The moment the bullet came out of the barrel, Kamal directly dodged to block the bullet, and gave Olaf the weak trap. The green for body blocks bullets. But the imp seems to be able to run? Healing speeds up. The distance is increased. But the green for can't run away. The doll sighed. It's not bad. The ADC can survive. No. Faker is here, Miller exclaimed. It turned out to be Faker, who was supposed to be in the middle. I don't know when he sprinted over. However, instead of taking the front, he entered the lower half of the top jungle area directly from the narrow entrance opposite the entrance of Xiaolong, and then came all the way to the red area, among the triangular grass behind a tower on Fanxia Road, facing the fleeing Easy. A QWR directly unleashed a thunder burst, and then he put a layer of shield on itself to resist the damage from the defense tower and join the teammates in front. After all, he was going deep alone, and he was a cumbersome hero like clockwork. Faker was also worried that he would be left behind by the supporting blind monks and Syndra. But it turned out that he was worried. Almost immediately, Gao Dui and Candy relied on the top lane. If they went to the bottom lane, they could only collect corpses for their teammates. It was better to replace resources and speed up the pace. Isn't it true that SKT is invincible during the transition period? I'll cripple you, Sword Girl. And let's see how you can still be invincible. Duke actually sensed a crisis and planned to leave the defense tower. But it's a step too late. Blind Monk and Syndra have cut off his retreat. After the troop line enters the tower, Syndra forced out GNG's W with a QE, and Weapon immediately used E to stun GNG on the spot. The three of them worked together to take GNG away in one burst. The two sides began to demolish each other's towers almost at the same time. It seems that top is progressing faster. The director split the screen into two, and Miller stared at the screen, finally coming to this conclusion. Although SKT has a numerical advantage, there are bastards like Jin among them. Jin seemed very weak whether he was demolishing the tower or fighting the dragon. On the other hand, Top's top laner is a weapon, with passive attack speed and glare to provide extra damage. Top finally easily demolished the first tower on the road. Li Hanqing's throne in the team was once again demonstrated, when it was confirmed that he could securely get the first blood tower. The blind monk immediately got into the jungle to counterattack, while Syndra retreated to a safe distance and returned to the city to resupply. 12 minutes. Top was the first to win the first blood tower, and the bounty was reserved for Li Hanqing alone. Li Hanqing directly took out the core piece of the weapon after returning home. You must know that the opposing swordswoman only has cloth armor shoes, a small wooden hammer, and rubies. There is no harm without contrast. At the same time, both sides unanimously chose to put the shooter in the middle to defend, and Clockwork and Syndra were replaced in the bottom lane. No way. Without a tower on the top lane, it is impossible for SKT to put Clockwork on such a dangerous lane to develop. This is the first reason why SKT is good at playing against the wind. In a disadvantageous situation, it is absolutely necessary to ensure the development of Double C. After all, the most stable source of damage for the team is Double C. As long as Double C does not lag too far behind, it will have the capital to make a comeback. Duke will just have to suffer. Who made him collapse in the lane? After making 3 items, Li Hanqing's style of play became more exciting, and he followed suit step by step. He took a step forward and immediately took a step back. He kept using this method to put psychological pressure on the sword girl and keep the two sides in an ambiguous relationship. Distance. Mainly, Li Hanqing's timing of blood consumption is also very tricky. Sometimes when retreating, he suddenly reacts with QW, and sometimes he completes the hand-raising animation halfway to finish the last attack, and uses QW to interrupt his basic attack to consume Sword Queen's blood. The effect of QW plus Flare plus ultimate attack can steadily take away 1/3 of Sword Queen's HP every time, and the damage is very high. To be honest, it is to take it by surprise, and not give Duke any chance to predict his own operation. When you think I am running out of blood, I will go for the last hit. But when you think I am running out of blood, I will run out of blood. The result is that Duke consumes a lot of energy, and without being able to predict, he can only rely on instinctive reactions to avoid it. And even if he can successfully avoid it with W, he may not make a profit. Sword Lady's bonus points are mainly Q and secondary E. The W at level 1 is too long, 24 seconds, and the CD deduction is also 23 seconds. The weapon already has full level Q, and the 3 matching runes have a 20% cooldown reduction. 1 Q in 6 seconds. Deducting the CD is 4.8 seconds. That is to say, During the time when Sword Princess W enters the cooldown, the weapon can use 4QS to attempt to attack. How does this work? It's not like SKT hasn't tried. But again, the S6 version is very unfriendly to the disadvantaged side because the lineup is bound to lack control. But if your disadvantaged side wants to capture people and find opportunities, you must have control to retain people first. As far as SKT's lineup is concerned, as long as the weapon is equipped with 2 real eyes for displacement, it will only have 1 Q every 4 seconds. How do you catch this kind of weapon? If you send out 1 to 2 people, you can't catch him. If you send out too many people, Top is not an idiot, so he immediately becomes alert. So, even SKT, which claims to be invincible in lane switching operations, can only stare blankly when faced with such a disadvantage on the wing. Hit the road this way. Li Hanxing finally found a wave. Still using the same routine, he suddenly attacked Sword Girl. Duke seemed to instinctively hand over his W to block. But the moment the skill was released, Duke was dumbfounded, because Li Han raised his Q to the soldier beside him. Sheepa! Duke couldn't help but curse in a low voice. W was deceived and lost his only life-saving skill. The weapon was stuck and advanced to block the way of Sword Queen's retreat. At the moment W ended, a W was shot directly to reduce Sword Queen's HP. The Sword Princess immediately applied her ultimate move to the weapon, immediately hit a Q backward to break a flaw, and then used the acceleration effect to try to run down the tower. The weapon has AQ for more than 4 seconds. How can you run away from a yuppie with strong pursuit ability? When he sees the weapon jump towards him again, Sword Princess could only dodge and pull away. The weapon decisively followed the flash, and used a W again. This time, it directly triggered the heavy blow of the ultimate move, reducing the HP of Sword Princess to less than half HP. After finishing her Q, Sword Girl ran back to her second tower, but the weapon chased her in without hesitation. Turn on the ultimate move, Grandmaster's Power, to increase double resistance. Q enters the defense tower, and uses AW again to hit the ultimate move with a heavy blow, hammering the Sword Girl to death under the second tower on the top road. Li Hanxing completed his second solo kill in this game. Hee. Cute brother. My roommate is a dog. He is autistic now. Should I go up and punch him and mock him? No need. I suggest you to take pictures of Dog Seema's face to add to the fun. Why are there fewer barrages? Oh, it turns out the dogs are hiding. We didn't win the game. Why do fans like popping champagne at halftime so much? How many times has SKT come back from LPL? I just like to see Dog talk hard and deal damage against the wind. Like a clown. Have you considered going to confront Gotham City and Batman? This time, SKT is also in an awkward situation. After crossing the tower with the weapon and killing the Sword Lady, she actually still had more than half health. And now the second tower on the road was completely empty. So do they want to defend? If we go to defend, what should we do with the first tower in the middle? On balance, SKT could only let go of the second tower on the top lane. After going home and updating a round of equipment, Li Hanxing chose the Jujio for the second piece of equipment to increase his ability to lead the line, while the third piece was a ruined one. If a weapon wants to defeat Sword Queen, it must pursue the ultimate duel in terms of equipment. The reason why some people who play weapons feel that they can't beat Sword Queen in the mid to late stage are mainly due to the equipment design. When you beat Sword Queen, you can't use too many meaty items. After all, Sword Princess has passive real damage. If you use a meat suit, you will increase the damage of Sword Princess in a different direction. The game time came to 23 minutes. Li Hanxing directly took out the third large piece of junk and had a luxurious 3-piece suit in his hand. SKT's first tower in the bottom lane has long been pushed down, and the second tower in the bottom lane is currently in danger. Duke is really speechless. Every time Li Hanxing walked into the tower with his troops, due to the push of the line, the weapons always maintained the full passive effect, and the speed of demolition of the tower was ridiculous. Duke naturally couldn't just sit back and watch Li Hanxing demolish the tower without thinking. But when he stepped forward to attack Li Hanxing, the weapon immediately activates E, Counterattack Storm, and continues to demolish the tower within 2 seconds. Then before the Counterattack Storm disappears, he jumps to his long-range minion with a Q to distance himself, leaving a cool figure behind Duke. Basically, one wave can steadily consume about a quarter of the health of the defense tower. And as the weapons and equipment get better and better, the health and speed of consumption will only become faster and faster. And due to being suppressed by Li Hanxing, at this point in time, Duke had just managed to make a piece and a half of Black Cut plus Tiamat equipment. That's right.
Duke originally planned to do 3 things at the beginning, but he was too disadvantaged and could only use the cheaper black cut to support his attributes. Although the damage was low, he at least had higher blood volume to keep him in lane.
This weapon can really do whatever he wants on the wing, and Sword Princess can't restrict him at all.
Miller laughed proudly.
In the past, our LPL team watched the opponent's unfathomable top laner causing trouble on the wing. Now the LCK teams have to experience this kind of pain. It turns out that side split pushing isn't so torturous, as long as it's not us who are tormented.
Wawa also smiled happily.
This scene reminds me of the S3 finals. Does anyone from SKT feel that this scene seems familiar? At that time, Impact's weapon was to do whatever they wanted on the wing. And SKT now looks like a royal family that couldn't handle weapons at that time. This moment is just like that moment.
However, SKT still protects its mid lane tower very well. But seeing the second tower in the bottom lane being destroyed, Li Hansheng is about to threaten the Highland Tower in the bottom lane head-on. SKT really can't sit still. Faker decided to take Olaf, and they went to the bottom lane to catch people in the middle and jungle. And Jin could still stand in the jungle to cooperate. Very good idea, when it can be implemented. The problem is a bit big. In fact, Li Hansheng had already received the reminder from his teammates. But he still acted coquettishly for a while, deliberately trying to seduce the other party to catch him.
Lao Li, stop being so arrogant. If you die, Dalong will be gone,
Candy reminded kindly.
Don't worry.
Li Hansheng smiled. Trying to capture a flexible top laner in this version is simply wishful thinking. When Clockwork and Olaf sprinted away, Sword Girl immediately moved forward with QW, trying to slow down with W to save them. Li Hansheng just started his escape moment. He immediately turned around and inserted his real eye, and then used Q to distance himself. But Olaf and Clockwork were chasing after him. Olaf was still chasing after him. He threw his Q again and tried to force Li Hansheng to stay, but was twisted away by Li Hansheng's precise little move. At this time, a new wave of minions have come online in neat lines. And Q's weapon, which has been converted to CD, can once again distance itself. Faced with Olaf, who was hot on his heels, he once again moved to avoid the axe. At the same time, Broken took the initiative to steal a piece of movement speed. Olaf could only watch the weapon leave. This scene of crazy dog walking. Let the barrage in the official domestic LPL live broadcast room be maxed out again. Without hard control, you are destined to be unable to retain people. This side of the middle road, everyone in top was not idle. Jin tried to clear the troops with a big move, but Karma and the blind monk physically blocked the front line. Before everyone from SKT came back, they demolished the opponent's first and second towers in the middle one after another. At this time, this brings the time to 26 minutes. All 6 outer towers of SKT were broken, and the economic gap between the two sides was widened to more than 8,000. In fact, there are not many head outbreaks overall. The pace of the game is also slow, but it can torture the opponent. But for SKT, it is also good news. At least there were no outer towers, so it was quite convenient for them to defend 3 Highland towers. There is also bad news. Dalong and the others have no time to take care of it. After bringing the bottom line of troops over, Li Hansheng directly TP'd the Baron pit and cooperated with his teammates to forcefully rush the Baron. With dilapidated weapons, he can fight dragons very quickly. Not to mention that top has accumulated 2 Earth Dragons. Before anyone from SKT could come over, Baron was rushed, and top also calmly evacuated. Go home for a round of rest. Li Hansheng took out the 4th big piece of blood, which also indicates that he has the ability to join the group. The 3rd level ultimate move provides 70 points of double resistance, which is enough when combined with a shield of bloody hand. What about SKT? The Sword Princess only has Black Curie, Greedy Hydra, and Purple Rain Forest Fist. At this point in time, this equipment will melt instantly if it takes any AoE damage. Team up and advance in the middle. Candy's blind monk also ushered in his highlight moment of the game. He first hit Nami with his Q, then passed by with his second Q, and changed his flight path with W in the air to avoid Nami's predicted Q. Then he flashed R to adjust the angle, kick Nami towards SKT's defensive crowd. Directly skewering Candied Haws on a stick will usually knock away the 2 key C positions of Jin and Clockwork. Karma turned on Ari and rushed forward with his teammates. Li Hansheng's weapon went straight to the Clockwork. Faker couldn't even use his ultimate move and became a corpse on the ground. SKT is defeated. Finally, the game time is fixed at 28 minutes and 39 seconds. Chapter 225. Do you think I will spoil you? As SKT's base crystal exploded with a burst of brilliant evolution, It turned into ruins on the ground. It also declares that the winner of this game is Top.
Congratulations to Top!
Wawa yelled as if his passive skill was triggered,
utilizing an unsolvable 4-point push. A subsequent wave of team battles completely established the victory. At the same time, they also completed 3 consecutive victories in the group stage and ranked first. First place in the group of death. Ha ha ha!
Miller was also in a very excited mood and kept laughing.
Beat them with the moves that LCK used to dominate the World Championship. This game was so exciting to watch. Top defeated them with a textbook 4-point push. SKT! Who would have dared to think about this plot before?
4-point putt. This is a tactic that will make many fans in the LPL region cry. Every year, LPL teams are pulled, played, and beaten in this way. Any idea? Who makes the top laner proficient in everything? But the top laner in the LPL can't play any other heroes except the Ancestral Tree. Poppy and Titan? In the final analysis, the overall requirement for the team is too high, as the most popular conspiracy tactic in League of Legends. Starting from S2, the shadow of this tactic can be seen in the final teams in every World Championship. TPA relied on Stanley's Island Sparkshin and Leopard Girl to defeat CJF. SKT also used weapons to defeat the royal family with one hand. In the S4 finals, Samsung White almost completely crushed them and sealed the victory without even entering the midterm operation. In the original history, SKT in S5 and 6, and Samsung in S7, essentially pushed and pulled their opponents through 4-1 points, and then found flaws to defeat them in one fell swoop. All the infamy of S7 has been pinned on Bang. But the actual damage calculation error of Bang's wave of small cannons and pushing away Chikwe has no impact on the battle situation at all. Even if they don't push away, SKT can't drop Chikwe in seconds. The ruler is protected by the incense burner monster. S7's SKT couldn't beat Samsung. The real problem was that Huni was beaten by QV in the top lane and couldn't breathe at all. If you want to implement the 4-1-point push, first of all, the team's overall execution ability must be high. It is only the essential job for the 4 people on the front to defend well. When the side push points create space and attract the opponent's attention, the 4 people on the front must attack decisively and seize the opportunity, so as to maximize the value of the tactics. And the requirements for side points are even higher. You must have extremely strong personal abilities to ensure that you have an advantage in matchups, and can suppress the opponent on the wing and create pressure. At the same time, you need to make accurate judgments about the situation. When to continue split pushing, and when to team up with teammates. You can't just use a feint to trick your TP out. So why don't you push a Kanba? It is precisely this tactic that has too high requirements for the top laner position. And there is no room for this kind of top laner to survive in the LPL. Because not only the players themselves must be extremely talented, but the coaching staff and training team cannot hold them back. The two are indispensable. After all, looking at the overall situation is hard to come by. But if the training team and coaching staff are strong enough, even if you don't have the talent in this area, you can still pass post-game reviews and daily training so that you can at least have an average view of the overall situation. And this is precisely the weakest point of LPL. In the era of barbaric growth, the LPL was a grassroots team that did not pay attention to the improvement of soft power at all, and purely relied on the talents of the players to compete. Maybe among the teams that can come to the World Championship, who is not the top player in their respective divisions, and who is not a talented boy, when talent and strength cannot crush the opponent. The soft power competition of the coaching team, training team, analysts, etc. becomes the key factor in determining the outcome. This is also the reason why the European and American divisions often break out in the second round of the group stage. First, after entering the World Championship, they were able to make appointments with other top teams for training matches and quickly improve their condition through devilish training. After all, they did not lack talent at all, but the overall environment in the league was so relaxed, which led to their training workload not enough. Secondly, the esports professional system in Europe and the United States is as mature as South Korea. They also have a very professional coaching team, which can always quickly help the team explore the version and summarize the most suitable playing style. The most intuitive manifestation of the combination of the two is the reborn performance of European and American teams in the second round of the group stage. The players on the field have taken off their headphones and hugged each other. There were bursts of lively cheers in the municipal auditorium. This is the biggest reward given to the winner by the audience. Aren't flowers, honors, and applause the initial pursuit of players in the competitive field?
Let's just say it! SKT is a bunch of Lansy. Bang is a Lansy. Let's see who dares to say that Bang is better than Wa.
Gu Shengbin seemed too excited. And he was a bit loud when he spoke. This excitement was aggravated a lot. If you don't listen carefully, you may not be able to understand it.
Hey, SKT can't do it either. We'll keep you in check.
Candy also looked smug, with his hands on his hips in an awesome manner. Lu Mao and Gao Dui also had smiles on their faces. Although they defeated SKT head-on at MSI, such a victory was not exciting enough. Defeating SKT in the World Championship is the only way to truly boost your confidence and enhance the recognition of the audience in the competition.
You're kidding. A Duke still wants to play split push with me.
Li Hansheng curled his lips disdainfully. Of course, he won't be so arrogant that he thinks he can crush SKT at will. It can be seen from the lineup that SKT is trying. Otherwise, how could they have given Karma and Syndra the two favorites to the top at the same time? But this is what the training team should do when reviewing the game after the game. Don't mention such disappointing things when you win. Now, it's the show-off moment for the winner. Li Hansheng followed his teammates to SKT's player bench with a victor's attitude. SKT's faces looked slightly disappointed, but they were not devastated. It was just a group match, but it was inevitable to feel unwilling. When Gu Shengbin shook hands with Bang, he smiled proudly and patted his shoulder.
G,
if you introduce Lanzi, you can't compare with me.
Imp is older than Bang, so there's nothing wrong with him calling him brother.
Bang looked confused and asked in confusion, what does Lanzi mean?
Imp wanted to finish pretending, turn around and leave, but he was asked a question. But after all, he is a professional ADC, and his reaction speed is fast.
Lanzi means to praise you for playing well, similar to our Dafa. But he didn't fight as well as my brother.
Bang was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he always felt that it shouldn't mean this. But he didn't understand Chinese. He could only believe whatever Imp said. However, Gu Shengbin was not willing to leave immediately after taking advantage of him. He raised his eyebrows and said with a straight face,
what? Do you think what I said is wrong? Are you lying to me?
Bang instinctively shook his head like a rattle. He had not been influenced by the culture of the LPL division, and he did not dare to disrespect Imp as a senior. He showed an expression of realization, and then squeezed out a harmless smile on his face.
Brother is really good at fighting, and he is also a Lanzi.
Imp, listen to me. Thank you. Does this count as shooting yourself in the foot? After shaking hands, the top 5 came to the front of the stage, put their hands on each other's teammates' shoulders, and bowed toward the audience. Once again, it attracted bursts of cheers from the audience. There is no shortage of dragon fighting heroes in Western stories. SKT, which has won the S Championship twice, is the dragon in the eyes of the audience, while Top is undoubtedly the hero.
After a year of dormancy, our LPL division finally has a team that has the strength to compete with the top teams in the LCK. Top has also made a good start for the other 2 LPL teams. The Korean team is not invincible.
Miller made a simple analysis.
After winning this game, Top's probability of winning the first place in Group A will undoubtedly be greatly increased, and the initiative will be in their own hands.
At the beginning of the group stage, everyone was still talking about qualifying. Now they no longer consider whether they will qualify, but whether they can qualify as the group leader. This is Top's real-life record, which has caused a change in the mentality of the entire LPL competition area, from commentators and other practitioners to the audience in the competition area.
Yes, if we can qualify first in the group, we can avoid other Korean teams in the quarterfinals. And we can also start the LCK Civil War in the quarterfinals and advance.
Rockstager is also invincible in Group B, while SSG is also killing everyone in Group C, judging from the current situation. These 2 teams have a high probability of ranking first in the group. The draw rules for the quarterfinals are that the top teams in the group will avoid each other. Looking at it this way, the top teams are guaranteed to advance to the semifinals. And once we can push SKT to second place in the group, then SKT will have a high probability of encountering another Korean team, causing the LCK division to start a civil war and advance in the quarterfinals. This is a huge benefit to LPL. The LCK division is like a shadow hanging over other divisions. If there is one less LCK team, the area of the shadow will be greatly reduced, and the probability of winning will also increase linearly. The 2 commentators will analyze the general situation. The audience in the live broadcast room of the LPL competition area is also talking more and more frequently. Yi Qingjie. In my lifetime, I can actually see a team in the LPL division that can play the 4-to-1 push, and a top laner who can perfectly execute the 4-to-1 push. Woohoo! Why didn't Kradog speak? Why are all of them mute? Didn't you scream fiercely before? I understand. Kradog's biological father lost. They have to mourn for their biological father. So how can they still be in the mood to post barrages? I just like to see Brother Han Sheng slap Kradog in the face. It's really domineering. Is this the top laner in the LCK that Han Zha boasts of as the single kill king? In front of my brother Han Sheng, Duke cooks like a master. This is really an idea I've never had before. I originally thought I could qualify from the group of death.
But I didn't expect to get first place. Never had such a wonderful start. At the same time, the official also selected the MVP of this round. 5-0-3. Li Hansheng deservedly won the MVP of this game. The data is not flashy. That's because both sides barely had any positive 5v5 moments throughout the game. But everyone who has watched the game knows that this weapon was the one who left SKT with no operating capital in the midterm. The bottom lane duo was pulled to the front stage for an official interview. Li Hansheng was called to the interview area of the LCK division. How to say? Koreans are really good at dressing up. It's a pity that today's Korean female host is no longer Eun Young. Otherwise she could still tease her and hit Lee Sang-hyuk with a double blow. The bitter wine enters the throat and makes the heart ache. Tons. 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 A white chiffon shirt with a narrow lapel at the top. A black professional skirt that is neither long nor short. And high heels. For the esports community that has not dealt with women all year round, this is simply a killer. She is really good at it. Following another official Korean translator to the interview area, Li Hansheng took the microphone from the staff. Lee Xianjing, the current female host of LCK, looked at the camera with a smile on her face.
Welcome to the post-match interview session on the third match day. We are honored to invite Noob, the top laner of the top team, to accept our post-match interview. Hello LCK viewers. I am Noob, the top laner of top.
Li Hansheng also smiled politely at the camera. And then the translator translated his words.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the top team for successfully defeating SKT and temporarily securing the top spot in the group. You must be feeling very happy at this moment. Right.
After hearing the translated content, why did Li Hansheng think that the female host wanted to cause trouble? He deliberately emphasized.
Of course we will be happy to win the game. But it has nothing to do with defeating SKT. Beating any team will make us happy. SKT has no special meaning for us. It is just one of many opponents.
Lee Xianjing looked surprised and covered his mouth with his hand.
I heard that all teams take it as an honor to defeat SKT and to kill Faker players solo. Although the last team won the game, they did not kill Faker players solo. Will it be your regret?
Really? Li Hansheng couldn't help but rolled his eyes.
First of all, what I want to emphasize is that the total number of games between Top and SKT is 6.
There were 2 games in the MSI group and 3 BO5 games in the semifinals. The current number of games in the group stage of this World Championship is 1.
SKT didn't win even a single game against us. Are you happy because you defeated a defeated player? Also, what kind of honor is killing Faker alone? Didn't you watch the last game? The whole SKT team is chasing after him. Maybe in their eyes. I have no hope of killing me alone. They can only send out the whole team to surround me. If they can kill me in this way, they will feel happy and think it is an honor. See? We finally killed the noob.
After hearing what Li Hansheng said, the translator on the side was stunned. He did not dare to translate the words immediately. Wasn't this likely to cause a dispute? But who knew that Li Hansheng glared at him and urged.
Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't modify it for me. Tell me exactly what I mean.
The translator didn't care so much. So he simply said all these words according to Li Hansheng's instructions. Li Xianjing was really surprised, and even a little confused this time. He was not pretending at all. The way she looked at Li Hansheng seemed to be saying something. Where did this stupid green guy come from? Do you understand what you are talking about? Do you understand that you are provoking the world's #1 league? In the official live broadcast room of LCK, their audience was all criticizing SKT. Faker has many fans, but he also offends many people. There are also quite a few people in LCK who hate Faker. If one person is pink and the other is black, there will always be people who hate you. After hearing this, even Faker's anti-fans became angry. Noob. This bastard. How dare he speak such arrogant words? It's all because of this rubbish club SKT. Otherwise, how could the rubbish LPL teams dare to mock us like this? If SKT loses the next game, just don't come back. If you want to come back, come back. Smeb will shut up this arrogant boy. Let him rant first in the group stage. When he loses in the knockout stage, I will see how he can still be so arrogant. Li Xianjing was slightly embarrassed. He originally wanted to stir up trouble and induce Li Hansheng to say that defeating SKT was an honor, so that they could gain a spiritual victory. Look, our enemies say that defeating us is an honor. So are we even more awesome? Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng didn't give him any face, but instead mocked him severely. But I still have to bite the bullet and continue the interview.
Top is now firmly ranked first in Group A, and there is a high probability of qualifying first in the group. This way, it will avoid the other two LCK teams in the quarterfinals, which will improve its schedule. Easier. Right. How do you know that the other two Korean teams will definitely qualify first in the group? Also, if possible, I hope that the opponents in the knockout rounds are all teams from the LCK division, so that the viewers in the LCK division can't say that they are not beating the LCK. There's no such thing as gold content in a championship won by a team. Right.
Okay. Got hit head on again. Li Xianjing could only show an awkward but polite smile and hastily ended the interview. After leaving the interview area, Li Hansheng curled his lips disdainfully.
Playing such a little trick with my brother. Am I the kind of person who spoils children?
When I looked up, I saw Vincent, Imp and Lu Mao just coming down from the stage in front.
Hey, Pinley, tell me quickly. Don't you seem to be taunting me?
Imp walked quickly and asked curiously.
Huh?
Li Hansheng frowned.
Did you install a camera in the LCK interview area? How else did you know? Hee hee. No one knows how to sell pairs better than one.
Imp laughed proudly. Li Hansheng burst into laughter. He probably understood the peeing habits of Korean hosts and knew that they would ask some questions. He also understood that he was not the kind of person to be polite and would get angry when he was upset. The three of them returned to the backstage together, and Top's training room had become a sea of joy. Guihao stood at the door, hugging the team members with a red face, and almost turned into a crooked dragon king with his smile.
Ha ha! Not bad. Not bad. First in the group. First in the group.
It is too dreamy to achieve top results this year. As soon as Li Hansheng entered the room, three people, Ah Shui, Gao Tianliang and Ming, also came around. They said,
Brother Hansheng is awesome.
On the left and
Brother Hansheng is invincible.
On the right. It made Li Hansheng almost lose himself in the awesome sounds, and he sang a few lines at the top of his lungs. Bai Yueyao also spoke up.
Everyone played very well in the last game. It was perfect. So everyone can have a good rest. I will not ask any team to schedule a training match tomorrow.
When they heard that they could have a day's rest, the team members beamed with joy. The schedule of the group stage is relatively intensive. In the first 3 days, Top had games every day, and the top players were spinning like clockwork and never had a good rest. There is almost no extra time except sleeping. The high-powered players play in rankings, training matches, and competitions. Even their meal time has to be used to watch the games, and everyone is physically and mentally exhausted. However, after the first round of the group stage, we can finally relax a little.
Our next round of the group stage is on October 7th. After a day off tomorrow, I will give you a higher intensity. You must be mentally prepared.
Bai Yueyao added.
After all, the second round of the group stage will no longer be held. It's done separately, but each group plays all the games in one day or something. Take us for example. On the 7th, we have to finish 3 games against G2, C9 and SKT at the same time, and may even face extra games. This is a huge test for our physical strength and energy. At the same time, the opponents will be more difficult to deal with in the second round, and everyone's understanding of the version will also be further improved. 3-0 does not guarantee that we will appear steadily, although there is a high probability that we will not be like that. We still have to have a psychological expectation. Last year's C9 group stage also won 3 consecutive games in the first 3 games. However, in the second round, it suffered a 4-game losing streak and was directly eliminated.
White Crescent Moon is not just being alarmist. He is also talking about things that must be paid attention to in the World Championships. This is like the difference between the regular season and the playoffs in the league. The regular season is very long, and no one will deliberately target you. But when it comes to the life and death playoffs, others will study you in various ways and constantly attack your shortcomings. The intensity of the World Championship will only be higher.
Although we defeated SKT today, we can't be happy too early. You must know in your hearts that if you can get this lineup, SKT should be testing it. Next time we meet them, it will be difficult for us to do it. Such a perfect BP. There's nothing else to say. Just enjoy your rare vacation.
As he said that, Bai Yueyao rubbed his brow in distress. The players can relax a little, but their coaching staff can't. Although he has never led a team to participate in the World Championships. Before going abroad, he found some experienced people in the circle to make up for it. He knows that data analysis is a shortcoming of the domestic coaching staff. This time he specially brought 2 more analysts. Although the business ability may not be great, he can always sum up something. Right? The first round compares the players' strength. So the second round will be a confrontation between the coaching staffs of each team. The group of people hurried back to the hotel. When they returned to the hotel, it was already very late, and everyone returned to their rooms.
Damn it! Brother Han Sheng! Look! 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 There's a quarrel in the country! What did this guy Bang say?
Ashui reminded.
Hey!
As soon as Li Hansheng was about to get up and go to the toilet, Ashui reminded him. And he agreed.
Okay.
After all, who can refuse to visit the esports restroom while squatting on the toilet? Good guy. The popularity of Kangba far exceeded Li Hansheng's imagination. After all, defeating SKT head-on is definitely exciting news for the audience. How to evaluate Hansheng's performance in the first 3 games of the group stage? Don't ask. Just ask, and you will be the #1 top laner in the world. There is a gap between the performance of other top laners and Brother Han Sheng. It is no exaggeration to say that Brother Han Sheng is the only one, with an empty space in the middle, and then the others. It's not advisable to brag. In fact, Smeb's performance is also very impressive. I personally think Samsung's QB is okay. I'm quite curious about what it will be like for Brother Han Sheng to play against these 2 people. Hanza, please don't brag too hard. How many times has Brother Han Sheng taught Smeb in rank? I hope Top can stabilize the first place in the group, so that the Koreans can get to the top 8 and advance. I still like what Han Sheng said to the Korean host in the interview after the game. He must have this kind of domineering attitude. With this boastful attitude, Li Hansheng felt that the audience wanted to immediately award him a trophy for the world's top laner in advance. Fortunately, Li Hansheng was sober enough. Or as a time traveler, he knew this aspect too well. That is to say, I am always winning now. If I lose one day, at least 80% of those who are praising themselves to death will immediately turn around and bite me to death. In addition, there is another news. It seems that Bang made a mistake during the interview. The LPL division specially found Bang for a brief interview after the game. The original intention was to let Bang praise Top. Bang knows that there are many SKT fans in the LPL region, so he is very cooperative. But this guy is a bit too upright. The host asked him how he would evaluate the performance of the top 5 in the game. He originally thought that if he used Chinese to praise him, it would show that he was very attentive. But didn't Imp teach him a lesson? He just wanted to use it to learn and apply it now. He smiled and said, "Praise.
The top 5 Lanzi played very well. The strength they showed is not inferior to any of the top teams in the LCK."
This shocked the Chinese translator. Out of professional instinct, he chose to skip this paragraph and only translated the complimentary words that followed. But the audience actually heard the word Lanzi. When the video came out, someone who knew Korean immediately translated it. It exploded instantly. Blatantly calling someone Lanzi? No. This Kumba Korean is mentally ill. Right? Did you really not hide it at all during the interview? Hack. MD. Bang is just a Lanzi. USKT are all Lanzi. And the entire LCK division is all Lanzi. Real or fake? Bei Juanji is not a person with this kind of personality. And why does his speaking style sound so similar to Poo Poo? It can only mean that this stupid dick is just pretending. The more he looks at people and animals as harmless, the more hateful he is. This incident even immediately alarmed the people in the SKT club. After all, they specially found someone in China to run their team's Weibo. After contacting Bang immediately, I found out the whole story. He immediately made a clarification on the official Weibo of the domestic SKT team. Explained the whole story clearly. Only then did the audience suddenly realize. I'm laughing so hard. I just said this. It sounds like what Puff said. Ju Shinbin, you have committed a heinous crime. Doesn't this guy plan to go back to Korea? So, Puff, he is a person who directly fights with Koreans just to argue about Seogwa's merits. I believe him even if you say he pays party dues. Is Top really just for everyone to have fun? Chapter 226 Li Hansheng. I have a sense of superiority in terms of IQ. Li Hansheng continued to browse the posts of Kangba. After all,
It is fun to watch people in Kangba complain about each other, isn't it? But the small group of the top team on his mobile phone began to pop up message boxes frequently. He clicked in and took a look. Sure enough, everyone knew about Bang saying Lanzi during the interview. Do you feel that the society is dead this time? If you meet Bang in the training match tomorrow, you two won't fight. Right? It's okay. It's okay. He doesn't dare. The nest is just a joke on him. Puff. This evil person wanted to mess with people's mentality. But he was caught in the act. I think Bang is quite social. And the situation this time should be no less than eating Hataleo on your birthday. I told Poo-Poo not to talk about Lanzi every day. Something will happen now. Actually, it's okay. Let's just promote our traditional culture. Just like Jianwen promoted the word Nyobi. Gu Shengban seems to be a bit like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. It's really nothing. Essentially, it was just a joke with Bang. Trying to bully Bang for not knowing Chinese. Although it was a little bit funny. It didn't escalate to the point of starting a fight when they met. But Bang will probably have to complain to Ju Shengban in the training room tomorrow. That's what you deserve. It's your own fault. After squatting on the toilet, I took a shower. As soon as the hot water was flushed, I immediately felt that my whole body became lighter. As if the fatigue was swept away. After drying her hair, she walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Li Hansheng went directly to bed, picked up his phone, and looked at the time. 11:58. So far so good. He picked up his Bluetooth headset from the bedside table and put it on. Then he looked at his phone, and when the time came at 12 o'clock in the morning, he opened NetEase Cloud on time. Keep lying on your side and sing. The Untold Secret by King of Heaven. Get ready to start emo. I'm sorry I gave birth to someone. Cry. Cry hard for me. Since he fell asleep relatively early, Li Hansheng woke up in the morning the next day and had a hotel breakfast by the way. He could barely eat the Western breakfast, but it was still a bit too sweet. I don't understand how Europeans and Americans accept this level of sweetness. Don't they know that if their boyfriend or girlfriend has diabetes, it will harm them too? Today is a rare holiday, but no one in top has any idea of going out to play. Mainly because the training and coaching staff were working overtime in the training room to collect data. But it was inappropriate for the players to go out to relax. So everyone decided to stay in the hotel. Continue to play rank. But not so frequently. Once you play, do something else to relax and combine work and rest. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Hansheng and Ah Shui finished the beef burgers they ordered. And then took the elevator downstairs to the training room together. The two of them arrived quite early. But as soon as they entered the door, they saw Bai Yueya and others sitting in front of the computer. On the screen were videos of the first 3 games of top and other games of the group opponents. And in front of everyone, they were also holding a notebook. If you glance at it from a distance, you can see the densely packed words on it. Oh! And there's also a big glass of iced Americano to refresh you. In the eyes of many people, data analysts may just watch game videos, which is not too tiring or troublesome. But this is not the case. Unlike spectators who simply enjoy the game, data analysts need to observe what is happening on the court at every moment, and even look for first-person video of the game. Record all the data, then summarize the collected data to get an average, and then make inferences and summaries from this average. Just like XX players, they will get used to when and where to look. Such a subtle piece of information can be of great help to the players on the field, especially junglers. Once you develop a habit like this, it will be difficult for you to change it artificially in a short period of time. Each player's habits are developed through long-term competition and daily practice. And there are rules to follow. For example, the factory director likes to catch people. This is not a joke, but a summary of everyone's competition habits of the factory director. And once you can roughly grasp some of a player's landing habits, the jungler can make judgments in advance. For example, he will do wards at this time, if the jungler has the idea of ganking. If he knows this in advance, he cannot waste time squatting and effectively hide his whereabouts. Not only junglers, but online players can also get help. For example, when the opponent comes up to exchange blood with you, it is a fake and the tiger is powerful. And when the opponent comes up to exchange blood with you, it is a real jungler. The audience will not deliberately observe or summarize such details. But the people in the training team need to do this. Data is definitely a big help in the competitive field. Take football as an analogy. The data recorded in the data centers of top teams will be so detailed that it will scare you. The dominant foot is the basis, and can even be detailed down to the muscle divisions of the opponent's body. There are always people with unbalanced left and right muscle development.
and the defender can target the half of the opponent's body with underdeveloped muscles. There are also shooting habits, passing routes, and running routes. League of Legends is no exception. This is precisely the weakest link of the LPL team. So the darkest part of the LPL is not that there is such a huge gap in player strength as in field performance. After all, LPL can still have a certain advantage against LCK in the early stage, which proves that talent and landing strength are not at all different from each other. However, line switching operations, etc. require a lot of support from the training team. Probably, as long as a person has strong internal strength, he can win against ordinary people by just throwing random bastard punches. But once you meet someone who has the same internal strength as you and is proficient in various martial arts moves, you will be fooled around. No matter how talented a hero is, you still need a master to teach you basic moves. If you are talented, you can incorporate your own understanding into the basic moves to create a new school.
Gui. Brother Sheng, are you so stubborn?
Ashue's eyes widened. Li Hansheng came closer, picked up White Crescent's notebook, and took a look at it. He seemed to be summarizing SKT's game data, probably some statistics on eye placement and eye positioning habits. When Li Hansheng looked at the data, he was stunned at first. We all know that SKT is a well-known operations team, and vision is the basis of operations. You must have enough vision to collect map information in order to make early judgments and operate. But SKT's average number of wards per game is only 3.58, not to mention compared with top, even a little lower than G2 and C9 in the same group. Their average number of real eyes is not high, and they are still at the bottom of the group. But there is one data that is very interesting. Their average number of split wards ranks first in Group A. That is to say, SKT can always maximize the use of its real eye in scanning. The reason why this is possible is that their training team collects, analyzes, and summarizes data early, so that the players can accurately judge their opponents on the court. Where will the eye position be placed? Call. After finally watching a video, Bai Yueyao breathed a long sigh of relief, picked up the ice cream on the side, and took 2 fierce sips.
Brother Hao should really be asked to find more talented students in data analysis. Ordinary people really can't do this job.
This is true. Financial institutions and large companies must have top talents to produce complex data models and data analysis.
Huh? SKT has so few wards?
Ashue also saw White Crescent's notes and looked very surprised.
Doesn't it stand to reason that the Korean team regards wards as their life? I remember Samsung or someone else. It seems that it is clearly stipulated that you must bring a real eye with you every time you go home. Right. The data is confusing,
Bai Yueyao patiently explained.
If you look at their average number of eyes, it shows that their real eye and scanning utilization rate is very high, which proves that they are very familiar with the opponent's eye position distribution. That's true.
Ashue nodded.
The director's KDA is always the best in EDG. If I hadn't watched the game, I would have thought that someone else had cheated him. Uzi's statistics are also very scary. Many of them are underwhelming, but he understands them all.
Data can be really confusing. Uzi's landing data is terrible. Firstly, his own landing suppression power is indeed very good. This cannot be said. But it is also because the team's resources are tilted towards the bottom lane. As the core of the team, you can enjoy the troops in the jungle and other lanes. And you can even go to support immediately when a team battle breaks out in the jungle. Your economy and pressure will naturally increase, so your equipment will activate faster and deal higher damage. Besides, junglers and supports have the responsibility of starting a team in many versions. In the S6 version, junglers and auxiliaries will not gain much economy. If you rush in to start a group and save people, you will most likely die. The post-match data will naturally not look good.
In short, the data is just a reference. Just like the constellation. This thing is actually just statistics. I don't want you to believe it completely. It can be used as a rough reference.
White Crescent waved his hand.
Yes. Brother Sheng is right. But it has nothing to do with me for the time being.
Ashue chuckled.
I can't play anyway. Huh?
Bai Yueyao hesitated deliberately.
I was thinking that if I get 5 wins, I would let you go up and fight. Really?
But Ashue looked at the schedule and saw that the last opponent in the top group stage was SKT. If SKT also defeats C9 and G2, it means that the two sides will compete for the top spot in the group in the final round. If SKT wins, then both sides will have equal points, and the relationship between victory and defeat will be the same. They must rely on extra games to decide who becomes the first to play in such a crucial innings. Even Ashue, who has always had a big heart, didn't dare to boast about Haikal at this time. The team originally won well. But if it was replaced and lost a game, wouldn't it be completely liquidated by the domestic audience after the game? Why make yourself uncomfortable? He hasn't played in a game for so long. And his condition is also a problem.
Come on, buddy. You're still young. You can wait until next year.
He waved his hand pretending not to care.
Ha! You can expect SKT to overturn G2 or C9.
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
Okay. I'll stab someone tonight when I go back and curse SKT.
Conversation room. Other members of the team also came to the training room one after another. Not long after Imp walked in, Bang came to the door as expected. I guess I knew I was wrong. After all, this little guy didn't provoke me before the game. Nor did he offend himself. It was really a bit embarrassing for him to make such a joke. Ju Shungbin also took the initiative to apologize to Bang and coaxed Bang back after a few words of coaxing.
Hey! Don't talk to anyone who speaks Chinese in the future. Especially Lanzi.
Li Hansheng reminded.
Don't worry. Pinley, I'm a saint. I won't fall twice in one place.
Imp raised 2 fingers to emphasize deliberately. Everyone was amused by Imp. Mainly thanks to the 3 consecutive victories in the first round of the group stage. The mentality of the entire top team is in a relatively relaxed state. Don't worry about qualifying. The advantage is mine. As long as you don't learn from Chong Kaishan. How can Filunky Face lose with such a huge advantage? How could he be eliminated after a 3-0 start? Throughout the afternoon, the team members occasionally played ranking games or watched today's game to get to know their opponents in advance. For dinner, I changed my taste and ordered a Little Emperor instead. I should change my order to taco, the favorite Mexican food of old King James. In fact, corn is used to make flour pancakes. And then vegetables, meat and various sauces are added to it. In essence, it is no different from the old BJ chicken roll. The main thing is that the taste is acceptable to everyone. Until almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Zai and other people from the operations department who came with the team came over and suggested.
I noticed that the hotel seems to be close to the beach. Should we go to the beach to watch the sunrise? It will be night in China, and it would be perfect to start a live broadcast.
Everyone responded to B-Boy's suggestion. The main reason is that it's really boring to stay in a hotel every day. And I can relax a little bit. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the beach to watch the sunrise and take photos? You have to leave something behind to prove that you have been to San Francisco. Instead of just finishing the game and leaving to go to the next city. Right? Li Hansheng did not refuse. But he couldn't remember it for a while in his mind. He just remembered that he went to the beach to watch the sunrise, and someone made a joke. But I don't remember the details very clearly. After all, it's been too long. The group of people stayed up in the hotel until around 3 o'clock in the morning. And then everyone packed up and prepared to set off. B-Boy and the others have made detailed plans.
Our hotel is not far from the Golden Gate Bridge. There are large green belts and parks there. It is best to go there to watch the sunrise.
After cleaning up for a while, everyone left the hotel and headed to the spot that B-Boy said was the perfect place to watch the sunrise. Really, the sea breeze at night was roaring, and bursts of sea breeze with the fishy smell of the sea came out. Looking from a distance, the ocean and sky seemed to be artificially cut with a sharp sword, with the sea horizon as the boundary. It was just 4 o'clock in the morning. There was still some time before sunrise. So the people in the operations department simply started debugging the equipment for the outdoor live broadcast. The team members sat on the ground and took out their mobile phones to pass the boring time. Esports players are nocturnal creatures, and their biological clocks and work and rest patterns are different from those of normal people. They have seen the moon at 4 o'clock in the morning, but they can hardly see the sunrise in the early morning. Not to mention going to the beach to watch the sunrise, and watching the sun slowly rise from the horizon. But being sleepy is really sleepy. Yesterday, everyone woke up very early. At this point, they were a little confused. Everyone was yawning. Fortunately, the whistling sea breeze helped the team members to cheer up. If it didn't work, just find someone to chat with.
Hey, buddy, I must pose for a photo later to record this beautiful moment.
Ashue made a scissor hand gesture coquettishly.
The most stupid pose in the world is to do the scissor hand gesture to the camera when taking pictures.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and complained.
2.
Ashue raised a brow and retorted immediately.
Watching the sunrise and taking photos on the Pacific coast. Can this be called dirt? Ah. Yes. Yes.
Li Hansheng agreed perfunctorily. Wrong? He suddenly frowned and realized that things were not simple. Pacific Ocean? forgotten in the core of his mind. Dead memories suddenly began to attack him. He remembered it. Looking at the people who were still working hard. He had a bad smile on his face, and walked to the park bench nearby. Just lie on it. No need to force yourself up. And sleep peacefully.
Hey! That's what Brother Han Sheng is like. Does our team's liver emperor have a day when he can't live up to others?
When Ah Shui saw this, he thought Li Hansheng couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately started teasing him.
Brother Han Sheng, if you sleep like this, I will wake you up later, but you will look embarrassed. When the time comes for the live broadcast, you won't have the baggage of being an idol. Will you? It's okay. Han Sheng, if you're sleepy, just go to sleep first. We'll call you later.
Guihao couldn't bear to let Li Hansheng, his precious baby, get into trouble, so he could rest if he wanted.
You can't sell pears. You don't understand romance at all. How can you find a girlfriend in the future? Can't you just learn to be a din? That's right. Lao Li is so good looking for nothing. But it's fair. He's handsome, but has low emotional intelligence. I'm almost the same looking, but I have high emotional intelligence.
Imp and Candy both sang and joked. But Gao Tianliang on the side suddenly launched a wave of killings.
Is there a possibility?
He reminded seriously.
With Brother Han Sheng's good looks, even if he is a straight man on the high-speed rail, there are women willing to come to his door? In this society where looks are important, there should be no shortage of Brother Han Sheng. Girlfriend. Also, let me correct a mistake. High emotional intelligence does not mean being a dog licker. It is recognized that dog lickers are people with low emotional intelligence.
The canine boy was hit in a painful spot at once, and immediately clamped Gao Tianliang's square head with his arms.
Gao Tianliang, do you need to take care of yourself? Ah, is it because I'm usually too gentle to you? It's just like that. Who's to blame for being a dog licker?
Imp kept nodding.
The nest and the roast meat seem to go in both directions. Candy is the dog boy.
Question mark.
Ha 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 ha.
Not to mention how happy everyone is. As for Li Hansheng, it has long been forgotten in the corner by everyone. I don't know how long it took, but Li Hansheng was sleeping soundly, and it was quite comfortable to return to the state of nature once in a while. Bizai and the others had checked today's sunrise time on their mobile app in advance. When the time was about to arrive, they posted the news on Top's official blog and prepared to start the live broadcast room. This can be regarded as completing Douyu's mission. After all, Douyu also carries out activities to support Top World Championship in China. Just like it supported LGD last year, Top will unlock a reward every time it achieves a staged result. The final reward for winning the championship is still a Mercedes-Benz. At first, some people thought this was unlucky, thinking that LGD was killed by Douyu last year. But as Top made great progress in the World Championship, the audience saw that there was a real chance to get rewards, and they couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. 6:51 a.m. Top's live broadcast room started on time, and it happened to be close to the prime time in the evening in China. A large number of viewers instantly poured into Top's live broadcast room. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly surpassed that of Grandpa Lu, the first brother on the platform. With 300W, 400W, and 500W, the popularity keeps soaring. Ghost. Looking at the picture, it seems like it's still nighttime. Aren't all Top members afraid of being robbed by Nico when they go out at night? Is there a possibility that the security situation in America is not that bad? Yes. Yes. My buddy told me that America has simple folk customs, but she is relatively useless in wallets and chrysanthemums. He went to see the anorectal department just after he told me last month. Where is Shungbao? Shungbao. Let me see Shungbao quickly. Li Hansheng was also woken up from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. This scene happened to be captured by B-Boy on his mobile phone. It immediately attracted a group of fans to comment, and the special effects of various gifts never stopped. B-Boy also spoke at this time. It's going to be sunrise later. This is a team-building session carefully prepared by the team. I also hope to experience this wonderful moment with everyone, watching the sun rise slowly from below the sea level. Rise. There are only 3 minutes left. Everyone, get ready. There are already some people in the barrage who have been to America or live in America who are sending barrage reminders. But unfortunately, there are too many people. The mobile phone screen is so small that Bizai can't see any barrages clearly. Until the time came to 6:56. That is the sunrise time of the query. Looking at the still unchanged dark sky, everyone in Top looked at each other in confusion. You look at me. I look at you. Where is the sun? At this time,
Li Hansheng, who had completely woken up, was gloating and laughing loudly.
Ha ha ha. This group of parents made me laugh to death. San Francisco is on the west coast of America. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. You can come here to watch the sunset. But to watch the sunrise? You have never seen it in your life. Not enough. Question mark.
Everyone then realized that Beat Boy also saw similar content in the barrage.
Hack.
Candy shouted angrily.
Oldly. Why the H.L. didn't you tell me earlier?
Others were also furious. No wonder. Li Hansheng, who is very stupid, actually went to bed early because he was tired. Is this kid deliberately teasing them?
I was thinking you guys would ask me this.
Li Hansheng blinked his big innocent eyes.
Viewers, don't laugh at me. This is what we call maintaining our personality. After all, we have the average father-in-law per capita. Say it again. Our mid laner is Away. Away can reverse and throw Q when playing Virus. What's wrong with our top reverse to watch the sunrise?
Chapter 227 as a shooter. Is it okay for me to learn life-saving skills?
Hey, obviously my education level is not high, but I do have a sense of intellectual superiority when facing you.
Li Hansheng was still gloating. But the next second, Gao Dui took the lead, shaking his head and squeezing his knuckles just like those people in Xiongjiang action movies who move their bodies and make a click sound before taking action. Candy understood immediately. It is indeed a good match for the midfield linkage. He immediately raised his arms and waved.
Brothers, come on. Let this girl enjoy her misfortune.
Before Li Hansheng could react, Gao Dui pounced and pinned Li Hansheng in place, and his teammates rushed over in a swarm.
F***CK. Murderous. I shed blood for top. I made contributions for top. I want to see Brother Hao. I want to see Brother Hao. It's okay. I allow you to attack Hansheng. This kid is really annoying.
The picture is extremely cruel. It can easily cause discomfort. Originally, the audience in the official live broadcast room was a little confused by Top's cool move of watching the sunrise in reverse. As a result, he immediately saw his teammates beating up Li Hansheng again. Li Hansheng in the crowd was embarrassed by his teammates.
Good guy. Is the program list so dense? Ha 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 ha. Top is planning to completely weld his father-in-law's character to himself. Right? Shock. There is a suspected disagreement within the LPL's top favorite team, and teammates are fighting each other. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? Good guy. All of them are from the UC shop department. Right? Sheng Bao is so bad. He fooled others into waiting for the sunrise, but he ended up sleeping soundly next to him. One thing to say, Brother Ming, the team I am a fan of is so uneducated. I am blushing now. What should I do? If this spreads out, will it kill the community? I asked you to study more and skip classes to play games, but now it's backfired. Who would have thought of going to the West Coast to watch the sunrise? Understood. I understand. Top, this is an example of how to give everyone some tips on life science. Right? Li Hansheng finally broke free from the clutches of his teammates and trotted to open a certain distance. At this time, the sky finally turned a touch of fish belly white. He faced the sea breeze and shouted with his hands on his hips.
You just want me to give in? Huh? You guys, just thank the League of Legends for giving you a bowl of rice.
Otherwise, I'll just go into the factory and turn the machines around to make smoke.
As soon as he finished speaking, before his teammates could react, he ran away. Gao Dui and others were stunned. Hey, this kid. He immediately ran after him. At this time, a classic line should ring out. I think of running on the beach in the early morning. That was my lost youth. Ah. As expected of Brother Hansheng, this team's starting skill is max. I finally understand why Brother Hansheng's death rate is so low. Because of his ability to escape. The factory director had to kowtow and become his disciple immediately when he saw him. Broken. Top in Fighting 2.0? The teammates didn't get along and they got into a fight again. The live broadcast showed the sound of top people chasing each other and fighting at the beach. But the program effect created by this small clip made the entire live broadcast room earn a lot of money from gifts. This wave looks like Top is making a profit. But in fact Doyu is laughing so hard. After a while, the news of Top members watching the sunrise in reverse direction spread throughout the country.
No way.
This will happen to be the peak period for domestic internet users to surf the internet. Now it is also during the World Championships. So of course, there is no need to say much about those who play games. And those cloud players also pay high attention to the game. A large number of viewers poured into the live broadcast room, which directly caused a sudden increase in pressure on the entire DouYu server. It was stuck for a while, and then returned to normal immediately. No one noticed that except for Top's live broadcast room. The popularity of DouYu's other live broadcast rooms has declined to varying degrees. Even Grandpa Lu, who maintains a popularity value of more than 200 W, actually dropped to more than 100 W. First, he was taken away by Top. Second, in order to reduce the load on the server, DouYu cleared out a batch of robots in all live broadcast rooms. Those anchors who can maintain a popularity of 30-50 W on a daily basis have now dropped to around 10 W in their live broadcast rooms. This wave is just a small episode during the Daily World Championship. After playing at the beach for a while, taking some photos, and live broadcasting for less than an hour, Bizai and the others closed the live broadcast room and prepared to return to the hotel. On the way home, I also stopped by the nearby KFC to buy breakfast. After arriving at the hotel, Bai Yueya did not forget to remind, everyone should have a good rest. Those who should relax should also relax. We need to increase the amount of training starting today. Li Hansheng and others ran to the training room carrying the breakfast they bought, planning to finish eating here before going back to the room.
Brother Hansheng, why don't you just go back to your room to eat? Why do you have to come to the training room?
Ashui couldn't help Sister Li.
Early in the morning, the training room was very deserted, with not a single ghost in sight.
You don't understand.
Li Hansheng shook his head.
High-end ingredients often need to be paired with the best video.
As he spoke, he skillfully opened the browser and found the match video between EDG and INTZ. While watching it, he slowly took out the breakfast from the bag and opened the box. When he saw the factory director making a mistake, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. Ashui and others also followed suit. And after a while, they all expressed their opinions.
Gui. It seems to be working. Seeing the factory director's operating errors, my appetite increased greatly. No. I have to look again to find out how the factory director prepares food. I said Yuanba. This is what you learn when you enter Top.
A familiar voice sounded at the door. When everyone turned around, they saw the factory director standing at the door of the training room with a dark face.
Following Li Hansheng. GDX. You will learn how to arrange people behind the scenes. Right. No way.
Ashui explained with a smile.
Director, I am learning your life-saving skills. As an ADC, I need to ensure my own survival at all times. There is nothing wrong with this. Right.
Li Hansheng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Yuanba is the only one in the team who is not qualified to say this. Every time he plays in a team, he rushes ahead faster than his top laner.
Li
Hansheng also said with a smile.
You haven't had breakfast yet? Director? Do you want to have some? Go away. You are the worst among the top.
The factory director complained angrily.
Next time you dare to say bad things about me behind my back, see how I beat you.
With that said, the factory director turned and left.
Gui. Do people from EDG get up so early?
Ashui couldn't help but clicked his tongue. It was only around 8 o'clock. You know, when Top left for the beach last night, everyone in EDG was still working overtime in the training room. It was just before 9 o'clock, which means they only slept for 5 hours at most. It's too hard.
Normal.
Gao Tianyong pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose.
Although EDG won HU, they have to play against TSM today. If they lose, the 1-2 start will not be conducive to their qualifying. So their qualifying it's a bit stressful. What's the point of HU coming to the World Championship every year?
Ashui rolled his eyes and complained.
No wonder others say HQ is EDG's Sun team. The purpose of their coming to the World Championship every year is to steadily give EDG 2 points.
Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It really is. The main reason is that the two clubs HQ and EDG have a very good relationship in private. They often play training matches together, and they understand and are familiar with each other very well. What is the factory director best at? Kill it. The more I know you, the harder I will hit you, and hit you hard.
But there is indeed a problem with EDG's state.
Ashui shook his head.
It's so difficult to play in the worst group. I really can't understand them. This is the consequence of blindly pursuing the winning rate of training matches and not spending time exploring the version.
Li Hansheng shrugged. After all, even now, EDG is still picking up the lineup according to their ideas for the summer split. There have been 4 to 5 versions in the past. How can your style of play work? Everyone is exploring the version more and more deeply. But only EDG doesn't have the courage to even explore the version. As for sharing? Please. When we come to the World Championship, we are potential competitors who will be happy to share the results of their hard work with you. Moreover, everyone understands EDG's strategy. When EDG faces domestic teams, they often like to hide their moves and guard themselves against others. Why do you expect others to help you? Sometimes Li Hansheng would think about conspiracy theories. Did EDG do this intentionally? As long as everyone sucks, I won't be the only one who gets criticized. At least, I will still be the dominant player in the country. After breakfast, everyone felt sleepy and stood up to go back to their rooms. When using the elevator, I could see players from many teams already getting up. These teams were all teams whose results in the first round of the group stage were not so satisfactory, and they all chose to practice more quickly. After finally reaching the stage of the World Championships, who would be willing to leave early and become a spectator? Thanks to his outstanding performance in the first round, Li Hansheng's reputation gradually spread among European and American players. When passing by, some people took the initiative to say hello to him, and he responded with a smile. After returning to the room, everyone almost fell asleep and slept until dark. After a simple wash, they returned to the training room and watched today's game while waiting for takeout.
Oh? EDG, are you hacking gods and demons?
Candy exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Li Hansheng also quickly opened the official live broadcast room. But he was also dumbfounded. The game being live broadcast now is the game between TSM and EDG. EDG is once again at a huge disadvantage on the court. Come up with a lineup that speeds up the early and midterm, but falls into a disadvantage. Isn't this just G? The voices of the commentators were almost drowned out by the noise made by the North American audience. The North American division has been making money for several years. This year's number 1 seed TSM is really about to rise. How can they not be happy?
Gui. Mr. Dai has been steadily stretching his hips since the World Championships. He can't even beat double lift.
Ashui also complained.
I remember, isn't senior brother just a pure talker?
Double lift is one of the people from the earliest days of the League of Legends professional circle. He has participated in S1, which is nicknamed the Internet Cafe Tournament. It was also the best result of his career. The semifinals of S1. But S1 only has Europe and the United States, not China and South Korea. And the gold content is really just an Internet Cafe game. Since S2, when teams from China and South Korea joined the team, Doublelift has never made it to the semifinals, or even the top 8. It either failed in the top 16 in the group stage, or it didn't even qualify for the World Championship. From this, it is not difficult to see why the North American division is recognized as a weak division. For a guy like Big Brother, there was no ADC in North America who could really suppress him. But in the World Championships, he was taught all sorts of things. The problem is, Def plus Mako, the top bot lane combination in the LPL region, can also be regarded as the top bot lane combination in the world. You haven't had a fight?
Mouse is also outrageous. But after all, he is the one who can't beat Nar when playing Sword Girl.
Candy also joked.
TSM's top laner is quite powerful. That's it? If the jungler is so helpful, I can do it too.
Ashui curled his lips disdainfully.
You think so? Brother Hansheng. Oh?
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, and then said,
I can't take care of myself as a mouse who can play without a jungler.
Ashui silently closed his mouth and went on the road. Li Hansheng is a professional. Can't afford to offend. At this time, the takeout had been delivered, and everyone continued to eat the takeout and continued to watch the game between the two sides. When the game time came to 34 minutes, TSM played a perfect team battle. 0 for 4. EDG only hot men survive.
Director, run away!
Ashui started screaming again.
That means the factory director can't hear it. Otherwise, I'll educate you every minute.
Li Hansheng scolded with a smile. Bai Yueyao walked in from the outside at this time and closed the door of the training room.
Okay. Don't look at it. At this time, don't worry about how others are playing. Take care of yourself first. We also have to take care of ourselves.
If you don't secure qualifying, you don't want to be last year's C9. Right? You don't want to be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Report to coach.
Li Hansheng suddenly interrupted.
Before we were nailed to the pillar of shame in history, Away and Poo-Poo were already nailed. I suggest that they speak first and summarize their experiences for everyone, so that we can be prepared. To beat up my teammates,
I have to look at Li Hansheng. Gao Dui and Gu Shengbin looked at Li Hansheng with murderous eyes. MD! Lao Li! You GDX. You want to cause trouble. Don't you? Ha ha ha. Candy laughed happily. It's true. There's nothing wrong with that. Bai Yue sighed helplessly. It's official. Hansheng. Please don't make trouble. He continued. Later, I will tell you some of the data summarized in the past 2 days. And then I will review the game against SKT. Please be serious and stop laughing and joking. This is the first time White Crescent has led a team into the World Championship. He didn't want to cause any trouble. To win every game steadily. It is best to be able to lock in the first place in the group, which will also be a good filler for his personal coaching resume. After playing and having fun, Li Hansheng soon entered a state of high-intensity training. The few days of rest passed quickly. Time flies and comes to October 7th, which is the day when the second round of the group stage begins. Chapter 228 Top targeted by Black Technology. In the top training room in the afternoon, the team members were all lowering their heads to pack the peripheral equipment they were going to use on the field. They quickly pulled the keyboard and mouse data cables from the chassis interface, rolled them up and stuffed them into their backpacks. Forget it. I'd better bring some bananas to the scene. Guihao raised his hand and glanced at the time on his watch before making his final decision. Although the team members had a full meal at 12 o'clock, today's schedule was too long. Top will have to play 3 BO1 games as a guarantee, and it is very likely that there will be a playoff. If they lose to SKT in the second round of BO1, both sides will play 5-1, and they will have to play one more playoff game to decide who becomes the top player in the group. Now the other two South Korean teams Rockstager and SSG are gaining momentum, and will most likely secure first place in the group. Top must also win the first place in a group to ensure that they avoid these teams in the quarterfinals. If you can meet her later, try to meet her later. Not that you are afraid, but I hope others can force out the trump cards of these two teams. After all, after so many years of experience in the World Championship, the Korean team has always started low and gone high in the World Championship. As the schedule progresses, their strength and dominance on the field will become stronger, in order to prevent players from falling into a state of hunger and affecting their performance on the field. It's better to bring emergency food like bananas. After the group packed their luggage, they put on their backpacks and walked outside. As soon as they walked out of the hotel, they saw other members of the A team standing at the door, seemingly planning to set off for the municipal auditorium. Hearing the footsteps, the G2 players immediately turned around. Perks was not hostile to everyone in Top, because he was tortured by Top many times. He even took the initiative to say low to Li Hansheng, showing his fun-loving nature. Hello, noob! Be prepared to be ganked by me today. 0-3 can still be so optimistic and joke. Only a top-notch, fun-loving person like OP can have such a mentality. But then again, the pressure on European and American players in the competition area is not that great, and their audiences have long been at ease. To reach the top 8 is victory. To reach the semifinals is far beyond expectations. And to enter the finals is creation. Miracle. What? Win the championship? The world must not be far from destruction. After all, with the level of laziness of European and American players facing various LPL and LCK divisions with numerous champions, the probability of winning the championship is almost as good as an asteroid hitting the Earth. Luca, are you serious? Li Hansheng responded with a smile. Then you should be prepared to be ganked by me. Upon hearing this, Perks immediately shook his head. No, brother. I'm just kidding. It's too difficult to kill you. I'm not sure. Our goal today is to kill C9 and SKT. If that's the case, then I will definitely support you. By the way, I'll come find you tonight. Li Hansheng's expression suddenly changed. Looking for yourself at night? He had heard that the banana-burning atmosphere is very popular in Europe and the United States. Let's exchange team uniforms. That's it. No problem. Li Hansheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Perks would say that we should go into the room to communicate alone. But he really couldn't bear it. After chatting for a while, Perks left with his teammates, while Li Hansheng and the others were still waiting for the coaching staff to come downstairs. And soon they set off for the game. After several days of rest, the fighting resumed, and the municipal auditorium was still full today. And maybe it's because I haven't watched the game for several days, but today I can suddenly vent my accumulated emotions. The atmosphere at the scene was also extremely restless, heightened by the audience. Starting today, the 4-day second round of the group stage is about to begin. The first day is the match of Group A.
The Group of Death. When the game was about to start, the lights at the venue were instantly turned off, and the countdown numbers began to appear on the large screen used for broadcast. When the countdown reached 0, all the lights came on again, and the audience cheered and screamed endlessly. The screen also began to play the highlights of all the games in Group A. After the exciting shots, there are scenes of the contestants being interviewed. These days are not just about rest, but also need to cooperate with Riot's interview work. After all, Riot is an American company. America has very mature experience in running events such as the Super Bowl, NBA, ice hockey, and baseball. They are familiar with this kind of routine. Competitions alone are not enough. There are also other supporting things needed to promote the overall value of the League of Legends brand. Just like a piece of land, if there is only one house, it is not very valuable. But if you have subways, hospitals, schools, shopping malls, and other supporting facilities nearby, then the value of this land will be immeasurable. Lee Han-shun appeared in the picture and talked eloquently.
This is the first year of my career, and the first time I have entered the professional league. I have been winning in the LPL. I hope I can maintain this state and keep winning in the World Championship. What has been lost in the LPL division? It's up to us to get it back. We will also help the audience get the honor they want. The 3-game winning streak in the first round of the group stage is just the beginning.
Following closely behind is SKT's mid laner, Faker, who is known as the Devil.
In the first round, we did not show our best performance. Top is a strong opponent, but there is no player who can impress me deeply. In the second round, we will perform at 100%. Don't lose a game, and then regain the first place in the group that should belong to us.
Good guy. The leading players of both teams have said they want to go undefeated. Who can win? The content of the interview was a complete confrontation between the two sides, and the strong smell of gunpowder spreading from the screen completely ignited the atmosphere at the scene. Fans from both sides waved their light sticks vigorously, and some even held up signs with player IDs written on them to express their support for the players on the field. What follows is an interview with 2-star players from their respective teams, Perkz and Sneaky. During the video, the 4 players hugged their chests, while the camera slowly zoomed out until the panoramic view of the Golden Gate Bridge behind the players was also shown on the screen.
Good morning to all the viewers in front of the screen.
Ziyuan's voice rang out in the domestic live broadcast room. Sitting in the commentary box today are him and Wang Lauer. Although they are newcomers, their outstanding performance in the LPL League commentary box has made them the focus of training in the LPL division. It can be seen from the commentary scenes. This time, many commentators came from China, including Su Xiaoyan, Cha Mao, Hallucinogen, and Liang Xiaosan. But today, they were allowed to come, and Ziyuan and Wang Lauer were allowed to sit in the commentary box. Top is currently the team that attracts the most attention from domestic audiences.
Welcome to the 5th match day of the 2016 Global Finals. It is still the live broadcast of the decisive day for Group A of the second round of the group stage. Our number 1 seed team Top in the LPL division will face its ultimate test in the group stage today. Whether we can successfully qualify, or whether we can qualify as first place, the result will be revealed today.
Wang Lauer took over the conversation smoothly, but he was quite optimistic.
Top started with 3-0, which means that in the second round they only need to win 1 game, so that their number of wins is 4, so that they can stably. I don't think it's a big problem. The only one we need to be careful about is SKT. Everyone knows that the SKT team has a strong learning ability and an excellent ability to adjust its status. Top must be fully prepared to deal with the menacing SKT.
At this time, the director gave the current standings of the 4 groups. In Group B, Rockstager stands out, also occupying the first place in the group with 3 consecutive victories, followed by RNG and North America's second seed CLG. At present, there is still no clear play style in RNG. The core of the team is struggling. They will have a hard time competing with CLG for a qualifying spot. In Group C, SSG is also first in the group, followed closely by H2K, and ANX is third. On the contrary, FW, the number 1 seed team in the LNS division, is ranked last. They have not even won the first game of the group stage. The victory was ridiculed as a shame for the 5 major divisions. Group D was originally the group with the clearest qualifying situation, and was also recognized as the less competitive group. However, due to EDG's poor performance, this group looked more like the group of death than Group A. With 3 wins, TSM is firmly ranked first in the group. HU, EDG, and ITZ all have a record of 1-2. It's hard to say who will qualify in the end. It was during this time and space that the world line changed due to the emergence of Li Hansheng, and EDG became the second seed in the LPL division. According to the original history, the first seeded teams in the three divisions G2, EDG, and FW were all brutally beaten in the group stage. It was also this world championship that allowed these three teams to fully establish themselves as the three fantasy gods of the Civil War. As expected of you, the three fantasy gods from the Foreign War are all at the bottom of the group. Right? TMD. What's the point of a stupid team like HU occupying a spot? They give EDG points steadily every year, and their own sons are not as close to each other as they are. I doubt that even with EDG in this rubbish state, if there was no warmth from HU, EDG would still be able to achieve a 0-3 record for you. Believe it or not, Trash Minkai, with 8 strokes and 8 strokes, has been in the top 8 every year. But this year he can't even hold on to the top 8? Please Minkai retire as soon as possible. It's really disgusting to let go of that marketing dream every day. Little Peanut is a carnivorous jungler. Liren is a herbivore jungler. Teacher Gua is a hunger striker jungler. And the Trash Minkai is a scavenger jungler, and is only qualified to pick up leftovers from others in the jungle. Eat. Are there any bad guys in the EDG club? It's so unlucky every year. When it comes to the World Championship, it's like changing teams. Nami's Beef Noodles in S4. Jean Chuanding in S5. This year, the factory director's TM is outrageous, and he was kicked by the blind monk from the TM wildcard division. Burst. Viewers in the domestic live broadcast room said barrages to express their accumulated dissatisfaction with the factory director. Shuzai, who was originally very popular and could be said to be the largest fan group in the domestic esports circle, has also chosen to pretend to be dead in the past few days. And many people have even lost their followers and become fans of Top. It's really EDG. Minkai let them down so much. People's patience is very limited. Once you exceed their patience value, fans will act like wild monsters and leave without looking back. Although Top has a perfect start, I think we have to be a little more careful based on the lessons learned from C9 last year. So Yuan reminded. The main reason is that the second round of the group stage will be completed in one day. That is, said Top will have 3 games today. It's not like before, where you had 1 day to adjust after a game. If something goes wrong today, it's almost impossible to have time to adjust. I think there is no need to worry too much. Wang Lauer shook his head and expressed his opinion. Based on the lessons learned from last year's C9, Top will definitely be extra careful. And there are 2 players in the team, Wei Shen and Imp. They also had painful experiences last year and will definitely discourage their teammates. Besides, although Noob is a newcomer, his mature psychological quality is far beyond that of ordinary newcomers. With him as his support, there will be no extreme situations in Top. According to the rules of the global finals, the 4 clubs need to announce the starting lineup for the first game the night before, and they can make adjustments on the spot later. All 4 teams in Group A maintain their current personnel. After careful consideration, Li Hansheng decided not to ask Bai Yueya to give Ah Shui a chance to play. Yes, in his memory, Ah Shui was a big-hearted, competitive player. In S8, his recklessness in the league caused IG to lose to RNG twice and miss out on 2 league championships. At that time, the entire network ridiculed him, and even IG's own fans were criticizing him. He endured all that pressure and performed better and better in the World Championships. But don't overlook one thing. At that time, he was already 17 years old. With 2 more years of experience, his mentality would naturally be more mature. Who is he now? A 15-year-old kid. Just let him feel the atmosphere of the scene. Letting him play is tantamount to robbing the young. The first game today is Top versus C9. Since we met in the first round, C9 was on the blue side, and Top was on the red side. This round will be automatically adjusted. Top comes to the blue side, and C9 comes to the red side. Guess whether C9 will leave this counter slot for the top lane? It's possible. Wang Lauer smiled. I was tricked by the noob Teemo before. He is probably holding his breath this time, and wants to regain his place. During the conversation between the two sides on the field had officially started BP. Top chose to take the initiative to ban the sneaky policewoman, who is a cross-dressing boss. Although the blue side does not have a counter position. Under the current version, there are several heroes with super strength, such as Leopard Girl, Syndra, Karma. The red side must spend banned positions to target. Otherwise it will definitely be robbed by the blue side. Really? C9 backhandedly banned the Leopard Girl. Even in the data collected, Candy Leopard Girl didn't play many games and her data were average. But they have no room for trial and error. If they want to qualify, they cannot make any mistakes and must nip all possible situations in the cradle. Top chose to ban Karma, and C9 immediately banned Jace. In the last move, Top chose to ban directly to the Clockwork, blocking the carry hero pool of mid laner Jensen, while C9 chose to block Rambo, the most popular choice on the road in this World Championship.
Syndra was released, and sure enough, Top instantly grabbed the most dominant hero in the middle of the current version.
Ziyuan said with a smile.
This is the advantage of the blue side. C9's backhand locked Jhin plus Zyra. Wow, this bottom lane combination is very strong,
Wang Lao exclaimed.
Without Karma, there seems to be no support to deal with Zyra. Regardless of the top bottom lane choice, any combination will be uncomfortable.
Top doesn't care about that much. It locks Spider plus Ice in seconds.
Hanbing is a good choice. After all, Hanbing's own lane clearing ability is acceptable.
Ziyuan analyzed the situation.
Although Hanbing's landing ability has been weakened to a certain extent, its strength is still there, so it won't be completely unusable. Not to mention that in the early stage of Ice, there is an E, which can detect the field of view, detect the position of the opponent's jungler, and have super long-range team opening attributes, which are also very scarce in this version.
In the first round, all three teams, SKT, C9, and G2, suffered from a top lane disadvantage and lacked the ability to start a team head-on. I could only watch Li Hansheng lead him from the wing. It is enough to see how lacking the team starting ability of this version of the popular lineup is.
Spider's early rhythm driving ability is also good. Candy seems to be determined to grab more lanes. Let's see who C9 plans to leave the counter position to.
C9 seems to be weighing in. Coach Reapert is communicating with the players. He actually has a certain connection with the LPL. When EDG won the MSI in S5, he was a member of the EDG coaching staff. It is precisely with this resume that he can go to North America this year to join a wealthy club like C9 to make money. He also has a certain understanding of the LPL division. Soon, C9 responded. Olaf plus Weapon Master. It immediately attracted a burst of exclamations from the North American audience. Weapon Master is Impact's signature hero, and he has a champion skin.
Wow!
Ziyuan also looked very surprised.
Are you going to fight Noob Online to the end? Impact wants to prove that his sword is immortal, but he seems to have picked the wrong opponent. The thing Noob is not afraid of most is being confronted head-on. However, C9's aggressive lineup seems to be okay, but I don't know what they will choose in the middle. They can't choose Ice Girl to cooperate with them. Right. Or take out a Hand of Enchantress. These two heroes are not good. Fight Syndra.
White Crescent Moon was also slightly surprised. After all, in the data collected previously, Mateos is almost inapplicable to Olaf. Sure enough, the opponents in the World Championship should not be underestimated. The main reason is that the hero Olaf has no difficulty in operation, and it is easy for top players to get started. Jungling is more about ideas. If this happens, the jungle will suffer.
Hansheng, what do you want to choose?
Bai Yui asked.
Use Sword Princess? No. No. No.
Li Hansheng shook his head.
What kind of swordsman should I use to defeat the weapons master? Of course I have to use a crocodile. Back then, Impact knew that it would have to ban a super crocodile before it dared to use a weapon. Is this looking down on my crocodile? Brother, I have to teach him a lesson today. Be more intense. Okay.
White Crescent nodded. Our jungler is Spider, which is an excellent jungle partner for Crocodile. Are the desert spiders kidding you? These two heroes can probably put their weapons over the tower and create psychological shadow.
That's okay.
Bai Yuan nodded. And then he spoke again.
Then let Green Hair take Nami. We are both strong, and we are more capable of finding opportunities. And the initiative in the mid to late stage will also be in our hands.
Top shows his choice. Crocodile plus Nami.
Crocodile?
Ziyuan and Wang Lao explained at the same time.
Nami is pretty good. After all, there are not many options left for the auxiliary position. But this Crocodile? I can only say that there is no problem. Crocodile weapons are recognized as an advantageous matchup.
Wang Lao himself is at the diamond level and has a good understanding of some landing situations.
Yes.
Ziyuan seemed to have thought of something.
The Crocodile weapon duel that did not appear in the S3 finals was staged in S6 3 years later. The weapon is still Impact, but the Crocodile has changed from a super to a noob. Taking out these three heroes, the top midfielder and jungler are so powerful in early combat.
Really? Crocodile, Syndra, and Spider. These three heroes are full of control and burst in the early stage, making small-scale team battles almost impossible to solve. The next step is to look at C9's mid-lane choices. The commentators all feel that C9 has come up with a rush system, so the mid laner must also serve the rush system. But the hero C9 took out was beyond everyone's expectations. Old Man Time Killin.
Time? Yes. I remembered it. This hero seems to be Jensen's top hero.
Ziyuan seemed to have deliberately collected some data, and actually knew this.
Old Man Time is the standard hero of European and American Dharma Kings, even if you don't know how to play Time.
You would be embarrassed to say that you play mid lane in Europe and America.
Wang Lauer teased a little. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and C9 is on the red side. On the road, Crocodile versus Weapons. Jungler, Spider versus Olaf. Mid lane, Syndra versus Time. Bottom lane, Ice plus Nami versus Jin plus Zyra.
One thing to say is that C9's last move, Old Man Time, directly revitalized the lineup. It's so essence.
Wang Lauer thought for a while and quickly analyzed.
Sometimes Old Man Time is behind him, and the Weapons and Olaf's operations in team battles the space is infinitely larger. This is mid lane time, and you have enough money to make equipment. If you are revived by his ultimate move, your blood volume will be very healthy, which is equivalent to having 2 lives. And Old Man Time's ultimate move, Tink Syndra. Your Syndra burst is a complete waste, not to mention the acceleration effect of Old Man Time, which allows Olaf to rush up and has a very strong map running ability, coupled with Olaf's inherent advantages in the jungle. C9 has obviously come up with carefully prepared black technology.
The more Wang Lauer analyzed, the more he felt that the C9 lineup was terrifying.
Noob must suppress the development of weapon masters once the weapons are allowed to develop. Sometimes, the time-protected weapons will be difficult to deal with in the mid to late stage top. Wow.
Ziyuan didn't know if he learned it from Wawa.
C9 is a bit too much. You use this kind of black technology to deal with SKT. SKT is their biggest competitor. Why are you playing this trick with top?
No doubt. After carefully comparing the lineups of both sides, everyone feels that C9's lineup seems to be better. The last counter move by Old Man Time was almost a sure win. Chapter 229. Can a level 1 crocodile kill a weapon alone? It is estimated that European and American commentators also pointed out that C9's lineup is better than top, giving North American viewers hope of winning. The huge municipal auditorium echoed with the deafening cheers of the North American audience. They hope that the noise they create can be a booster for the Baidu Cloud Team C9, allowing them to make a beautiful comeback in the second round and defeat either SKT or top. He dismounted and successfully broke through the group of death. It wasn't until the full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to the audience that the sound gradually stopped. So far in the World Championship, almost no one will adopt invasion tactics at the beginning. The reason is also very simple. Without control, you can't retain people, and both sides have a poke system. If you take the initiative to enter the opponent's wild area, you will be consumed by the opponent taking advantage of the terrain. Even so, almost every team will run to the jungle for basic defense at the beginning. The focus of the game between both sides will definitely be on the top lane. Wang Lauer relied on his own understanding of the game and began to analyze. Top must suppress the development of the weapon master if they want to win. And if C9 wants to win, the weapons the master must develop. The weapon cannot defeat the crocodile before the 2-piece set of 3 items plus destruction is made. Only after making these 2-piece sets can one have the capital to fight the crocodile. It's not difficult to gain an advantage. Right? Ziyuan shook his head. The key lies in Old Man Time in the middle. This hero is not just disgusting. Then it depends on how much advantage Wei Shen can use Syndra. The key is not to let Old Man Time move. The two of them continued their previous conversation about the advantages and disadvantages of both sides' lineups before the troops came online. Wang Lao glanced at the mini-map and suddenly exclaimed. Impact is online ahead of schedule. The director seemed to have a mental connection with him. He immediately cut the camera to Impact, and you could see him leaving his jungle area early and heading to the road. Then stick to the wall at the edge of the map and walk into the grass on the line until you enter the grass in the middle, and then stand still in it. Is he planning an ambush? Ziyuan looked a little surprised. No. Wang Lauer frowned and immediately reacted. He wants to cross the line of troops and start to suppress it. The core mechanism of the hero crocodile is anger.
There is a huge difference between having anger and not having anger. One of the core points of fighting the crocodile in the lane is to prevent the Crocodile A soldier from accumulating anger. A level 1 crocodile without anger is no different from a super soldier. But weapons are different. It has the effect of E, counterattack storm, to resist normal attack damage, and passive, ruthless strike, to superimpose attack speed. This makes the weapon's level 1 combat effectiveness very powerful. And it can take on most warriors on the road without suffering a loss. Using powerful weapons to fight crocodiles is basically a routine. Go up and cross the line to suppress it. And then keep pushing the line. After the third wave of artillery soldiers is almost cleared, push the line into the crocodile tower. Then immediately return to the city to replenish a Dorian sword. And then walk back to the line to save a TP. In this case, you can basically allow yourself to have the weapon rush back to the line before the crocodile pushes the line back to the weapon tower. Blocking the line. If the crocodile wants to forcefully push the line, it will be chased and hammered by you. Or just go home. But in that case, the crocodile has to pay TP, giving you a TP lead. Apparently, as an old weapon, Impact knows this very well. And this is the strategy he adopts. And what about Li Hansheng? At the beginning, he defended in the grass in the river. He moved to the top when the top line passed his second tower. He walked from the river to the line. In fact, Li Hansheng was wary of weapons after the start. He deliberately went into the grass on the line closer to him and took a look. He didn't find the weapon and then moved closer to the line.
Damn it! Noob didn't notice the Impact's ambush. I guess there's a high chance that he'll be raped for half of his blood. Whoa! Noob is carrying the Dolan sword. This will hurt him a lot.
Wang Lao looked worried. From the moment Li Hansheng didn't find the weapon in the grass, the landing disadvantage at the start of the top lane seemed to be doomed. Li Hansheng walked to the melee soldier and hit him. The next second, the weapon came out of the grass and went directly to the side and rear of the crocodile, blocking the crocodile's route to its own defense tower. At this time, Li Hansheng leisurely fired the second A.
Noob! Run away!
Zhou Yuan also saw that there was something wrong with the positioning of the two sides on the road, and shouted quickly. Li Hansheng on the court seemed to have the same idea, and he took a step back. When stuck at the extreme distance, Q Tyrant Strike was used first. Without the bonus of Red Fury, the whiteboard Q only wiped out a trace of blood from the weapon. However, this is for free. The crocodile's Q range is 450 yards, and the weapon's basic attack range is only 125 yards. So the weapon cannot counterattack immediately. But Impact seems to have expected this. When the crocodile Q himself, he walked forward to close the distance. And he didn't forget to hit the minion to increase his passive layer. Li Hansheng did not continue to retreat. Instead, he ran back to the melee soldier and hit the minion again. At this time, the weapon has already chased after him. And the first basic attack fell on the crocodile, and knocked down the corrosion potion immediately. Corrosive potion, in addition to restoring status, it can also create continuous magic damage during the duration of the potion, as long as your basic attacks and skills hit the opponent. Taking drugs first, the Impact has obviously revealed its murderous intent. When Li Hansheng did not choose to resist his injury and retreat, but ran away with his head turned. In the eyes of Impact, Li Hansheng was already a dead man. His position had been blocked by him. Now the crocodile could only go to C9's house. Run in a direction.
Is Crocodile playing so rough?
Impact was surprised. Li Hansheng's sword girl, Jace, and other heroes were superb. But Crocodile's landing experience was so weak. He could only lament.
Today's young top laners only care about showing off their skills. And they can't even master some basic top lane heroes.
The weapon fired the second flat A, which still landed on the crocodile. But this time the crocodile hit the minion with A, and did not fight back immediately. It's not that I can't. It's that I don't dare. At this time, the crocodile is standing next to the red soldier. If you use the A weapon, the enemy soldier will focus its fire. Li Hansheng took advantage of the moment when the weapon stopped and ran back again, widening the distance between the two sides. Impact is still chasing, but he is not in a hurry, and he does not forget to hit the minion again to increase the number of passive layers, ensuring that he always maintains a high attack speed. Li Hansheng, who had already distanced himself, took the initiative to look back. It turned out that his Q had turned around, but there was still no red rage. He hit a second whiteboard Q and then ran up. The weapons took advantage of the situation to close the distance between each other and hit A again. Seeing that Li Hansheng wanted to get into the grass online to block his vision and wait for QCD. How could Impact agree?
By forcing Li Hansheng into this position, Impact is bound to win this first place victory. Noob, what are you doing? Doesn't this mean that you are forcing yourself into a dead end? Wang Lao and Guan Ziyuan both looked puzzled. There is no way out of here. Level 1 crocodiles are really sincere. There's no need to pretend to be a weapons master. Right. You have to lose the blood volume that you should lose. I think Noob is still too young and energetic. So he just wants to fight with the opponent. But how can your level 1 crocodile defeat a level 1 weapon? Do you understand the value of championship weapons? Is Sheng divided by worthy of showing off to Impact? Do you know who the number 1 champion skin of the weapon is? Inflated? I knew that Sheng divided by a character who likes to impress people would definitely inflate. Hee. Is it time to brush the fan circle curtain blade again? Did your Gigi choose the playstyle with the most barrages? You would rather be killed alone for the barrage. Right? It's so spicy. I'm so spicy. How many times will Brother Han Sheng have to slap Han Za in the face before they are so harsh? Isn't this a solo kill? I don't even understand what Han Zaji is worried about. Laughing to death. Even if you use Kunba to operate a level 1 crocodile, you can't beat a level 1 weapon. If it can counterattack, the labor and management live broadcast will be shit. Even if I frown, I am not a man. The North American audience in the municipal auditorium seems to have seen the next script. Stand up one by one and get ready to cheer. Endgame. Impact decisively inserted his accessory eye into the grass online and immediately obtained Li Hansheng's exact location. Pushed forward again. This time, Li Hansheng could no longer retreat. So he was forced to face Impact with A. And he did not forget to knock off the red medicine on his body as soon as possible. However, he didn't stand mindlessly, but walk A. Leveling A while walking towards the river. Even if the crocodile has a slight advantage in health at the beginning. But such a weak advantage didn't work at all. And the weapons quickly flattened or even overtook him. The passive of the weapon has reached 8 levels. And the war zeal of both sides is also at full level. The crocodile can't do it at all. Not to mention how anxious Wang Lao was. His brows had already furrowed into a Chuan shape. Especially when the weapon turns on E, counterattack storm. Li Hansheng didn't even have the capital to fight A. So he could only be chased by the weapon while chasing by Ping A. But this time, Li Hansheng finally waited for the CD of the third Q. He already had Red Fury. So he immediately used a Red Fury Q to increase his HP. If the director had given a close-up of the contestant at this time, he would have definitely seen the slightly raised corners of Li Hansheng's mouth. Maintaining 100% concentration, Li Hansheng silently calculated the time in his mind. About 1.5 seconds after the weapon fired E. He made a backhand to draw an A. In the screen, the crocodile raised the sawtooth short blade in his hand and made a flat A motion. But at the same time, weapon E had reached the limit time of 2 seconds and was automatically released, stunning the crocodile. No one noticed this detail. That is, the crocodile's flat A shot was not interrupted. But the A shot out at the moment when the weapon E ended, lowering the HP of the weapon to a certain extent. No one will care about this detail at this time, because while the crocodile was stunned, the weapon fired another flat A shot, which directly reduced the crocodile's blood volume to below 100 blood. It only took one more flat A shot to take off the crocodile's head. Get first blood in this game. But, in the early stage, everyone's basic attack speed was very low. Even with a stack of passive weapons, they couldn't launch a second basic attack within the 1 second stun period. The crocodile came out of the dazed state and took the lead in raising his hand to launch a basic attack. Although the weapon raises its hand later. Because the attack speed is faster, the speed of the hand-raising action is also faster. At the moment when the weapon's basic attack judgment is about to take effect, after the crocodile hit level A, it immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. Because the target of the weapon was lost, the whole person paused on the spot, and the basic attack did not hit. Oh? This can also do a dodge? Wang Lao shouted in surprise. Huh? The weapon's HP has also reached its bottom. The crocodile only needs one more basic attack to kill this person. But he immediately changed his mind. No. Just dodge with the weapon. The crocodile can't launch a second basic attack in a short time. Hey, it's just a little bit close. Noob is already good enough. Sheepa. Impact was furious. You're showing off Nima. Even if Jesus comes today, he can't save you. I'm telling you. No matter how you show off, you can't change the fate of death. And it's still stuck. Time is on my E. Is it useful to steal a damage the moment it disappears? Impact's response is extremely fast.
It's almost a flash of seconds. The movement speeds of both sides are equal. In the face-to-face situation from the beginning, even if the crocodile dodges and blocks his normal attack, he only needs to dodge immediately to close the distance again and launch this basic attack. However, an accident happened. As the two sides continued to move the two of them moved from the original line of grass to all the way to the grass near the river. The moment the weapon flashed and he came closer, the crocodile had already dived into the grass in the river, causing him to lose sight. Impact immediately wanted to follow into the grass. But from God's perspective, you can see that the crocodile did not move after entering the grass, letting itself get stuck at the edge of the grass. League of Legends is a 2.5D game, and the game engine has physical volume collision settings. The crocodile was blocking the edge of the grass. Due to the physical collision, the weapon could not squeeze into the grass immediately. Instead, it was forced to take a step to the side. See the scene. Impact's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly tried to control the weapon and turned around to run away. But he was already chasing him. So he still wanted to run? At this time, the built-in CD of the crocodile's basic attack has been improved. He directly raised his hand and fired the last fatal basic attack, and the weapon's health bar was completely cleared. First blood. A blood. The scene was immediately in an uproar. The North American audience in the municipal auditorium all had their eyes wide open, holding their heads in their hands with expressions of disbelief. Killed by counterattack? Just counterattack like this? Oh my god! Wang Lao and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other and exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the charm of Noob? Noob teaches us about the lanes that the commentators don't know how to play. Fight! Ordinary people's crocodiles at level may first not be able to defeat weapons. But Noob is not an ordinary person. He is a god! How on earth was this done? What happened on the field? Wang Lao was still confused. They didn't understand what happened on the field at all. The players on the field were also confused. Candy and others turned their heads to look at Li Hansheng. Old Li, what did you do to the gods and demons? You killed the opponent at level 1. How can you let us pretend to be so happy? Pair! I'm Superman! Zhu Shengbin screamed excitedly in the voice. Li Hansheng breathed a long sigh of relief, picked up the warm baby on the side and squeezed it a few times, mainly to wash away the sweat on his palms. This wave. He really shows off to the extreme. If a level 1 crocodile stands firm and holds its weapon, it will definitely not be able to defeat it. But Li Hansheng showed the essence of pull. Q was used a total of 3 times before and after. Isn't the reason why it was delayed for such a long time just because of pull? And the most critical operation. Just steal the draw with A at the moment when weapon E ends. The key to this operation lies in psychological control. The weapon will only activate E to stun in advance when fighting the Sword Lady. Otherwise, when fighting with ordinary heroes, you will basically let E earn all the time, and then automatically release it after the time is up, so that you can maximize your benefits. After knowing this, Li Hansheng has room for maneuver. I mentally estimate the activation time of weapon E, and then when the weapon's E is about to end, I turn around and fire this flat A. In the early stage, due to the low basic attack speed and the slow hand-raising speed for basic attacks, I can just hit the weapon. The moment E ends, let your basic attack be determined as well. The visual effect looks like the weapon is on E, but is still damaged by crocodile with A. The principle is actually the same as the captain's bucket of blood detonating. Why is the captain said to be a hero with high upper and lower limits? Because the release of the captain's barrel requires proficiency. The control of the distance of the barrel requires proficiency. And the timing of the barrel's automatic blood loss also needs to be grasped. Why is it that novice captains are only allowed to play with guns and turtles under the tower to show off their oranges? Because it is easy for someone to drop the bucket. They always stupidly wait for the barrel to automatically fall to 1 level of health before detonating it. But you can see it. And your opponent can also see it. And what does a great captain do? Use the delay of the hand-raising action of the basic attack or the delay of the Q skill to raise the hand, and take action at the moment when the bucket is about to automatically drop from 2 bars of blood to 1 bar of blood. Visually, it feels like he has directly detonated a bucket with 2 health bars left. This operation of the captain is similar to the effect of Li Hansheng using the basic attack to delay the judgment of raising his hand, and steal the damage of A when the weapon is on E. In fact, when level A determines damage, the effect of weapon E in blocking basic attacks has ended. Li Hansheng's operation of stealing A was taking advantage of this. This is not over yet. The second key 2-stage operation is a flash. Once the basic attack in League of Legends is played, it will not fail. But before the basic attack is determined, As long as you can use displacement to distance yourself from the range or enter the field of vision of the grass card to make the opponent lose the target, you can achieve the purpose of stopping the opponent's draw A. Li Hansheng used flash to make the weapon lose its target. Then he entered the grass and blocked the weapon's vision, using his physical size to prevent the weapon from entering the grass immediately. All these operations are to allow your basic attack to improve the built-in CD. That's right. Basic attacks also have CDs. Basic attack can also be regarded as a skill, and the attack speed is its CD. After finishing the A flash, the crocodile's basic attack is actually transferred to the built-in CD. So the next basic attack cannot be launched immediately, and it needs to be delayed for a while. Why can't flash reset basic attack? Because flash only helps you cancel the normal attack backswing. It cannot help you reset the CD of the normal attack. And like weapons hitting AWA, dog heads hitting AQA, it looks like they ignore the CD and hit 3 basic attacks in a row. Not really. It's just that some of these heroes' skills belong to the enhanced basic attack category. The first basic attack is fired. In fact, at this time, the basic attack is already on the built-in CD. When you use the skill, the basic attack is still on the CD, waiting for your skills. After finishing it, the basic attack CD has improved. This allows you to visually create the illusion of 3 basic attacks. It can be said, in this wave, Li Hansheng has already stretched his operations to the limit, even as much as Faker's double calamity operation. It's just not as cool as flying around. Did Impact make a mistake? No. Any weapon will do this. Being counterattacked by the opponent without making any mistakes can only mean that the opponent is too good. The director replayed this shot several times, even in slow motion. After dismantling each step by step, everyone understood what happened and how good Li Hansheng was.
Brother, my scalp is numb now. Why can someone be so meticulous? Is Noob really still a human? Isn't he too calm?
Wang Lauer kept shaking his head and sighing. This sentence is to the point. It is not difficult to dismantle many operations, but you have to consider that this is the global finals. There are tens of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast, and the pressure you bear is not the same level at all. It is difficult to maintain absolute calm in this situation. But the more dangerous the situation, the more you need to keep a calm mind to make the most correct judgment. Oh my god. I swear, I really knelt down to watch this episode. It was so awesome. Brother, you are not the only one. Everyone in my dormitory is kneeling to watch the live broadcast. What about the person who wants to live broadcast eating shit? CNM, weren't you being very harsh just now? Come out and talk now. Kerdog is like this. Once he is slapped in the face, he will lie in the coffin and pretend to be dead. His face is so thick that even armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate it. That's it? What happened to the champion's skin? Can it add 10 points of attack power or something? If you don't, you will still be killed. Every top laner from SKT has been tortured by Hansheng. How many times does Hansheng have to torture SKT before Faker can stop being so harsh? How much you were ridiculed before. Now how ferocious the barrages are. It perfectly explains what turn-based system is. Not only the audience is watching, but the people from G2 and SKT backstage are also watching. Axe. Duke's scalp went numb after watching this operation. He, who had always been facially paralyzed, couldn't help being surprised.
Is this still a human being? I feel like Brother Xianghe is really good at double G-ling.
Blank was also surprised.
Noob is really strong. Even Smeb may not be as strong as him.
Faker was actually shocked, but he still instinctively said,
no matter how strong he is still our enemy, and he is the one we must defeat. Only by defeating such an enemy will our championship become more valuable.
Koma didn't speak. He kept staring at the screen, but his hand was spinning the ballpoint pen, and then he wrote down a sentence in his notebook. On the other side, everyone in G2 was also amazed. Perks turned into an online surfing expert and went to Instagram to interact with fans.
What kind of monster am I fighting against? You know, there is no shame in losing to such an opponent.
It immediately attracted responses from many European and American fans, each of whom said yes. But some people did not forget to add,
anyone can lose, but why don't you crush C9 for me today?
Perks immediately posted an OK emoticon under this reply.
This is inevitable. Brother!
Players from other teams watching the game from afar in the hotel also couldn't help but marvel.
Noob is really strong. Brother Willie Jinghao has met his match.
Peanut with gray hair exclaimed.
He is indeed very strong.
Smeb didn't say anything harsh at this time.
I'm afraid even I may not be able to gain an advantage in the lane. It's okay.
Peanut looked like a kid. He looked delicate, but spoke very domineeringly.
Brother Jinghao, you still have me. I will smash the jungler on the opposite side.
And then give you the best in the world. Assistance.
Smeb smiled, ignoring his little brother's struggle, and rubbed his head, messing up the granny ash on his head.
Yes, with the world's #1 assistance provided by Willy Wong Hao, I can defeat any enemy.
Smeb's confidence comes from two aspects. One is his top personal ability, and the other is that he is a good partner in the jungle. When it comes to Winnow and jungle synergy alone, he thinks that his combination with Peanut is the best in the world. Even Li Hansheng and Candy are inferior. The only advantage of using weapons against crocodiles in the early stage is level 1. But in the end, he was single-killed during his strong period. Impact is completely GG. If you didn't suppress the crocodile at level 1, then you'll have to wait to be disgusted by the crocodile later. Especially after level 3. He comes up, and a Red Fury W connects to the Red Fury Q, and then he goes back, which can basically take away 40 to 50% of the weapon's HP. Even if the weapon is forced to exchange blood with E, it will not work. The crocodile has the ability to recover online, and the weapon can only take drugs. The crocodile is like a natural pile driver, able to drive piles all the time. And the weapon is like a pile driver that takes drugs forcibly. Once the drug wears off, it immediately becomes a virtual pile driver. Can it be compared? Not to mention, who is the top jungler? Spider. It's enough to keep pace with the leopard girl, making it one of the best partners for the crocodile. The two performed all kinds of fancy tower jumps, and Mateos couldn't help even the top gang. When the game time is 10 minutes, the weapon alone has died 4 times, excluding the first minute and a half. Almost once every 2 minutes. Crocodile made a black cut early, leading by more than 30 knives, and leading by a full 2 levels. At 10 minutes, the weapon only had a pair of cloth-armored shoes, a long sword and a ruby. Not even a small piece of the power of 3 phases has been made. According to this progress, it is estimated that it will barely be able to make a 3-phase power in 20 minutes. How can such a developed weapon support C9's offensive rhythm? C9's lineup is perfect. But there's one thing I'm afraid of. It's a side attack. Old Man Time's move to the middle is at the expense of the carry and damage capabilities of the middle. He must have 2 wings to carry the entire team's damage output. C9's bottom lane is Jin, whose output ability is mediocre, so he has to rely on weapons. But now the weapon development has collapsed. Originally, I wanted to walk on 2 legs, but one leg was born with underdevelopment and had some problems, and the other leg was directly injured and broken. How else to go? Especially Li Hansheng's second choice was directly ruined. Such a novel method attracted a lot of discussion from everyone, but it also made Impact feel even more desperate. How many floors does a bag of rice have to resist? Impact's heart was filled with this question at this time. Although this outfit is very novel, due to the intuition of a professional player, he can know that it is aimed at himself. After all, Crocodile's W can also be regarded as an enhanced basic attack type. Red Fury W can instantly perform 3 basic attacks, which is obviously very suitable for the passive effect of Ruin. The active effect of Dilapidation can also help Crocodile pull better. To be honest, Li Hansheng conveyed a message to Impact through this outfit. You want to play heads up? Right. Then give it a try and see if you are better in a one-on-one fight or I am better in a one-on-one fight. Although this will cause the crocodile to appear very crispy, I won't fight with you. And I don't care whether the skin is crispy or not. Li Hansheng was stunned because he played with the crocodile and felt like a sword princess.
I remember there was an anchor in China who said that everything can be worn on the road.
Ziyuan joked with a smile.
Noob. Today is he going to tell us with practical actions that everything can be worn? He can even make a crocodile look like a sword princess. It's really outrageous.
Top once again showed his operational skills. Li Hansheng took advantage of all kinds of troops and jungle resources.
And his development speed was almost as fast as riding a rocket. The game time comes to 24 minutes. The top who got the Baron buff directly opened in the middle. At this time, Crocodile has made a luxurious 4-piece set of Black Cut, Greedy Hydra, Ruin, and Bloody Hand. When one's own side, Han Bing takes the lead with his ultimate move to start the group. He enters the field decisively and then flash forward to Old Man Time. A perfect set of AW, Red Fury, our Greedy Hydra AQ Red Fury. He directly hit Old Man Time, who had a certain level of frankness with the Staff of Time, and was instantly stopped on the spot. Unable to even use his ultimate move, completely overwhelmed C9's defensive formation. Then a wave of flat push won the game.
Let us congratulate Top. They successfully won this game. After this game, their total score is 4 wins, becoming the first team to qualify for the group stage in this World Championship.
Ziyuan was very excited. Shout.
Our LPL number 1 seed did not disappoint us. That's right.
Wang Lauer followed.
Domestic LPL fans can rest assured for now. Top's journey to this World Championship is still going on. The group stage is just the beginning, not the end.
Although the elimination of the team from their own division made many North American viewers unhappy, but they still applauded the winner with grace after the game. A large number of North American viewers even directly rebelled on the spot and became Top's most loyal fans. As long as I defect quickly enough, the bad luck of losing the team in the division won't affect me. After taking off the headphones, Li Hansheng looked sideways and could see Gao Dui and Gu Shengbin breathing a sigh of relief. The experience of last year's Paris group stage passed through their minds one by one. How disappointed they were last year. They are so happy now. The two looked at each other and smiled, then stood up and just hugged each other. 1 year. A whole year. They are back on this stage again just to tell everyone what they have lost. They have the ability to regain. There is no fireman to make iron. There is no Widow who has a blue shield against a 4 AP lineup. None of these. See the scene. The commentators couldn't help but sigh.
It was so difficult for Imp and Wei Shen last year. But just like what Wei Shen said in a previous interview, last year was a regret left by being young and frivolous. And now the two of them have made up for it in order to make up for this regret. Now we have a good start. Let's continue like this. Head towards that damn championship.
Everyone on the top stage also hugged each other tightly. Gao Dui and Imp kept thanking each other.
Thank you, Pinley.
The arrogant Gu Shengbin seemed to be fine before the game. But in fact, he was also under tremendous pressure inside. Ranked in the group of death. If the history of last year's top 16 repeats itself, is his career ruined? Now, the heavy burden I was carrying was finally let go, and my whole body felt much more relaxed.
It's necessary. Where is this? Qualifying in the group is just the beginning. The championship is our ultimate pursuit.
Li Hansheng shouted with a smile. After wasting a little time, everyone formed a team and headed to C9's player bench. Look from afar. Everyone in C9 sat on their chairs, unable to hide their disappointment. They have done enough homework and preparations for this game, and they even did not hesitate to use the unique skill of the time mid laner to press the bottom of the box with one hand. In the end, he was tortured and killed, especially for impact. His value seems to have been reduced a lot after this game. Right now, they are already 1-3. Even if they win the next 2 games, it will only be 3-3. In addition to pinning their hopes on top, they can then crush SKT. What? Expect G2 to defeat SKT? Who would leave their fate to their mortal enemy? Say it again. Counting on G2? It's better to expect SKT to collectively pull their hips. SKT must lose to itself and top at the same time, and then defeat G2 in the follow-up, so that both sides will end up with a 3-3 score in order to get the playoff. And they have to win SKT again in the playoffs to qualify. Such harsh conditions are really difficult. The North American host at the scene was also comforting.
Although the qualifying situation is very difficult, C9 still has hope. They must adjust quickly. As long as they can win SKT in the next game, everything will be easy. Nothing is impossible. C9 will definitely be able to create miracles.
In line with the host's motivational words, the North American audience at the scene also burst into cheers, hoping to rekindle the fighting spirit of the C9 players. Backstage, Guihao smiled so happily. The experience of this year really shouldn't be too dreamy for him. He never expected that this team, which he originally only thought would be successful if they could survive relegation and enter the playoffs, would actually go all the way to the global finals and have already qualified for the group stage.
Ha ha!
He put his hands on his hips and laughed.
Everyone performed very well, especially Hansheng. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Ashui immediately interrupted.
Brother Hao, are you going to tell the story about how you discovered Brother Hansheng with your discerning eye? Hey, how did you know? TCH, is this hard to guess?
Ashui pouted.
I'm tired of hearing your story. Would you like to hear the story of my discerning eye and how I could tell at a glance that Brother Hansheng could be a good partner? This is a new version of the ship that you have never experienced before. No, 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 no. My ears feel like cocoons.
Ming interrupted quickly. There was a commotion in the room. After finally calming down, Guihao looked at Ashui again and asked,
We will play G2 in the next game. Now we have qualified. Wenba, do you want to play another game? Show your face?
Hear the offer. Ashue's eyes widened immediately, and he could see that he was very excited. But he didn't agree immediately, and finally shook his head and refused.
Going up to show your face and get a skin is not my pursuit. I am still very young. It is too embarrassing to get the championship skin if you are not the main player. Yo?
Candy was slightly surprised.
I don't see that you are quite well-mannered and generous. I'm kidding. If you don't have this ambition, what kind of career can you get?
Ashue waved his hand disdainfully. Li Hansheng probably knows why. In fact, this is just one reason. There is another reason. Ashue must also be thinking about Ming's feelings. He obviously joined the team earlier than Ashue. But now Ashue is the substitute, and Ming is the emergency substitute. Maybe Ming won't necessarily feel anything. But what if? I can only say that there are so many people who are willing to play Brother LOL with Ashue. His emotional intelligence is indeed very high. He is also very good at talking and taking care of others. Li Hansheng smiled and patted his shoulder.
Don't worry. I will definitely lead you to win a championship as a main player. Hee.
Ashue grinned. At this time, the two sides of the game have been fighting for a while. G2 is far inferior to SKT in terms of status, overall strength, and exploration of the version. It stands to reason that SKT's landing strength is actually average. They are not the kind of team that relies on landing to gain advantage. It relies more on mid-term line transfer operations and resource replacement. With richer experience and more mature command, you can squeeze the opponent's space little by little. Let the opponent leak out flaws, and then kill him with one blow. Can G2? If you can't even withstand SKT's landing offense, what's the point of talking about the late stage? But, even with a huge advantage in the early game, it took SKT 28 minutes to defeat G2. The main reason is that this version lacks the ability to start a strong team. It is difficult for the disadvantaged side to come back. And it is also difficult for the advantaged side to kill the opponent through a wave of team battles. Their opponent is still G2. Because a total of 6 games will be played in one day today. There will inevitably be unlucky people who fight back-to-back. Top is a team in the number 1 seed pool. So naturally it will not be this unlucky guy. C9 will not be unlucky if they play at home. SKT will not be unlucky with Faker as their fist father. So, G2, the number 1 seed from the rival region, can't escape. This is also G2's own fault. Who makes them unable to even reach the semifinals of MSI? If they do, won't they also be able to enjoy the treatment of the number 1 card pool?
Brother Sheng, let's treat this as a skin game. Otherwise, there will be no chance in the future.
Li Hansheng suggested.
Okay.
White Crescent nodded. G2 suffered 4 consecutive losses, and had completely lost hope of qualifying. The morale of the army was low and morale was low. There shouldn't be any trouble. Chapter 232 consecutive victories, with no danger of danger. If we are facing C9, because C9 still has a weak hope of qualifying, they will be desperate. If you play around, there is a chance of the car overturning. Can it face G2? Everyone is already determined to be eliminated and has no desires. So there is no need to worry so much.
Have you all decided on which skin to choose?
Candy asked curiously.
Needless to say, I'll wait. The cliff is the bright moon. If you don't use this one, you probably won't have any chance to use it in the future. This is a badass hero. Lao Li, Lu Mao, are you kidding me? I still have to think about it.
According to the fissure in nature, heroes who have already released champion skins will not be considered for the time being. And in the jungle position, we already have 2 heroes, Blind Monk and Spider, and they belong to Benji alone.
Me?
Lu Mao was stunned at first. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that the problem was not big.
In this version, the popular bottom lanes are all soft supports. I don't care about being hot. Don't worry about sales. There will always be dog-type boys who will give them to me.
My sister gave me the skin.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a death stare from Candy. Little brat, who are you implying is a dog boy?
What? I actually want a VN skin.
Imp looked distressed.
Piglet, Lanzi, also has a VN skin? What is the strongest VN in the world?
Well, actually many people most likely don't know. Back in S3, Imp had just debuted in the MVP, Ozone at the time. He was known as the number 1 VN in South Korea. And the team often used a lineup of 4 guarantees and 1 guarantee to protect him. At that time, It can be said that he and Uzi were barely a replica of another me in the world. It is worth mentioning that the top laner of the same team as Imp was called The reason why S3 MVP Ozone overturned in the group stage was that Dade was lost in the World Championship, and the top laner was changed from to a newcomer Looper. There is also a certain impression. Although was 28 or 29 years old at the time, he played the role of the big brother's anchor in that team. And it was really not something that a rookie like Looper could take over immediately.
Axie. Easy also has a skin and skate shoes. Why was the champion skin taken away by a group of Lanzi?
Gu Shungbin is very distressed. There are only a few popular heroes in the current version. In this case, the range of choices he can choose is infinitely narrowed. There are not many shooter heroes, and there are only a few heroes that the public likes.
Where's Lao Li?
Seeing that Li Hansheng didn't speak for a long time, Candy couldn't help but ask again.
Me? Riven? Jace? Lucian? If it's for sales, the whole Yasuo can also be used. And it just works well with Always Bright Moon.
There are undoubtedly many choices left for Li Hansheng. If you consider it purely from the perspective of making money, Yasuo is undoubtedly the best. Although Yasuo has been weakened in various ways now, at least his basic statistics are still good. He is still the mage nemesis in the middle, and his appearance rate in all major servers ranks among the top 3. The sharp decline in Yasuo's appearance rate is most likely after S9. As a lightly armed warrior,
his basic health when leaving the game is even lower than that of the shooter.
That's right.
Candy scratched his head.
You have too many choices.
But there wasn't much time for him to think. Everyone has returned to the stage, and the audience in the municipal auditorium gave them huge applause and support the moment they appeared. Obviously, North American viewers hope to see their archenemy G2 defeated again. Take a closer look at G2's player seats. Although they were the first team to be announced as being eliminated from the World Championship, there was no loss or sadness on their faces. Instead, they were all quite optimistic. They also started 0-4. Compared to last year's LGD, they seemed to be more worthy of the title of optimistic family orthodoxy. Especially after entering the room, Perks started typing directly and started interacting with Li Hansheng. G2 Perks, hey. Noob. 1v1. As expected of you. P. Li Hansheng responded with a smile. Okay.
Why is Noob smiling so happily? Perks is also smiling happily. Are the two of them interacting?
Ziyuan was very sharp and noticed the changes in their expressions.
Maybe.
Wang Lauer smiled.
One has been confirmed to qualify, and the other has been confirmed to be eliminated. Both parties are very relaxed and probably want to enjoy the game. I doubt whether Top will show anything this time. A hero that I haven't won before.
He really guessed it right. After a round of BP, neither side deliberately targeted them. Since Top was on the blue side in the last round of the group stage, it will automatically be adjusted to the red side in this round. The final lineups of both sides were determined. G2 is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top lane, Rambo vs Yasuo. Jungler, Olaf vs Blind Sin. Middle, Victor vs Jiayue. Bottom lane, Easy plus Karma vs Ice plus Zyra. When seeing the lineups of both sides, everyone knew that this Top was most likely being played as a skin game. Others are fine. Mainly because Yasuo and Jiayue are too sexy. These two heroes are heroes who have no room to play in the current version. Especially Jiayue. The middle lane is basically dominated by brush-type poke mages. Facing a poke lineup with long hands, it is difficult for Jiayue to have room to play in the front. Brother Hansheng is planning to get Yasuo for his skin. I can only say that he understands the game and knows which hero's skin to choose to make the most money. Isn't this called inflation? When ranking first in the group is not considered safe, you just have to fight the skin game. Right? Let me put my words here. It is impossible for Top to win the championship. The bloated trash do not deserve to be the champion. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. All I can say is that the fans of Shang Divided By should start screaming now, and wait to be eliminated. I really want to scream. What's wrong with just fighting the skin game? I'm going to piss you off. Can Krog get out of here? You say you hate Top, and at the same time you want to watch Top's games. Aren't you mean? In terms of lineup, Top is indeed lagging far behind. But after entering the game, Top, who had been mainly pushing for 4-1 points before, made the game scene not bloody enough and returned to his true nature of massacring other teams in the LPL, changing from the slow pace of the game before the group stage. G2 was dragged into a fight from the first minute. From beginning to end, The intensity of the fight was second only to CC's live broadcast of the All-Star game. Top illustrates a truth with practical actions. Only those who are alive deserve to eat the economy. And only those who are alive deserve to develop. Frequent battles resulted in a large number of kills on both sides, which was a real pleasure for the audience, mainly due to the World Championship version. It is difficult for the lineup selected by both sides to break out into large-scale team battles, and it is difficult to increase the number of heads in the game. But what about this one? 21 minutes. The head count is 17 to 10. Fights break out almost all the time, and deaths break out all the time. It can also be seen that G2 has really let go. They are not timid, and do not shy away from the fight. Since Top wants to fight and fight, everyone should rely on their own abilities. But after all, there is still a gap in overall strength. G2 accompanied Top in crazy small-scale team battles, but each time it was the party that paid the greater price. And as long as they die in battle, the development rhythm will be interrupted. This makes the gap between the two sides wider and wider, until it reaches an economic gap that G2 cannot bear.
Top chooses to activate Baron. Han Bing, Xiaoyu, and Yasuo are all heroes who can defeat Baron very quickly. Especially Noob and Wei Shen's equipment is very good.
With a super high number of heads, Li Hanqing's equipment rhythm started very quickly. Ice Hammer, Green Fork, and Endless have already created a 3-piece luxury output set. G2 had no retreat at this time, and they swarmed towards the Baron area. But they were lagging behind after all. There was a gap in the field of view laid out on the map between the two sides, and there was also a gap in the map information they obtained. Top is pretending to beat Baron, but actually it's to force a team. When the opponent was approaching, Candy's Blind Monk had stopped early, and used the W position to move to the top of the big dragon pit to prepare for a wave of ultimate bypass. By the time all G2 members were close, the CD of Blind Sin's W skill was about to improve, when the Blind Monk appeared from the Sharp B camp, which is from the side and rear of G2. All members of G2 were a little confused. They were not given any room to react. The ice in front was facing him with a big move, and the huge magic crystal arrow hit Olaf at the front, forcing Olaf to use his big move. The purpose of this shot was actually to slow down and save people. Han Bing's ultimate move successfully created chaos. Karma originally wanted to directly RE and retreat with his teammates, but this time, Gao Dui has a perfect routine. Xiaoyu appeared directly and rushed into the crowd with a naked R, then gave E. Since G2's overall formation was very dense, he was able to pull down 5 people at once, in front of Li Hansheng. A situation that all Yasuo players dream of encountering appeared. 5 dotted lines appeared on the computer screen. The rhythm of the R key is bad.
Oh my god! The perfect cooperation between Noob and Wei Shen. Candy also used it frequently. W touched his eyes to adjust the position, and the dragon swung its tail. Wow! Candied Hawes on a stick, knocking 5 people away at once.
Juan Lauer spoke quickly commentary. What does it mean to have a picturesque team battle?
Such a team fight is something you can't even encounter in the pub game. I've only seen it in custom games.
Ziyuan also kept shaking his head.
Top started well, and G2 cooperated well.
Seeing this perfect team battle, the audience in the municipal auditorium burst into cheers again, making a huge noise that seemed to lift the roof of the auditorium. So shocking.
At 23 minutes and 4 seconds of game time, Top successfully destroyed G2's base crystal, ushering in its 5th consecutive group stage victory and sending its opponent G2 to its 5th consecutive group stage defeat.
The moment the game ended, Juan Lauer and Ziyuan seemed very excited and kept shouting,
"Keep this state. The number 1 player in Group A will definitely be Top. Even if the opponent is SKT, he can't take it away."
Li Hansheng and others on the field immediately went to the G2 player bench. AP was actually quite optimistic. He proactively gave Li Hansheng a hug, patted him on the back, and reminded him not to forget to change team uniforms at night, and to come back later. Say, good luck. Everyone returned to the backstage happily. But as soon as they entered the door, they were greeted with some bad news.
SKT has already prepared for the 5th game against us in advance. They have taken the initiative to make personnel adjustments. Blank will be on the bench and Benji will replace him.
No doubt. Even though Benji has had almost no chance to play in SKT this year, no one can underestimate the jumble. After all, this is Faker's best partner, and he is also the man who knows how to help Faker best in the world. And as a veteran, Benji's on-the-spot experience and mentality are far beyond what a newcomer like Blank can match. To be valued so highly by Keikoma, Blank must have his own strengths. But the reason why he has not been performing well Li Hansheng felt that maybe SKT paid too much attention to cultivating him. To know, he replaced the two-time world champion jungler, Faker's best partner Benji. Once SKT loses a game or Faker fails to perform well, angry fans will be the first to attack him. He is already mentally fragile, so he naturally tends to be timid on the court when faced with such high pressure.
What are you afraid of?
Li Hansheng curled his lips.
As long as our goal is still to win the championship, we have nothing to fear. Sooner or later we will meet. You can't say that,
Candy retorted.
Wouldn't it be
Okay,
if we push SKT to second place and let Rockstager or SSG kill them?
Okay.
Dot.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes angrily.
If you always have this mentality, how can you win the championship? Always expect others to help you finish things? Put your destiny in the hands of others? That's all I'm saying.
Facing the powerful Li Hansheng, Candy could only whisper.
Hansheng is right.
Guo Hao also stood up.
Don't be pressured. Think about when we first established the team. Who was optimistic about us? But now we have become the favorite to win the championship in everyone's eyes. As long as we work hard to be ourselves. And no difficulty can knock us down.
Only then did everyone return their attention to the competition field. C9 really wanted to win. But when facing top, they exposed their tactics of keeping the bottom of the box in advance. Koma is not a stubborn person. He directly banned Jensen's signature old man time, preventing the most critical soul of C9's rushing system from playing. C9 was forced to choose a mediocre lineup. The overall weak strength also prevented them from making breakthroughs in the landing period. After entering the midterm operation, SKT firmly controlled the rhythm of the game in their own hands. They still used the slow pace that they were most accustomed to and best at, torturing C9 to death bit by bit. The game time is fixed at 36 minutes. The audience at the Municipal Auditorium experienced a wave of extreme pain. But this was something they expected. After all, C9 was only the third seed in the North American division, and they were so unlucky to be placed in Group A, a group recognized as death. Lost to SKT, the team led by the two-time World Championship champion, the Big Devil. Not shameful. The reason why European and American players are optimistic is mainly because the audiences in their competition areas are also very optimistic.
Coming!
The commentary in the second half changed from the partnership of Ziyuan and Wang Lauer to Liang Xiaoshan and Su Xiaoyan.
The battle for the top spot in Group A. So far, Top's points are 5-0, while SKT is 4-1. If Top wins, they will win 6 games and secure first place in the group. Once SKT wins, both sides will be the points are tied at 5-1, and a playoff will start at the end. Both teams are in good form today, and SKT seems to be replacing Benji. To be honest, I haven't seen FaZe's midfielder duo playing together on the field for a long time. In the eyes of many viewers, the Flying Chicken combination is the complete complement of SKT. This is also the biggest test since the top group stage. What will happen will be revealed after this game.
After the last round of fighting, both sides have a certain understanding of each other's playing style, and SKT seems to be playing more cautiously. Duke no longer thinks about competing with himself, but instead develops clumsy last hitting. Although Li Hansheng can take advantage of the scene and last hitting, such a small advantage prevents Li Hansheng from truly snowballing on the top lane. And Benji is undoubtedly the man who understands Faker best among all his partners. Although other SKT junglers are also experienced, they are unable to capture Faker's G-spot. They can occasionally stimulate it a few times, but most of the time it is ineffective stimulation. Benji is different. Not only is he rich in experience, he also understands Faker very well, just like he understands his own body. When a man performs air defense operations by himself, in most cases it is more exciting than having someone to help him fight, because you know your own body best. Benji understands Faker just like he understands his own body. Although Benji doesn't gank frequently on the two sides, it doesn't seem to be of much help. But in fact, as long as the middle road is liberated, the two side roads are helped. Gao Dui and Candy were miserably suppressed when they faced the long famous airplane combination. Benji could always find Candy's position on the map, while Gao Dui was harassed miserably by Benji and was suppressed by Faker. And after Faker was liberated, those who suffered were the two sides of top. The center is the only position that can radiate to both wings and the jungle at the same time. Once an advantage is obtained, it can be brought to the entire team. Correspondingly, if there is a disadvantage in the middle, the rest will also suffer. Top, who used to have a sharp offense in the early stage, turned out to be a misfire after the midfielder was held down. Unprecedentedly. At 15 minutes, The economy was more than 1,000 behind. Although it was not big. It was the first time. But Li Hanxing still caught a wave of opportunities. In the 14th minute, he took the initiative to lower Duke's health. Then used the skill of blocking vision to take a detour to lower Duke's vigilance. And then decisively charged out when Duke was greedy for troops to complete his first solo kill of the game. Take advantage of the situation and win the top tower. And get the bounty of the first blood tower. The snowball is finally rolling. Can. SKT still defended very well, and showed their strong midterm capabilities. They just opened the economic gap between the two sides to 3,000 in 30 minutes. Then, they started to take advantage of their vision to defeat the Baron. At this moment, Candy stepped up. Show your son of the dragon DNA. With the cooperation of his teammates, his blind monk created chaos and successfully rushed into the dragon pit to punish and seize the big dragon. And Li Hanxing took advantage of this big dragon buff to take away the opponent's bottom lane. After that, Li Hanxing carried out the single belt idea all the way to the end. And SKT forced the team head-on. In the end, it turned into the two sides tearing each other apart. Imp and Gao Dui had clear ideas, and they just used their lives to forcefully replace the line of troops protected by SKT, winning precious time for Li Hanxing. In the end, Li Hanxing and GNG destroyed SKT's base crystal alone. And at that time, the HP of Top's own base crystal is less than 1/3. A thrilling comeback.